Hello, my friends. Today we're going to be talking to Jack.
Hey, my name's Jack. I'm the founder of the Content Club. I've been on a wild journey over the last 10 years, building 2 different production agencies, realizing it's not for me, and then shifting gears into building a community business. And in this podcast, I'm going to give you the lowdown of how it all works so that you don't make the same mistakes that I did as well.
Firstly, Jack, thank you for coming on. Thank you for the time. And I mean, you are very dominant on LinkedIn right now. You're doing a lot, etc. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to reach out and see if we could connect. But for those, I mean, you briefly summarized it, but you come from a world where I think it was, I think we actually, to be fair, we both do, from, early, I would say 2012 up through like 2018, etc., where it was like, it's cool to have a social media agency, right? That was the thriving thing. And then for multitude of reasons, economy, contraction, so on, news cycle, there's been a level of, I think, concern, or I think COVID specifically kind of rewired us to be in a position where we were like, actually, why am I just chasing this carrot, right? And this wasn't actually the order I was going to start with, but I think it's really important. I think I want to start there. Why is it like? Because if you ask some people, it'd be like, you've got issues with self-esteem, you've got like were your parents loving you, etc. Like, you can go really deep in the psychology of it, but like, from your perspective, from your own, I guess in some ways your own story, why did you go from feel free to correct these numbers if I quote them wrong, but like a 70,000 plus month business with five team, big office, that kind of thing, to now kind of what some people describe as a solo entrepreneur helping small business owners really create what I call meaningful content rather than vanity metric content, which is, I think, the really important bit, especially when we've got AI, we've got people, with AI, what Google's doing with its prompt stuff and its video image to speak and stuff. I think that's going to be where the future is. But just to reiterate the question, I mean, what was the shift with you personally, and like, why did you move? Because I think some people look at it and go, well, surely that was the life, right? 75k a month is more than some people make in a year.
Yeah, it's I think for me it was just overworked, underpaid, stressed, overwhelmed with the whole thing. Loved it to pieces, right? And we got to 10 full time by the time that I decided to kind of kill the baby that I'd made, which sounds grim. But I think for me it was more just about what is the point? What is the purpose of what I'm trying to do? Is it just to get that next paycheck and work with bigger brands and work with more expensive projects and kind of, from an optics standpoint, look great? Or is it that I value time with my family, that I like being home, that I want to go out on more hikes and just experience things a bit more? Like, where does the value from my life come from? I think I kind of just had this epiphany moment. COVID was tough, and then we smashed it actually during COVID. Smashed it the 2 years after. We grew really, really, really quickly. But I just didn't like it. That was literally it. So there's no there's no like ulterior motive. It was just I didn't enjoy it. I've been doing it for 7 years. I felt this niggle to do something else and to actually help people, as opposed to sort of just put a plaster on the problem, because that's kind of how I feel agencies work to a degree. You'll get hired by big brands. We work with over 400 blue chip companies, which was crazy. Over 400 brands in total, but lots of those were blue chip companies. Sorry, just to quote. And we looked amazing. Like, we did stuff with Xbox, we did stuff with Microsoft, we did stuff with Huel and all the big D2C brands and whatnot. But they can kind of cut you off like that. And for us, it was just like, you weren't solving the problem. You're making content that got them more money, but then they just wanted to grow more. So they maybe research other agencies and try and get bigger teams. It was just always a scale of like, where's the end of this ladder? You just keep climbing. It felt the same for us. We were growing and growing, doing stupid money, working with cool brands, but for what? What's the point? What's the purpose? And that's kind of where I kind of just thought, maybe it's not right for me.
Yeah, and I think that's I guess in some ways that a lot of business owners are having that epiphany at the moment, right? And I think that, it reminds me of some value work I did many years ago with an ex-NLP coach that I used to do some work for. And, for me, it's always, I've been thinking, about, I've got into wildlife filming last couple of years, etc., etc. And I'm like, that's fun, but actually in some ways I don't want it to do too well, right? And that sounds counterintuitive, right? Because you're like, wait, so you're doing something so you don't want it to do well. But what I don't want to end up doing is like being away from family and my loved ones, right? A lot of the time, which a lot of wildlife film will end up being. But it's a good example of like, are you doing stuff that's in line with what you want for yourself, right? Because there's been loads of studies that show, I think it's around 70,000 a year personally. Any income after that is basically it's not really a thing. Like, it doesn't really matter because you have all of your like needs met, right? And you have enough want money and investment money where actually you're going to be absolutely fine, right? And I think it's one of those things where people look about chasing the Joneses so much, and I'm seeing a lot of content, ironically, coming up with this like anti chasing the Jones stuff, which is like, actually you should be looking to potentially downscale because then you could make less but actually love what you do and actually be more fulfilled and actually, move those other markers, or like build a stronger brand and have to do less work so you can work on the business more, etc. But I mean, just quickly wind the clock back. I mean, how did you get to the point of even running the agency, right? Because I think so much of us, especially people who are looking to build agencies or still in this world, we potentially look at it as okay, I'm going to put out content and it's miraculously going to happen.
I started the agency in 2018. I was 21. I just finished working with my dad as his video person for his recruitment business at the time, and loved it, but we just didn't click commercially. So we split off and set my own business up. And I kind of just used it as a way to earn money, really, mate. That was really it. I liked making videos, and I thought I was all right at it. And people were paying me money to do it for them. That's literally it. It was not sexy. It's no business plan. It was just, I like making videos. I want to earn money. That's literally it. So I contacted all the local pubs in my area and bars and restaurants and cafes and say, hey, I'll come and make your videos for you for social media. And I got one client, which was a pub who I think I quoted 200 quid for, and never paid me for it after I did the job. All cash in. I was dodgy, all cash in hand and everything. But I think after that, it was kind of like, right, I'm quite learning what I didn't do well there. So let's maybe try and learn to make a better contract or to do this and then put a contract in place, etc. You just learn all these little things. Then I started working with agencies and then kind of partnering for their clients and all the rest of it. And then we grew it to 10. We rebranded. We then kind of predominantly worked within the D2C space. But, it's almost a decade of mistakes, trial and error, practice makes perfect, that sort of stuff, right? It took us a long time to get there. And of course, we still had our challenges. I think when you go, the gap is from 7 to 13 people is the hardest point in the business, because you've got the original team, the OGs, who are really tight knit and everyone clicks. And then suddenly, when you start to grow past 7, you start to need process and structure and systems. And for me, that wasn't fun at all. And I didn't want to hire a manager because I couldn't be bothered. And the business kind of just felt a little bit weird. I sort of lost my baby. I lost my interest in it. I think the stress of managing a team and worrying about people's birthdays and that this person said this person was this, and it's all just putting out fires all the time. And I was just not on shoots as much as I wanted to. But then it's also, those shoots got bigger. It went from me and a solo guy filming on 2 cameras and maybe taking photos as a nice thing, to suddenly 7 of us on set, having a gaffer, having a lighting specialist, having an audio guy, having a producer, a director, a first camera, a second camera. And it's kind of like, gee, like this is kind of like, it's crazy because we've smashed it and we've done really well, but I'm just not involved in the nitty grittiness of it. And that's what I love doing. And then it kind of just sort of realized that, it's just project after project after project. And we had tons of retainers, which is nice, but it was just like doing the same thing over and over again. And that was
I think I think that leans into kind of what we're discussing at the top of the show. I think it's that thing of what is the reality for everyone for probably about 40 to 50, maybe 60 years, depending on how you invest and right? Like, your reality is going to be you're going to be working a shit ton of time, right? That's just the facts of life. The question then becomes, do you actually enjoy it, right? And there's this big conversation in corporate at the moment around, actually, like, I work really hard because it's for me. I wouldn't work this hard for X large corporation, regardless of how much my paycheck was, right? And the concept of quiet quitting, etc., and putting minimum effort in. And I think that's why, to an extent, and this leads on quite nicely to my next question, which is going to be around, like, do it for yourself videos or like DIY videos, and like seeing authenticity as a concept, because a lot of it on YouTube, on content, on LinkedIn, etc., right? Well, there's this, in some ways, there's this 2 strand people are kind of going into, right? Which is people are ignoring AI, people are saying no to AI, and then there's the people who are then embracing AI, right? Now, to be honest, I bounce between the two, right? Because I can see both sides of that argument. But why do you think personally that like do it yourself videos is better and potentially the future in a world where the reality is AI is going to be around now. The genie's out of that bottle in that respect. But why is doing content yourself, filming content yourself, learning how to produce it yourself, that learning process to then output it, the future? When some would argue, actually, it's learning AI to then get it to learn how to speak for you, getting it to then claim your voice, so on, in that respect.
Yeah, there's two approaches to it. So I think that very non-manufactured, non-engineered content, the sort of UGC vibe is an option, and it works really well for some people. But the busy SaaS founder who's building a startup who needs to output 50 pieces of content a day, automation is the future for him or her. So there isn't a right or wrong approach. I think you need to integrate how you use AI to speed up the parts of the process that don't need what you bring to the table, which for most creatives now is not the production, it's the ideas, it's the ideation of things. Very soon we're going to get to the point where AI can, like Sora, for example, craft visuals and make moving image, and then suddenly edit that into a vlog, or you're going to be able to input all of your raw footage, and it's going to be able to cut it up, add music, do text and vlogs, and you're going to be able to create a 15-minute video that's going to chop up chapters, right? The thing it won't do is the ideation stage. It will not be able to understand personality, subjectivity, all of the things that are emotional. It just won't be able to do. And I think that's really where the game is now. Sorry, it isn't in production, it's in the ideas stage. And this is an interesting one because when I started my agency 2018, there were at the time, don't quote me on this, I think it's around this number, there are around 4,000 production companies in the UK. Most of them were small, so sub 5 people. So that's sort of how the industry works. You had a big giants in the space, but most were small. When we quit, when I shut it down in 2024, there were 16,500. Now there's 18,000. So it's grown by 2,000 in the last year alone. And it's becoming this incredibly commoditized, very oversaturated industry where everyone sells the same thing. We make videos for your brand. We help your brand stand out online. We add story to your business. It's all waffle and it's all bullshit. If everybody can do the same thing for the same price, in the same speed and the same quality, what makes you different? And I think it's not about how you do things, it's why you do them. And it's the ideas behind the concepts. It's the way that you write stories. It's the way that you can connect with people one-to-one. And I was talking to someone yesterday, I know this is a bit of a tangent. I don't remember the last memorable ad that I watched on TV. I have absolutely no idea because it's such waffle. It's so mundane. It's so generic. Because I think people are scared to push the boat out because everyone just wants to create the ads and just wants to get the videos out. But no one's sitting there going, well, how can we do this better than anybody else that's ever done it before and be known as the brand that does it this way? Liquid Death is a great example. They tried to come into the UK. The headlines were that they couldn't tap into the marketing, which I think is wrong because everyone in the UK loved their marketing. So I think it was more of a business side of things. But they're a brand that's sticking in your mind because of the way they do things. I know this is a little bit of a tangent, but so I think you need to introduce AI. I don't think it is just, that very authentic, non-manufactured content. I think you need to do both. But if I was to answer your question, sorry, it would be that I think it's because it feels more natural. And I think people click with it over that very automated, very polished, professional, kind of sales-esque sort of content. And I think people will buy from people. And I think we're entering this time now where, like Gary Vaynerchuk says, it's not about social media, it's interest media. And I think if you can create your community or your tribe or your small group of people, the followers don't really matter anymore. I think it's more about building connection with the right people. And the only real way that you can do that is through being yourself and showing up and telling stories and using UGC and, not fabricating things. I think that's why it does well.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I think it's an interesting time, but also like there's huge amounts of opportunity, right? I've always been in the camp of AI is not here to take your job, right? It's a tool to be used to allow you to do what you do best, right? And it's just going to allow you to basically be the reason why clients hire you, the reason why people work with you more, right? More of the time. And the actual tangible, we need this thing edited, we need this thing filmed, we need this creative, we need this image, we need so on, right? will, maybe not right necessarily in all of those cases right now, but they will have basically AI processes that then become the future, right? Look, that's the way AI is going, etc. Especially when you look at what Google's doing and so on and so on. There's going to be a sector, I think, to be honest, like. And there's kind of, we saw this after COVID where like people love in-person events, right? And there's actually a rise in interest in in-person events. And I think if you are a digital curator, you are a digital business, you should personally, in my view, be looking to do the best of both worlds, right? You should be trying to be dominant online, trying to grab that attention through the TikTokification of these social media platforms, sure, and then also have a offering that is in person, that is slower paced, that is more, I would say, person-led, because that's what people will miss when everything else gets commoditized, right? And, you mentioned Gary, so I'll mention something he says consistently, which is brand is the only thing that matters after everything else gets commoditized, right? And we're seeing it with the shift from Google to ChatGPT, for example, right? You could ask ChatGPT to be in a position where you're like, I would like a pizza, or you could ask your Alexa or your voice device essentially, or be a pizza. Or if brand is strong, you would go insert brand pizza, right, rather than just the pizza, right? And the same is true when it comes to everything else that we're buying, right? I mean, was that part of the reason why like the content you shifted into the content club, right? We talked about the lifestyle element of it, sure, but like was that where it was birthed, or was it like an idea that you had for a couple of years? Like, I'm really interested to hear sort of how you went from concept, like when was that concept, and then how the timeline, and then how did you actually go about saying, and how did it feel, right? Because when I think that some people listening to this will go, that must have been quite scary. I personally would be like, that's terrifying, right? Because you're in some ways, you're completely reinventing yourself, because you're like, no, my identity is I'm an agency owner. I work with blah 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 brand, right? And I'm really good at XYZ. And then suddenly you decide, actually, hold on, that's not what I want. And actually, hold on, no, this is who I am now. I mean, how would, like, wherever you want to take that, I mean, how did that happen? Like, where did you go? How did it feel?
I think so. I've always been very careful with how I present myself online. That's always been a decision that I've made. I don't want to be Jack, the video guy. I want to be Jack, the guy who makes cool shit on social, but also has this opinion on this and has this opinion on this. It's kind of a round business. But, I share everything from the trials and tribulations and the challenges that I've gone through with business, the successes of agency life, the shift. I've just been myself, and it kind of comes back to, just not manufacturing who I am, not having all my brand pillars and my personal brand strategy figured out. I just think if you're a nice person and you have a cool product, you're going to do quite well. You've just got to do it for longer than anybody else can commit to doing it for. That's literally it. I've been posting on LinkedIn now for probably 7-8 years, maybe. I was one of the first people to make video on the platform, which is kind of crazy. So I'll kiss my own backside on that one. But I've seen so many big creators come and go. Obviously I can't name drop because that's not very nice, but all the big creators back in 2020 through 2021, then they kind of died through COVID, and some others have now come back. And you will always see this ebb and flow of big influencers that then, moving on to different platforms because they're trying to ride the waves of what's trending and, the reach and those sorts of things. But the best ones, regardless of what happens algorithmically, will just be themselves. They'll show up regularly. They'll create good stuff to help other people, and they'll have a half decent product or service that actually does what it says on the tin. And I think my saying is brand equity. So it's kind of like Gary. When all else fails, if you're just remembered as someone who makes the best stuff, people will remember you, not from what you do or not from what you say, but how you make people feel. And if you can show up and you can just tell that story as open and honest as possible, which I know sounds a little bit wanky because we tap into personal branding and being authentic and all that stuff, you will be remembered. So regardless of the transitions that you make in your career, which always a plan from the get-go, people will kind of come along with you. They don't just follow you because Jack is the agency owner. They follow me because I like his journey, and maybe I don't need this yet, but maybe if he builds something in the future, I might give him a message. It's building that brand credibility, right? Throughout the career that I had running agencies, and by the way, I might run another one in the future, not now because I'm just exhausted from it, and I think I kind of burnt myself out with it, but maybe again in the future. Never say never. There's plenty more businesses to build, but I had the idea of this probably from 2 years in. So I used to do consulting on the side. I used to do strategy courses and those sorts of things. I did in-person workshops, sort of coming to the sort of maybe a year before I ended up closing the agency, just to kind of test the water and see where people were going. It was called the Odyssey Experience. We had like 10 people come to this in-person workshop and training. So I've always been testing other things in the background, and it's, I have multiple strings to my bow, so to speak. And I think every good business owner or every entrepreneur, whatever you want to call, I think they have these ideas in the back of their minds that someday they might get around to it. But this is kind of the thing for now. And I've always been very careful of not sort of, I kind of see it as you're sort of walking down this road and you've got lots of different lakes and ponds on your left and right. And you can go over to them, you can kind of prod them, and you'll have little ripple effects that happen. You can go over to the left and prod that one, and that will have another little ripple effect. But it really changes the pace of where you focus your attention. So I've always been very laser focused on the agency, but having this idea that one day I could maybe build this sort of space, so I'm just not sure what that looks like, but I know that I want to help people, and I know what I want to be in person. I know there needs to be some sort of course element to it. How do we do that? So that's been it's been manifesting for 4 or 5 years, to be honest, mate. And it just so happened that when I lost interest in the agency and I just felt like I needed to change, it felt like the natural step. Everything was digital. There's an oversaturation of information. The industry was incredibly commoditized. Everyone's selling the same thing for the same price at the same speed. So how do you differentiate? I predicted that there would be a big need for DIY UGC, just because the overly professional stuff was becoming more expensive, and it meant that the smaller businesses couldn't actually afford to do that. And that meant that the gap was widening between wanting to do it but being scared to do it because it's too expensive and not knowing where to start. So I started diving into it, and I kind of just tested this idea. I said, guys, here's a new business. I've decided to do this. I made a very sharp right angle turn, and I said, I'm shutting the agency down. That's it. Within the space of a week, all the team had been notified that they'd been let go, which was rough. But that's part of running a business. Just so I could own that story. It wasn't, Jack's on the fence, he might do this, so maybe he's thinking of this, because that confuses people. I need to not show up with a problem, I need to show up with a solution. And the solution was, hey guys, I've shut the business down. This is the new business. If you want to follow it, let me know. And that was the story for about 9 months. Built a big wait list of people, launched it, sold out first time, sold out second time, sold out third time. And I've just kind of continued it down that path, really, mate. But it's always been in the back of my mind. I think you need that. I don't think you can put all your eggs into one basket. I think you need to have, yes, plan A will always work if you make it, but I do think you need to have other options just in case things don't work out as you'd like them. Because from my experience, where you start is never where you finish. And I think it's naive to think that life is a very straight line from here to end. It's not. You go back and 180 degrees and flip around and all the rest of it. So yeah.
I think it's a really... I'm really glad that we discussed that, because I think so many people may use that as permission to not see as what they're changing as an abandonment in respect to I'm abandoning the thing I grew for all right, however long it is. But I think it's one of those things where people can choose, and I've always been in the mindset, I think you follow the same as well, which is if there's too many days in a row, people have bad days, people are difficult, things are stressful, cash flow's struggling, agency life, blah blah blah, you don't have clients, you have clients but they're a pain in the arse, etc, so on, right? There's some days where you wake up and go, fucking hell, this can be really hard, right? And there is a percentage of those days where you just have to push through that, but after that, if that's a week, a month, and it's still there, and you haven't fixed the problems, and actually you fix the problems but you still feel this way, then I think what you just said, and hopefully people listening will be actually able to have the permission to be actually no, it's okay to step away, it's okay to not post for 3 weeks, not post for a month, to say, actually, hold on, I need to reevaluate what I'm doing in my life, not the agency or the model or the clients, etc., but what I'm doing for me. And I think that's really important. And I think, one of the things I started my career on was getting known for the video guy in your local area, right? And to an extent, I'm still leveraging that, and it's still working for me to an extent. And it does lean on to, I guess, in some ways, how you can create content. And I think we're both obviously very confident at creating content. So I always try to create some content or elements of content that resets that expectation, because I actually the other day forgot that people actually are psychologically struggling with the idea of creating content, because we've been doing it for a million years, right? So it's just yeah, of course we talk to a camera, yeah, we talk to people, this is the first time we've spoken in person, etc., right? So how to is it a psychological thing that people need to work on, when people start creating content, especially on their own with their phones, etc., is it one of those things where it's very easy to be overwhelmed? But if so, is that just a psychological barrier? Is that like, what would you say is the, I guess the 3-step, 5-step, whatever you want to call it, process of going from, okay, Jack, okay, Colin, I want to create some videos. I want to create some, conversation points about pain points or whatever I do. How do I even get started?
It's a great question. I'm glad you've asked that because it's not what you think. So now that I run the community, we've almost got 100 small businesses in it now, which is crazy in however long we've been doing it for. Categorically, it is not a technical problem. It is a mindset problem. The internet is rife and abundant with training tutorials. If I typed in now how to edit a video, 100,000 videos on YouTube will show up in all different shapes and sizes, from 4-hour masterclasses for free to some geezer on a YouTube reel showing you how to do things, right? YouTube short, YouTube reel, Christ. It's not an information problem and it's not a technical problem. It is a mindset problem. And people either are scared to give it a go. By the way, we're talking about a small portion of people here who know video is important, know they need to do it, but they just haven't figured out how. That is a very small percentage of people. Most people have heard of video, but haven't even dove into it yet. Depending on the platform you're going to, LinkedIn, for example, is about 5 years behind every other platform. So what's new on YouTube now, maybe in about 5 years' time, might come to LinkedIn. People go, wow, this is really exciting. It's largely a mindset problem where a lot of people just don't know how to get started. And even before that, it's not they don't know how, it's that they are confused about how they show up. They don't want to mess up the business. They don't want to present themselves in the wrong way. They don't want to be judged online. They don't want to be criticized. They don't like the sound of their own voice, or their hair, or their smile looks too smiley, or whatever it is, right? It's all these different reasons. Then you step into a different level where you start to make content, and then you throw in the towel because after a month of posting every day, you haven't got the results. So there's a resilience and a kind of militant routine-esque mindset that you need, almost committing to it as a non-negotiable, being like, I'm going to now post a video every week for the next 10 years, which I know is going to scare a lot of people off. But if that scares you, I wouldn't do it, because what's going to happen is you're going to build yourself a really nice following of people in the first year. They're going to start to know you. And then if you start second guessing yourself and going, oh, it's not quite worked because I haven't gone viral, you've wasted an entire year of your life building something that you can't sustain. So I would really encourage people to just really consider whether they want to dive into it. It sounds scary, and I'm making it sound like that, but the world doesn't need more people giving you top 3 tips on how to build your personal brand. And it doesn't need another podcast. It doesn't need this. It needs people who are genuinely excited to show up and create the best content that they possibly can to help the people that are struggling the most at this moment in time in a totally unique way. That's what the world needs. There's too much content. There's too much information online. And I think that in and of itself is actually causing so much overwhelm and oversaturation and anxiety and borderline depression and frustration, because there's so much out there. There's so much information to consume. Topping that with all the influencers that tell you how to do this and their 10-step framework and buy this course for £3,997 to go viral in 10 seconds. It's almost like a plead to not make it unless you really feel in your gut that you are the type of person that could, with a bit of practice, become a really great creator, not just to market a product, but to build real brand, build real legacy here. Because again, kind of what I said at the start, it's not about being the best. It's just about doing it for the longest. And if you can commit to that, you will supersede and outlast all of the big influencers that you see right now, who will last the next 3 years, but then move on to somewhere else, or go move to Dubai, or whatever they want to do, or build another course. You will be known as the person who does that really well. If I was to encourage people to get started, I think I would just suggest, just start on your phone. Don't worry about kit. Just think of one idea right now, go and do it, and learn why it did or didn't work. It's the first thing to do. Don't think about a strategy. Don't build content pillars. Don't go and spend $5,000 on a course. Just make a video on your phone that you think people in your industry or your market want to know the answer to, and create it and show up and post it, and then look at why it didn't or didn't work. Literally it, just one step at a time. And once you've posted that, start to think about the next post. And then once you've kind of found your feet with it, Then start to think a little bit ahead. Start to build systems, start to bank your content, start to bulk film stuff, start to script things on the go, start to delegate and hire to editors. That's a different step, right? But for most people, it's that first video. And I think because there's so much information, so much overwhelm, just the thought of getting on a phone and just speaking to camera, it scares the hell out of people because they feel like they're going to do it wrong because they're not following all these different things. Just show up, film a nice video, be a nice person, talk about a product that you think is really good, and just stick to it.
And I think, I think so many people, and it's kind of to an extent what you were talking about, but so many people overthink the idea, right, of, oh, I could do this, oh, I could do that, oh, I could do this, oh, I could do that. So then they are kind of limited to nothing, right, because they have too many ideas and they don't execute, right, like, and so many people have said it, and so many people, the quote-unquote business influencers or whatever you want to call it, so I won't bother quoting anyone, but there's so much there to, if you want to learn the inner workings of how to do it, right? But the crux is going to be, if you have an idea, execute on it to then gain data to then learn from, right? That's the analogy to go, like, whatever the objective is, that's what you can then, that's the model, that's how you do it, right? You do this when you work with a client, if you're in marketing, and you do this when you do video production, you do this when you're running your own business, etc. The same when you would do cash analysis or like profit and loss, etc. Right? You do a bunch of things, you see what happens. Did that result in more profit or less profit? Okay, cool. Right? Did that result in actually more cost that then end up leading you to lose money? Okay, cool. So maybe don't do that bit, right? Etc. But that does, I guess, in some ways bring in the question mark. And we're talking about a lot of these buzzwords, right? Like authenticity and community and these things. But the reason why they're coming up a lot is because they are important, they are unique, they are, I guess, in some ways challenging to wrap someone's head around. And I think I kind of want to talk about community and lurkers next, right? The concept of lurkers. But for me, and this kind of leans into an extent about like starting, right? And I think it's one of those things where, so what happens if I put out my first video and it gets 5 views, right? So first you need to ask yourself like the psychology question there, but also then number two, but that doesn't then that doesn't thread the needle, or that doesn't help the needle in regards to the bottom line to the business. I mean, is that what we're looking for? 'Cause so many people, when they look at content, they're looking to build community, sure, but actually what they're looking at is vanity metrics. They're saying, oh, it's got 1,000 views, it's got this, it's got that. And what they're not doing is looking in the depth point of view of how their network, how their relationships, how their community is building, because that's the invisible stuff, right? I mean, have you always had the mindset of understanding that it's more about building community and relationships and in that respect, rather than just purely looking at those metrics, likes, comments, shares, etc.?
Yeah, 100%. I think people, it's really strange. It's strange. When people run a business, the ideas and the notions that they have about how people make purchasing decisions completely goes out the window. And they kind of go, oh, I'll make this video and then someone's going to buy from it. Okay, well, I'll ask you the question, Dave, of have you ever watched someone's video from a company that you've never heard of and bought their product or service? Oh, no, I haven't. So why would it work for you? People have this really strange idea of how it works, and that suddenly, because they run a business, the whole world bends around their product or service. So I think it's just that very underlying, very candid reality of the situation that no one gives a fuck. No one cares about your product or service. No one cares about your business. No one cares about you. They care about themselves, and they want their problem and their current situation, which is causing so much horror in their life. They want that fixed as fast as fucking possible. So, and I think for a lot of people, they kind of go, oh yeah, I didn't think of that before. But you're not sitting there thinking about, 8 p.m. when you're watching Netflix going, oh, I hope Carlton's good and his business is going well. I'm not thinking about you. I'm thinking about me. What am I doing tomorrow? What clients, what stress have I got in my life, right? It's not using you as the figure here. I'm just generally speaking, right? But I think
it's secretly actually all my fault. Everyone is really struggling in business right now. And that's what we found from this podcast, right?
It's all his fault. I think it is just the reality of the situation, and people massively underappreciate people. What's the saying? People overestimate what they can achieve in a year, but they underestimate what they can achieve in a decade. And I think so many people see the top 1% of creators on the internet who are smashing it or seemingly smashing it, but I will confidently say a lot of it is smoke and mirrors. It's a game of optics, social, right? If you look the part, you're going to be the part. That's kind of the game that we play, unfortunately. No one wants to work with a quiet business or someone who's had the worst month ever, because you go, oh, maybe it's not the best time to work with them. Then they're struggling. Then I'm going to struggle. It's like trying to find an SEO agency who isn't first page of Google. It's like, yeah, we're great. It's like, well, why aren't you first page then? Sorry, Carlton, I completely forgotten the question. I tend to ramble. What was the question?
That's okay, don't worry. I mean, just to quickly add before we get back to the question, I think that's really important, and the same I would say if you're starting out and you're looking to build a social media agency, a video marketing agency, to join the million of us who also do it. You need to have your socials in. Like, at minimum, you need to have stuff going out on socials, right? There's a nuanced argument to say whether it's working, whether you should, etc., etc. You should be looking at that data. You should be constantly analysing it. You should be looking for those 1% wins. But at minimum, you have to post shit if you want clients to take you seriously about posting shit, right? And if you're not, then as a business, how can I sell content if I don't create content? You know what I mean? Like, and I think in respect to the question, I mean, like, people want authenticity, they want community, etc. And to an extent, you answered it, and it sort of leans into the next phrase of the question, which I was going to be like, growth and personal without the hustle, right? Because I think we're, especially during 2020, and even now, it's really weird because it's weird. I'm still working a lot, but this is not high volume in comparison to what was 3 years ago, right? Does that make sense? And I think for me, there is this kind of shift to I can work hard, but then I can also take a week off. Does that make sense? Like, it's not this constant, I need to keep pushing regardless. There's no end, there's no goal, I just need to keep going. I've done, and I guess the point there is about that kind of cherish act of, I did 100 hours of work this week. It's like, okay, you're just inefficient and not using AI, potentially, right? Or and there was this kind of, and I'll pose it as a question in a second, but there was this concept around work smart, not hard. And it's like, then the answer is like, well, actually, if you do a lot of hard, smart work, then you're going to outpace everyone else. But I think, again, it comes back to what we opened the podcast with, which was, what do you actually want? Are you looking to grow this agency that's going to turn over 100 billion or whatever it is? And but how do we balance that? Right? Is it just simply down to what we want for our lives, or is it actually you have ebb and flows? Some weeks you're really fired up about content, like this week, as we talked about before the podcast started. I'm launching some stuff. I'm launching a person event. I'm talking about podcasts. I'm filming all the first opening episodes of the podcast. I've got some events. I'm seeing it's really, really busy. So I'm really fired up, and that's when I create my best content. But also, like, okay, to London this weekend, like, next week is a lot chiller in comparison, right? So there is balance, but I'm also setting my expectations of like, okay, cool, I'm going to achieve all these things this week, and then I'm going to recalibrate in the next couple of weeks to see what worked, what didn't, right? And how do people, I guess, focus on growth, focus on marketing without it always being that hustle mindset?
I have no idea is the answer, because I don't know. I don't know the answer. All I know is that I've done what worked for me at the time, but what works for me probably won't work for somebody else. You know, I built the first business on and at the detriment to all of my relationships, all of my family connections, my fiance and everything, right? Because I worked every fucking day, and I didn't stop, which sounds awful, and it was awful, but it also wasn't, because it was building something that I wanted to live. And as soon as I got to that point, that's when I had this epiphany of going, all of that for this, what was the point? And it just made me go, I don't want to do that again, to then reach this current goal that I have, get there and go, oh, I've moved the goalpost again. So it kind of comes down to how you are as a person and what you want out of life. I've always wanted personally financial stability, flexibility, and few but meaningful relationships with the right people, right? So I have very few friends. I pretty much just spend my day with my partner and my dog, and maybe 2 or 3 of my best mates. That's kind of it. I don't see family a huge amount, just because we're all in different locations over the UK and whatnot. There's not out of choice, just because of limitations. But I mean, when I was building V21, which then turned into Odyssey, I was honestly probably doing 15, 16 hours every day and weekends. And that was probably for about 2 or 3 years straight. I didn't have a holiday for like 3 years. It was rough. But I think you're right. You know, it built a great business and we smashed it. But a lot of that work is done in the background. You know, I wasn't being supported whilst doing it. I was only supported once I got there. And people were like, wow, you've got a brilliant business. Teach me how to do that. And then you kind of go, well, it's taken me 3 years to get here. Are you ready to commit to that? And they go, yeah, we can do it in 6 weeks. It'll be fine. But I do think, you know, having that downtime in COVID, I think made a lot of people think. It was the period where most people actually got divorced in the UK because they were sat at home with their partners and going, I actually don't like this person, which is funny. Luckily, I'm going strong, which is good. 12 years nearly, which is crazy. But I think it gave people a lot of period to reflect on what do they want out of life. What's the next step? They've had this hugely hustle focused time. Now where do I want to go with the next thing? I do think to a degree, the economy has been tough since I've been in business. Actually, right now, I've never felt it tougher. COVID was tough, but this feels really tough at the moment. So I think it's still in the rearview mirror for a lot of people. In a bit of an economic downfall and all this sort of stuff, I won't dive into it. I'm not a massively political person, but you're still having people who really push hard, and you're seeing that happen because they are the prominent figures on social. They're really pushing the business. But I think you're also noticing quite a big difference in the people that are now taking a little bit more relaxed and maybe relying a little bit more on word of mouth and recommendation, but you're not seeing them as much, and that will absolutely have an effect on their business. We live in a period where if you are not present, you are not remembered. That's kind of how we work, annoyingly. Again, it's a game of optics. You think that you will be remembered, but people don't care. That's not, going back to that sort of analogy.
Yeah, again. But Jack, I've been in business 10 years and I've had this legacy. Yeah, unfortunately, the world doesn't give a shit. Yeah. No, I completely agree. And I think there's a level of complacency, right, to an extent, but also it's okay. Like, I'm in two breaths with this. Like, don't be lazy if you want to grow. Also, be kind to yourself if you're like, actually, I've done my thing, and I'm actually on my wind down because I'm going to retire in 5 years. Like.
I was going to say, I think you have two modes. So you have your rest mode and you have your push mode. I think most people alternate between those modes. There is no such thing, in my opinion, as work-life balance. You cannot balance everything perfectly. I've learned that from experience. There is no way in hell you can manage growing a business to 10 staff, doing almost 100 grand a month, whilst also having great relationships with everybody, seeing your friends all the time, spending time with family, going on a hike on the weekends. It's just not possible. If it is possible, please tell me, because I haven't figured it out, right? And I've been doing it for a decade. You have work-life integration. So sometimes your work takes over and sometimes your life takes over, and you ebb and flow between those two states. Summer period, people go into a little bit of a rest state where they're just recovering, so they've had a busy year so far. They just need a bit of time to breathe things through, and things do happen at a slower pace. But then coming up to Christmas and at the start of the new year, people really push, and people do work longer hours because they have more drive or because they've got more energy, right? It is just like charging a phone. You can't constantly balance your phone on 50% all the time. It's going to ebb and flow between those two states. So yeah, work-life integration, not work-life balance. Right now, I'm in rest mode. I'm still doing hours. I mean, I'm probably doing 10 hours a day, which is more than the average person, right? But it feels chiller because I'm used to 16-hour days. So it feels like this one. I got in at 7. I probably won't finish till 5, 6 tonight, maybe. But then I will probably go out for a hike after work, or I'll go to the pub, or it feels more chill in those downturn hours. So yeah, you have those two states.
And as we touched on the economy, right? Like, this is not necessarily a political point, but I've noticed when I stop not caring, because you need to be aware of it, right? You need to be aware of what's going on in the news at minimum, right? But when you actually take 100% accountability for where you are, bad or good, then you will then fix the problem, right? Because the reality is, if you're having a bad year economically, or you're finding it hard, or things are slow, the answer is it's down to you, right? Now, that sounds horrible, right? It does, right? But the reality is it's down to you. Also, if you're doing really well, also down to you, right? And the same is true. Like, if you're constantly looking at that development, you're constantly outputting, you're constantly like looking for those 1% gains so you can compound it, right? And the same is true in fitness. The same is true in anything, right? If you're focused on a task for a period of time and you're constantly focusing on getting better at the thing, if you're focused on the 1%, you will become 37 times better by the end of the year. That's the statistic. That's how the maths works. Cool, magic. But the crux is, we are in a culture, especially in the UK, in my view, for the longest couple of years, where we haven't looked at accountability, right? We haven't looked at, it's actually my fault wherever I am, good, bad, indifferent, so on, right? And I think that's what's going to change, right? Because I'm aware of it, right? But it feels weird to me because I'm in a good place, right? And I'm not going to be the one that's like, oh, I'm in a good place, so look at me, right? I am, but the only reason why I can see I'm in a good place when the economy is hot, there's always stuff going on, the economy's either good or bad, it's purely perspective, in my view, is because of the work I've done, and the work I'm continuing to do, right? And is it then a mindset thing? Is it then an action thing? I mean, this leads into my kind of like final thought question, which is like, what's next for you, and where do you see the Content Club going in, say, 5-10 years? But is it just pure related to action and then learning? Is that the solution to someone who's maybe listening to this and seeing either a clip of this or the whole show and saying, look, I'm not in a good place? What is the actionable steps? Is it go right back to ground zero, rebuild the marketing strategy, look at what worked previously, or is it actually keep going until you are that one hit away from hitting diamond or getting through the glass? What would you say?
I think so. So the last business I run, I had a pretty strict business plan with, and almost every 6 months we were changing it because I think when you're small, things change so quickly, and a lot of those things require change in moments that you have to be reactive on, not based on things that you could kind of foresee happening. COVID, or someone fell ill, or this person was off, or this person's just left, or whatever it is, right? So my goal really for this business was almost to not create a plan and kind of just go with the flow, which I can feel so many people listening to this going, oh, no, that's the awful way to run a business. It's an awful way to run a business. There is a right and a wrong, but I just think I'm kind of trying to use what I've learned here. And I'm just going with building the business based on the feedback from the community. Yes, I could have an idea of where I wanted to be in 5 years, which would be X amount of people doing this sort of revenue, having these sorts of guests on. And that still is always at the back of I call it the back shelf of my brain. It's sort of there, it's parked for the moment, and it might come to fruition, kind of like with the ideas of new business, right? It's the same sort of thing. But with this type of business, it's not something that I can say, hey guys, this is where it's going. It's very much hey guys, how have you found the experience so far? What do you feel is missing? How do you think as a community we can improve this type of business? We want more in-person stuff. We want more of these types of guests. I need to be less of a builder and more of a facilitator. I need to take the feedback, both the good and bad and the ugly, and say, this is what I have created for you, who I basically serve, to better your experience. Because bettering their experience means that they're going to tell more people about it, which means that the growth of the community is going to get there, which means the finances are going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, which means we can reinvest back into the club to grow the business, to do bigger events, to get better speakers on. It goes full circle, but it's less about me telling people where it needs to go and more about me kind of going with the flow. I'm kind of on this river. I've just jumped into an inflatable raft, and I'm kind of like, I kind of know the route that we're going to go. But suddenly a gust of wind might blow this way, and unanimously we go, this is a much better route to go down. Why didn't we think of this? So that is totally relevant to the business that I run now. If you're building a SaaS business, you need a fucking business plan. If you're building a pharmaceutical company, you're going to need a business plan. It's just that for my type of business, I think you need an idea of where you're going, but I think part of the fun of it is kind of just figuring it out as you go. Waking up and every month is different. And people feel part of that change. They feel part of the movement and the tweak of community, and they feel like they've been heard as opposed to kind of cast aside. The worst thing for me would be someone says, hey, Jack, I've just got this good idea for this thing you could do in the club. And I go, no. It's not happening. This is the plan, Richard. This is how it works. Because that person's going to go, well, I don't know if I want to be here then. You can't build it for everybody, but I think you can get the general consensus of where people want to go. So if that helps, I don't know. But
yeah, I think it's really important. Yeah. I think, and what I took from that was you want to head down river.
Right? Yeah, I know where I want to go.
Rather than like, and we'll deal with there's a fork in the river when we get to the fork in the river, rather than I think a lot of people could relate to that, because in COVID, right, like, did you plan COVID? Did you plan lockdowns in your business plan, right? And I'm very similar in that respect with you, because I'm like, the business plan can be obsoleted by like you doubling your revenue, for example, right? Because, or you, in the opposite way, want to scale back. Okay, well, that business plan is then completely irrelevant to what you want to do. But if you have a quote-unquote North Star, a reality which is, I'm going to go downriver and I'm going to see what's down there, and as long as I continue to like what's coming downriver, then I won't try and go and land, right? I'll continue to go down. And if we could get to a point where there's like kind of a left or a right turn here, right? Then okay, then you need to make a decision, clearly, right? But you don't have to make that decision until you see that process, right? And until you see that either demand or etc. But I think it's also about COVID showed a lot of businesses, myself included, that you need to have a diversified plan. So you're not just reliant on one
Mm.
service, you're not just reliant on one thing, but also in the next breath, you also need to be able to focus for a period of time on marketing and talking about a plan. So if you have a plan to do one video a week, you have a plan to do 2 videos a week, whatever it may be, right? Then you need to commit to that plan for a
Mm.
year. You need to commit to that plan for 6 months. You need to complete that. So because otherwise, you don't do it long enough for it potentially to work, right? And it's not to say that the thing you're currently doing is the thing you're going to do forever, but you just need to commit a time frame to doing it, right? I'm going to do the podcast in a hybrid way. Cool. Is that going to in turn more views, more interest, more important episodes, better guests, blah blah blah? Perhaps. At this stage, no idea, right? But I know I'm a good interviewer. I know I enjoy doing podcasts, and actually I'm passionate about production, so I can see a world where it does. The actual tangible reality is going to be when I do it and then see the data. But I'm looking at it from a 6-month window or a year window rather than okay, right, so we did an episode today and it didn't do well.
I agree. I think you need to give things time to breathe, especially in the content space. That is the nature of the beast. YouTube works the same. You could post a video that gets 10 views today, but could over the next 5 years get 100,000 views because it increases the search terms and blah, 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 right? So it's a search game. But no, I do agree. I think that my parting advice for it would be have a direction of where you want to go. And there's a book, I can't remember what it's called. I can't remember who it's by, sorry, but it's called Fuck. I think it's called Fuck Yes or No, or something like that. Fuck Yes or whatever it is. Basically, the whole point of this book is if it is not aligned with what you want to do, and it's not aligned with your mission, and it's not the absolute yes, I need to do that. If it's not that real visceral, raw, emotive feeling, don't do it. If you're kind of like, yeah, I could do video, but maybe I could do this. Don't do it. Do the thing that you're most passionate about, because I think time is finite, right? You only have so much time, and I think the time that you waste half-assing things or going, yeah, I'll put a bit of time into it, but I've also my priorities are not there at the moment. Don't do it then. Do it when you can put 100% effort into it, and you can give that period of time the most just the most dedicated period of your time and energy and love and passion into making this thing great. With video, for example, commit to it for a year. Put your all into making the best content. Don't just go, oh, I've got to make a video today, I've got to do it tomorrow. Really commit to it. Set a deadline, like you said, and analyze what has and what hasn't worked. If it hasn't worked, kill it. If it has, keep continuing it, or revive it somehow, or finesse it and those sorts of things. But you've got to put effort into stuff, because I think we live in a world where so much takes our attention. There's so many shiny object syndrome. There's so many different things that you can do at any given time. You could start this, and you could do this little side hustle, and you can do consulting on the side, and you could maybe do this as well, or for this service. It just comes back to being a good person and doing one thing better than everybody else for longer than anybody wants to commit to it for. It's literally what it comes down to. But most people don't want to do that, But again, I just want to say to anybody listening, I'm saying all of what I say now from the perspective of someone who has not hit 30 yet. I'm 28 years old. I've built, I guess you could technically say, 3 different businesses now that have all been very different. The way that I have done things will not work for you. You have to kind of figure that out on your own. But the raw principles are, if you're going to commit to something, commit to it and do it properly. And just stop thinking about the short term. Think about, where do you want to be in 10 years? What do you want to be? How do you want people to speak about you when they're down the pub having a pint with the mate when you're not in that room, right? That's really where legacy and brand equity comes in and reputation comes in. And I think from what I've learned in business, all of the things that have happened over the last 10 years, some of them are just starting to come to fruition now. The connections that I made in the first week of business, they're starting to join my community, and they're starting to give me contacts and the right people, and that's starting to build the new business. Things do just take time to kind of flourish. So yeah, just stick with it. It's kind of what I'd say.
No, 100%. And just to kind of a final note before we wrap up, I think people who the main thing I found in at a similar time of being in business is you will only get resilience, and you'll only be resilient by just continuing to push through, regardless of what happens in the news cycle, regardless of whether we're dealing with lockdowns, regardless of whether we're dealing with COVID, regardless whether we're dealing with Rachel Reeves's spring budget that's today, for example, at the time of recording, etc., 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 etc. And for me, maybe it's me being brutal, maybe it's me being horrible, potentially, right? But it's all an excuse if that's the reason why you're not doing X or Y, right? It's I can't do it because of news thing. I can't do it because of X. I can't do it because of Y. Be honest with yourself. A, it's not a priority. B, it is a priority. Pick one, commit. That's it. That's simple. You want to do video, do it, right? And then commit to it. Don't do, oh, I did it, and then it didn't. My first video got 5 views, right? Because you need to learn and how to do it. You need to have those 1% improvements to be able to actually have the fruits of the labor, whether that's revenue for a company, whether that's going viral, whether that's developing a club, a community, whatever it is. That's the reason why it will work. But for those people who want to connect with you, for those people who want to firstly see your content, secondly see what the club's about, and or potentially join, Jack, where can people
You can hit me up on LinkedIn. Just type in Jack Gaisford, Gaisford. I do a lot of YouTube stuff every week. I do LinkedIn every week. They're kind of my two main platforms. Drop me a message there. Happy to help where I can. And if you want to check out the club, link will be on my LinkedIn, or just type in www.the-content-club.co.uk. Have a look. And happy to help where I can.
Thank you so much for watching. If you did enjoy this episode and would like to see the next episode that might be in person, might be on location, or might be remote, then make sure to be subscribed, leave a like, let me know what you think in the comment section down below, and I'll see you very, very soon. Hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new podcast. We're here with James in his wonderful space.
Hey, thank you.
How's it going,
much.
James?
It's going very well. Very busy, though. The space is launching very soon. We just started kind of putting the idea together for Hampshire Podcast Studios, and it launches July 1st. So I'm sure by the time this is out, it might already be launched, but putting together an all-purpose space for content creation, video podcasting, audio podcasting, anything you need, one-stop shop, walk away with your footage. So it's going to be fun.
I think it's an interesting space, right? Because I think so many people find podcasting really hard to do, to know how to do it.
Yeah.
But also, not even from a tech side, just being in the psychology around creating content, but especially having a conversation. I think maybe it's slightly more natural with the conversation element, but I wasn't actually going to start here, but I think it's a nice place to start.
Why not?
How would you say right now to people who are maybe watching this, who are looking at this and going, I kind of know I need to be doing content,
yes,
but it's terrifying.
So I for a long time, so I've run a social media agency first. That's our main background for around almost 5 years now. And I think one of the biggest learnings I've taken from that is ultimately there's a lot of personal psychology tied up in even business social media if you have to be in it. And I really didn't realize that in the first few years of doing it, because for me, a lot of it, this is so common sense as like a marketing practitioner. It's like, we need to get you in a content surplus. We need to get you everywhere. We need to transform your brand into a media asset, essentially, like a whole brand in itself, churning out stuff all the time. I want to do YouTube channels, Twitch, TikTok. I want to go to town. And I took that attitude to everyone. And I obviously had to kind of bring everyone through baby steps. I had a lot of pushback all the time. So what's going on? And I realized that, it is how you feel about each app individually. For a start, you've got different challenges in each thing, and also how you feel as an individual, because you've got to put yourself out there, whether you're the founder or you're a marketing manager. And I think in learning that is what attracted me more to the whole podcasting angle first, and video podcasting. When you try and drop someone straight in it to create 2-camera, YouTube videos and TikToks, you forget everything you've ever said in your whole life. Even if you're in
my mouth doesn't work, James.
Yeah, literally you can be the most knowledgeable person in the world. You're like, what the fuck is going on? But if you can get in with a good co-host and you can just take some basic talking points and the theme of the show, and you're not too worried about the full show, again, you're just going for content volume, you can get so much value out and help so many people in a very relaxed setting, and it gets you used to it. So podcasting and video podcasting is my gateway drug into getting you into proper content creation and your brand into a new space.
And also, we're seeing platforms right now like YouTube. We were discussing while we were setting up and such, that one of the reasons why I'm relaunching the show and how I'm relaunching it is because I'm seeing a demand in these platforms, firstly for short form, but secondly for a long form conversation piece that I don't want to say is fluff, but has value led, right? There's a lot of people who claim to be quote experts, right? And are they?
Hard to prove these days.
It's to an extent, I think it can be subjective, of course, right?
Yeah, and how much expertise is actually valued. It actually does depend on the market a little bit, but from the amount of misinformation we see online, I think it's more about the trust in the brand of the individual as opposed to their knowledge base sometimes, which has its good and bad points.
I mean, we're both in, unfortunately, potentially soon, a commoditized market due to AI, right? And I think having a podcast, having a conversation, having brand, having personal brand, buzzword, authenticity, buzzword, community, buzzword, right, is the reason why you'll be in business in 20 years.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, where do you see AI?
Its point right now, because one of the USPs of Hampshire Podcast Studios is human-led AI enabled, right? We've kind of created a unique workflow where using like 3 or 4 different softwares, we can kick out a really good service much more quickly than it was ever possible before, depending on how fussy you are with shooting settings and all that kind of stuff. So it's right now it's beautiful for grunt work. It's beautiful for getting out of the way some of the things that were actually quite tedious. When it gets to the point where it can do the advanced stuff, then we're in a different space. So right now I'm not too afraid of AI, but also one of the reasons I wanted to start the studio itself is so we have, we kind of own the means of production a little bit. Yeah. I think it's going to take quite a while for people shooting it in person in totality to be replaced. And I think it will go in phases. So it'll be like, short form, easy or creative content. I mean, we're seeing a lot of incredible stuff at the moment. That will be the first to go. Then like the more in details, maybe YouTube video, talking heads when you're more static. I think that might also go. And then eventually it'll be pretty much everything. But we have no idea how long that might take. It could be one of those moves way more quickly than we think in like a 3 to 5 year span, or it could be 10 to 20. Not quite sure.
It is interesting, right? Because we're also in a world where AI influencers are a thing now. They will continue to be a thing, right? And I think the commoditization of attention, the gathering of attention, is what marketers want, right? Yes. What we're talking about when we go into detail and we add value is the tactics and the nuance that comes with, like when we first met, we were talking about TikTok as an idea, right? Now, fast forward, 3-4 years?
Yeah, you'd be surprised how many people still haven't picked up on that one. Yeah.
But just for those who don't know who may be listening, right? Like, can you explain what you explained then, in layman's terms, the difference between a social graph and an information-based graph, or something which is more TikTokified in that respect?
In terms of how the algorithm works?
Yeah, the physical algorithm, how it works, and then how it also could have a knock-on effect to now what we're seeing in every single platform because of especially meta-based platforms right now. LinkedIn will do it. It hasn't still social-based really, but give it another 2 years, I expect it will go interest-based. YouTube Shorts is interest-based. TikTok is obviously, of course, interest-based, etc. What does that mean?
So
for the layman,
the easiest way to describe it is the TikTokification of the internet. So that's the starting point. TikTok came along. Let's say pandemic is where it really kicked off. We're all at home. This new app pops up. Oh, let's check it out. A lot of people didn't jump on it at first. That was very kind of still early, at least from a UK market point of view, very early on. At some point, everyone clocked onto the fact that TikTok pretty much has the best algorithm going for interest-based suggestions. I'd say even more better than YouTube in terms of how that works. So it then became extremely addictive. Every other platform caught on to that, realized we're going to get left behind in the interest-based economy. We have to get on that. So now every single platform has an interest-based video feed, and now pretty much main feed, especially the Meta suite, that's gone full interest-based. I think X/Twitter, that has gone interest-based. Blue Sky has remained solid in the fact that they, for following, I think that's part of their USP. Even LinkedIn now is going interest-based feed they're testing it a little bit on the main feed, but mostly on that kind of scrolling video. So it is unavoidable. And that has essentially created a very interesting thing where it's the social part has been removed from social media. It's gone. It is just media. And if your brand, or personal brand, or as a freelancer, you're not part of that interest-based economy where you're churning out stuff that will eventually get to the right person, you will be left behind a little bit in that. Overthinking quality, overthinking substance sometimes can hinder your attempts and testing to get to where you need to be. I'm always a proponent of scale, test fast. Even if you need to post quite a lot, figure out what works, where are your golden veins that you need to mine, and then start improving little by little the same way a creator would. Yeah. That's all I'm always looking at.
I think it's interesting, right? Because when we first got here, we were talking about the difference in scale versus perceived quality or quality, right? And I think that so many people worry about what is the judgment of X partner,
Yep.
friends, colleagues,
Yep.
so on, dog is equivalent, right? What are the, I'm going to spam them,
Yeah.
right? What I'm going to post too much is part of knowing what works. Volume, would you say?
Yeah, well, you need a certain amount of volume to test, and
At what point does it become spammy?
this will differ per platform, and some platforms is pretty much impossible to spam. So you got to think about user behavior. So if we take TikTok, 70% of content, I think, still, or probably more now, is digested on the For You page instead of the following. So people have to make an intentional step to head over to get everything in the chronological order of the people that they follow. That is where maybe all of your videos appear quite a lot, and you're like, okay, weird. But if not, it's just going out into the ocean. I see every kind of short form video you post is pretty much just taking a bucket of water and pouring it into the ocean at this point. Like, there is very little risk of it being seen a bajillion times. But that's when you get to a TikTok, Meta, Facebook point of view. If you're looking at something like LinkedIn, the algorithm is still early and it's still developing. So a lot of people might see the same thing. You'll notice on your LinkedIn that you'll still have the regulars engage first and often see it. They might get notifications if you engage with them regularly. And from that point, other people might see it based on if someone likes, comments, shares, because LinkedIn is quite good in the fact that someone comments, that might as well be a share. That's quite handy in terms of how that works. So per platform, it does change slightly. However, even someone with an extremely engaged following like me and you, we could probably post 3 videos a day and it won't bother anyone, or they might see one, they might see none, but they might see all 3 on Tuesday next week.
Yep.
You can't quite tell where that is at. So I'm of the opinion that you're never going to lose out by posting more often. What most likely is going to happen is someone's going to go, "Bloody hell, you're everywhere, mate." That's the place I want to be. I'd rather be top of mind and someone be slightly miffed. I'd rather take that risk.
I was going to say, because that's the main trap for me. Like, you're probably the 5th person, 6th person I've met this week in person.
Yep.
And every single one of them's first reaction when they first meet me is, "You're fucking everywhere."
That's the way.
Right?
Yeah.
And for me, I'm like, that means I'm doing something right.
Yeah, what an
because
incredible
it
advantage.
means you're seeing me. Now, it might not mean necessarily you're consuming 100% of that video, that one video.
Yes.
But then my heart isn't, "Oh my God, James didn't watch my whole video."
Yeah. Because ultimately, if you start knowing that, and especially that there is a massive silent lurkers user behavior on LinkedIn, I think goes underestimated. There is a large percentage, and I'm not sure the specific number, of people that watch video without sound that just kind of watch it without checking in.
Yep.
Now, if you don't click that video, I don't think it actually classes as an official like engagement. I think after a certain point in watch time, without kind of clicking the unmute button, that will then class as a view. But you'll have a lot of lurkers, which means your actual statistics won't show the true success of what you're doing. So this is where like you get into the debate between reach and impression numbers and which one you should really focus on. I'm quite focused on views at the moment. Views and watch time are basically the most essential KPIs now. But in terms of how you need to look at LinkedIn specifically, yeah, I think you just go nuts. But if you're going to make those slight improvements to really focus on the quality element, again, quality is subjective. For a lot of people, our content will be quality because we have good equipment, good knowledge. And a lot of people within our industry will look at quality as how good's the edit. What are the things that grab back attention? So there are nuances to the game, and it does depend on your audience. So I often just optimize for the silent watcher. Title that lingers for like the first 5 to 10 seconds, put the best bit at the front, and then let the rest of the story play out. Because you still got to manage your own resource. Even if you have a team behind you, they've still got to manage their resource. You can't do a full diary of a CEO trailer for everything. And often, if you're not already quite big or have a large following, we have catching up to do compared to others. So different spaces for different places.
I think, again, and it's one of those things where I think this should be a yes and not a yes or, right? So for me, I'm like, that's a good idea. Let's do that, and a podcast, and short form, and talks, and in-person events,
best, right?
and this, and that, and that, because I don't then worry or care about this specific video has got X amount of views. I have absolutely no interest, to be honest, in what that standalone video does. What my views are as a whole across Meta, across Instagram, across LinkedIn, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. As a whole.
Yep.
Specific video, don't care.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what's going to go well or hit. The only way you can do that is test it. right?
Test
And
it
something
and look at the
which
spikes on your graph.
Yeah, and something when you're specifically creating content around a targeted event like an in-person event or a service you're trying to sell, etc.
Yep.
A strategy that's worked for me in the past and will work now is put out a load of short form stuff, see what happens, see what works,
Yep.
and then media buy, ad, meta,
Yep.
placement, etc. against the stuff you already know works.
Yep.
Because you've already got the viewership, you've already got the metrics.
Yep.
And that way you're not then potentially wasting pounds or
figuring
dollars
out if it's a good ad
figuring out
principle.
going, is this good? Now, this is one of those things where you might want to tweak the copy slightly because it's an ad and not a post,
Yep.
etc. Things like that.
Yep.
But overall, it's going to work because you already know the creative's good, you know?
Absolutely.
And the thing is, for me, I think people, they use the I'm trying to create one polished video on LinkedIn as an excuse not to be working.
Yeah, because a lot of people will take that out. Again, this is where we come back to the personal psychology point. We know we're supposed to go to the gym. Do we all go all the time? Some people do. Most people don't. That's just the reality of it. It's Gary Vee that made the point originally. You know, social media is like going to the gym and eating healthily. We're going to relapse. We're going to mess up. We're not going to stay consistent all the time. We're going to have sprints where we kill it and then times where life happens.
Yeah.
Don't punish yourself for that. Kind of go with the flow. Do what you can do best. And this is what the testing allows you to do. Find what medium is the easiest for you to create and find most comfortable. Because I've noticed that I'm a big proponent of TikTok and its uses and how it works. In terms of me creating TikTok content, I'm actually quite bad at it. In terms of the pacing, in terms of how you need to deliver it, sometimes some of the memes and things like that, like I personally struggle. That's why we have a good team behind us. Whereas in a YouTube or podcast setting, I thrive, and I think that is sometimes a matter of age. Sometimes I'm 28, so I'm either the oldest Gen Z or the youngest millennial. So I'm right in that center point, depending on what blog you read. So, but I grew up with YouTubers, so that is how I often visualize and say my thoughts and verbalize them. And some people will talk as TikTok because, for example, if you got your phone out, the viral hook is as you're putting the phone down. Guys, the other day I did this, right? And they'll prop their phone down. Yeah. That is the telling the story or popping the phone down in the car or talking in the car or the quick flip up. This is stuff that is derived from TikTok and is done really well. And it's something you can learn, but it's not something that will come natural to you if it wasn't your first port of call almost. So you do have to adapt to where you're at. Once you test, once you get used to it, because you've got the barriers of editing, you'll hear yourself, you'll see yourself. We are so used to it at this point, it doesn't matter. But there was a point in time where we were like, oh my God.
Wait, I sound like that?
Yeah, literally.
What the fuck?
Literally. And now, for some reason, it sounds exactly the same to me. But before it sounded so different.
Yeah.
But there is that hurdle. So I'm very acutely aware, even in a B2B corporate setting at some of the largest companies, if I've got the challenge of bringing a video podcast in or video content, that person has to start from ground zero.
Yeah.
It does not matter how big that brand is. If we have to use someone,
but I deal with
internally-
£100 million deals, James.
Yeah, and then and I go, all right, tell me now, and I put
My math doesn't work. Who am I? What day is it?
Who are you? So it's hard, but you have to practice.
Yeah.
This is what a lot of brands do have some hubris around it. Like I'm a big brand, we can do whatever. Yeah, it depends on your presenter. Unless you're going to bring in a professional presenter and pay.
But again, should you, from a brand point of view? Because the whole point is I'm talking on camera, right?
You need
so
to
the
have
same
someone-
person who sells is the same person who's talking on camera.
Homegrown will always win, in my opinion. Homegrown, authentic, buzzword. Homegrown, authentic.
We like our buzzwords
We
today.
do. Homegrown, authentic, and just, I think, not tied to perfection is probably the best piece of advice I can give
Done
when
is
it
better
comes
than
to
perfect,
corporate
right?
content. Yeah, like something completely unedited, probably similar to how this podcast is going to be, flows nicely. You can tell it's genuine. Their corporate trust is at an all-time low as is. If you are going out with something ultra polished that's over the top, you brought a TV presenter in, good luck relating to anyone, right? It is that kind of equation. So yeah, factor that in. If you're the biggest brand or just starting, both people are kind of in the same place.
Yeah. And if you are starting, I think you'll pick up things, right? Like I've noticed, you may have noticed it in the show. I didn't piss around at the start.
No.
It was
you lose
bang,
people
this is who I am talking to, this is what's going on, bang, we're talking to James, cool, straight in, right? That's only because I'm used to doing long form content on YouTube. I've been doing it like 2 years, consistently for 2 years now.
Yeah, because a lot of people don't realise the first 10 seconds is the new thumbnail. That auto plays as soon as you hover over the video.
Yeah.
So if you don't get straight into it,
Well, you've lost someone, and I know how the YouTube algorithm will work in the respect to, right, if someone sits and watches this for 10 minutes and is interested in this conversation, they're gonna then be then the video, the big podcast will be served to a larger set of people, and then so on. That's how stuff goes viral, right? Same with short form, but on a more narrow basis. The key, I mean, like, okay, we're probably at the point where people, if they're going to click off, they're going to click off. Hey, happy days.
Yeah.
So let's give people a bit of a history lesson on you, right? I mean, when we first met, you were not running this. You were running what, from my understanding, was a basically fully serviced social media company that helped B2B brands think like careers.
Yes.
In Crux, right?
Yes.
Okay, what happened? How did you get here? How did you start there, and then how did you get here?
So it was really interesting. So the official journey was scroll all the way back, lockdown, I think 2021 or 2022, is somewhere in that range. We all start working from home. You know, weird day for us. We think we're going to be back next week. Oh boy, did we mess that one up. So we were there, and I realized that, you know, I felt like I was outgrowing the place I was at, to put it that way. And I was like, I could probably do this. So got an ad up on Fiverr, and for a month it kind of did nothing. Had no idea what I was doing. I came from an advertising marketing background, 4+ years in that, working in-house and agency side. So I had all of the knowledge to bring. It was just a case of how do I business? I had no idea. So that ad basically did nothing for like a month, and then suddenly it put me in this like featured creators section. So I had a lucky break there. Most people don't admit their luck, folks. That's how it happened. And then from there, I got my first client, and then got my second client through Fiverr. I got my third. That pretty much got me to a point where it was around what I was earning, and I just went, see ya, and then I took a risk from there. And then from there, it started to just me. One person, two person, three person, ended up kind of, as we're going along the scene, working with the likes of the University of Southampton, Barclays Eagle Labs, American Express, Global Business Travel, people like that, over that 4-year period, almost 5 years. And it grew very fast, very quick. Didn't know how to business. So from that point, it was a tricky thing to navigate. And eventually I was just like, this is also isn't making me happy. We grew way too fast. Way too much pressure, navigating contracts, chasing people who hadn't paid. It was that essentially, and overspending too. We had office space at the time, because I was in my head, and I think a lot of people's minds, we still had the path to return to normal. So I was spending a lot on hybrid office space to go, come in if you want, you don't have to, but we have a space where you can still be creative, we can collaborate. And then trying to figure out what that was, but that was lots of extra spending on, you know, mostly, you know, UK team. We had an overseas team as well, and helped facilitate both. So we had kind of a hybrid model, but in the end, there was a few kind of financial things we ran into in terms of contracts, things like that with large clients, and it pretty much it sunk the boat. But I then kind of took some time away, because it also happened at the same time as some personal losses. So I was very anti-work for like at least a year or two, I'd say. I was in the mindset of like, why do we do this? You know, reading Buddhist scripture, you know how it gets.
I'm going to go mountain, man.
Yeah, literally, I was just like, bro, I should be
I'm going to vibe out.
Yeah,
it's
I should
all
be
good.
out in the field. I was, you know, when you get into watching like Outdoor Boys on YouTube, and you're just like, oh.
Show me the jungle, man. Show me the jungle. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just like, dump me somewhere in the middle of nowhere. I know how to survive now. I watch your YouTube video.
I can make fire because I watched it on YouTube.
Man, make fire. So I was in that zone for ages. But then, you know, I rebranded, created a new agency with a different spin on it called Straw Hat Social. And
you need a straw hat, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. It's inspired by one of my favorite shows, One Piece. I absolutely love it. I kind of made Shogun up on the spot many years ago, so it didn't really have much personal meaning to me. But Straw Hat does. It's basically a show about pirates, and the kid who wants to be the king of the pirates. And it sounds simple, but it's one of the most complex and deeply layered shows in history. 7th best-selling piece of media ever in the entire world. So check out One Piece. So from there, it's a very different angle in terms of how I approach it. It's a bit more of an in-house agency model in terms of I do spend time at clients' offices at times. It's very involved in terms of more of a consultancy angle, because what I learned a lot of the time is most of the time there's other work to be done in the rest of the marketing cycle compared to when it was just social. So that is what Straw Hat is a little bit more. I'm still working on, I need to create a website still, all the taglines, all the rest of it. But then the next part of that was the podcast studio. And that has now been born from that journey of going. Often a lot of clients had financial troubles, especially some of the smaller ones. A lot of them needed content, but for us to produce it and for me to have a retainer good enough to support my team ended up being too chunky. And I was like, we just need a place where someone can come in, grab their stuff and go, but still have a good experience and get what they need. And it's guided by social first expertise. And that's how this was born. So that's the journey through and through. It's been really interesting.
And it's a really interesting space. And I'm kind of curious where it's going to be in a year to two, right?
Me too.
From what we discussed. But I think that leads on quite nicely to what is the missed opportunities right now in marketing? Because we're talking about like short form is good, but it's kind of 3 years old now. The idea of it is 3 years old.
Yeah, it's fairly commonplace at this point. I think a lot of brands know
even AI, using AI is kind of like 2-3 years, right?
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are so aware of it. I think there's multiple layers, so people are often overwhelmed by the amount of choices now. Even myself, I'm probably sat on, without no matter of a lie, about 150 clips odd that I have trouble distributing because of the time, alongside trying to do your regular duties and biz dev and all that kind of stuff. So sometimes you can hit a content surplus problem. So that's one, overwhelm. But there's also, I think things are undervalued. I don't think there's a silver bullet where like this is super underestimated, but I think because of the rise of TikTok and AI, I think YouTube is a seriously underrated platform. Because for brands especially, like my dream for Hampshire Podcast Studios is for it to be a full-blown vlog channel, podcast channel. I want it to feel like a living, breathing entity. And this is where the brand part comes in. Eventually, I want someone following me around, the team around as it grows, and just helping people out as much as humanly possible in the most authentic, easy way possible, by also doing what I do on a daily basis. I think that has a really nice ring to it. We love following bloggers. I think I'm lucky enough to, a lot of people do follow for my personality at times, and I can channel that big energy. So it's one of my unfair advantages. And again, a lot of people do have to tap into their unfair advantages, figure out what sticks, what works for them. But yeah, I think YouTube is just seriously underrated. I still think good usage of TikTok from a B2B channel point of view, underrated. And I think people need to just focus in on that platform and possibly looking at some new starters. Blue Sky, I think, especially if you're in the political space or if you're in the more thought leadership space, do open an account and start growing it, because that's new, fresh, fertile ground with the anti-Elon sentiment in the world at the moment. X kind of is very much transformed, as a lot of people know. So if you want a kind of non-toxic space, Blue Sky is where you need to be. I mean, Threads is Threads. For me, it's a bit of a non-starter. Most people just dual post across both from Instagram to Threads. So yeah, I think having some kind of home base and making it feel living and breathing is where I want to be at, because that's the part that you couldn't replicate that. I mean, you'd have to go through years and years of stuff and spend lots of time dedicating to prompt engineering to really get almost a sitcom. And this is how I explain this to a lot of big brands. Like, there's so much interwoven intricacies in brands that grow so big. The best example I could possibly give is the Goat Agency. They were like the king of pioneering vlogs, and they still do them to this day. That company probably has the best set of advertising for what work culture is like at Goat. I want to create that at some point and then distribute them through the short form channels, LinkedIn, TikTok, YouTube Shorts, all of them, because that it's like a home base, a secondary to your website. Yep. And that's where I want to be at, and where I think it's kind of undervalued.
But you're also building that parasocial relationship, right? Like 95% of the reason why I have good relationships is actually nothing to do with how much time I spend with you personally, right here, sat here today.
Yep.
It's actually how much do we spend interconnected with each other's content, right? And ensuring potentially there's value being added or not. And actually, in an interest-based world, it's even easier. Because if I don't like what you're saying, I won't get served it. Sorry, I'm just not going to. No. It's not going to happen. Yeah. Right?
Yeah. It's the same. It's like, so there's a couple of rules I introduced with that. Does it go through the Holy Trinity? Does it educate, inspire, or entertain? If it's not one of those three, don't bother. People's time, they'll be gone. And then the second one, act as the audience. Yeah. But you gotta be so brutal about your stuff. Like, would I have been hooked? Would I have scrolled? You got around 2-3 seconds max. We're looking at organic. You have to be better ultimately, and just post.
But you don't have to be better straight away.
Oh God, no.
Right, that's I think the key there, because I think when you say that, people will be like, "Oh fuck it, why do I even bother?"
You can your quality can be shite and your content can be shite, but you can still get really good at hooks.
Yeah. But don't underestimate what you can do on a phone.
Yeah, we specifically basically only use vlogging cameras because one, it's like for client stuff, because we only make social content usually, it's that perfect middle ground between high-end premium or like cinema line cameras and slightly better than a phone, so you can tell it's like made for purpose for a certain piece of content and has that slightly uplifted thing. Because sometimes you go too far, if the camera's quality is too nice, sometimes people think it's an ad.
Yeah.
And I think that is a very subconscious, like you're trained to scroll really quickly.
Yeah, the only time I would say that that's not true is if you're selling video production.
Big time.
Right,
Well,
if
yeah,
you're
it's
selling,
sector
if your
dependent.
product is this is how good it sounds. Right, you can have off days, you can have bad environments, etc. Whatever. The value of the content is what actually matters at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But on an average, if you're selling something that looks and sounds good, every video should look and fucking sound good.
Yeah, definitely an exception for your business.
You know,
I
excluding that, absolutely doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite success stories from when we were doing work is we worked with a company called Skill Scaffolding, shout out to Skill Scaffolding, who wanted help starting their TikTok up. And what we did was kind of mic up the boys and did it in a vlog style. They just explained what they were doing, out and about on jobs. We did a tour around the site. Mate, I think we got millions of views from that. It was in the first 3 months. Like there was a real appetite for industries that you wouldn't think so. Construction, massive. If there is a construction company out there listening right now, you need a TikTok account, you need a YouTube account, you need to go hard. I couldn't believe how much people were like, because it basically is all the boys that got home from work, like, oh, is he using a fucking 380D, or like, yeah, you can't be doing that, you got to wrap this up different way. So there was the positives and the negatives of like going, oh, I would have done it that way. But there was this, like, again, that parasocial relationship there, even from the actions they were taking, because they were like, I do that at work too. That representation of something they didn't see before, I think is massive. And I think a lot of companies, I think they're too boring to do stuff like that. Are probably
I can't do
the
that. I'm an
companies-
accountant, James.
I think the accountants could absolutely do it. Like, it would be so funny to have like a funny accountants podcast or like just a vlog at the accountant's office. And the whole hook is, I'm going to prove to you that accountants aren't boring. And then you just show the work day.
I remember that I did a strategic session with a networking group that unfortunately doesn't exist anymore. But the point was, an accountant asked me, how do I do hooks? And I said, think about worst case scenario, someone gets their books wrong. What's going to happen?
Yeah.
And the hook ended up being like, if your books are shit, your business is going under.
Yeah. And this is
then they went into the whatever, right? But it's like you have to grab the attention straight away. It's like, fuck, shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think a lot of people, here's the personal psychology thing again, you resist that immediately because you don't want to come across as spammy or clickbait or think you're trying to over dramatize the situation. There is something in the this is why the Americans paved the way first in terms of content output, and then we adopt it later once we see it works, because one, we're just a skeptical nation, but two, we're all a bit too frightfully to make all that fuss.
Oh, but we also want to speak like this and be stubborn off lip and not swear on camera, don't you know?
Can't do that.
No.
Whereas the people that do,
Meanwhile, in America, Gary's screaming on the stage, for example.
yeah,
right?
exactly, and he's killed it that way for years. But I think there's an aversion to hooks sometimes because you're worried about perception, even on the brand level, which is really interesting. So there is a removal we need to do of that, and hooks / clickbait is okay as long as you actually deliver. If it's, I'm gonna get you 1 million followers right now, and then it's just bullshit advice, that is bad clickbait. But if we...
And also it doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, so to give an example from this podcast, if we were doing, here's how my business completely went under, cut to black, and then I just told the story I did before. But that was the hook that made it dramatic enough to stick around. And that is what we need to focus on, essentially. But you still need to deliver in some way or form.
I mean, the next thing I was going to ask you is about like fear related to AI, fear related, but I think it's actually about fear of being replaced in content or in jobs in general. I mean, do you see, in the people you speak to, your circles, etc., do you see people scared of AI? Are people like, okay, we're game over here, boys?
Yeah, a little bit. I think especially when it comes to, because you can kind of see what's on the chopping block first a little bit in terms of, one, there's company memos going out all over the place. I think the Shopify CEO was like, before we put any new hires out, double check that an AI agent can't do this. So from a leadership level, there is definitely a ruthlessness that is kind of starting a little bit, where cost cutting is becoming the norm, especially in the economy we're in. It's a very risky place to be. So there's a political sentiment and like a fear-based sentiment from the top. So that's not good. The leadership shouldn't be thinking that way in general. It should be to enhance every employee, not to replace employee or new hires. So that's a start from large companies that contribute. The second point is looking at, you can tell some areas are getting good fast. For instance, creating fantasy content from scratch with video. Is Google's tool VO? Is it? I'm not sure.
VO3. I
VO3.
believe, yeah.
I've been entranced with watching like the Yeti and Bigfoot vlogs on TikTok, which sound insane, but like I've never seen. I watched one the other day where Bigfoot was working for the cartel, like dropping drugs in the rainforest, and it's just like we are here, and they are really funny.
But you don't sit there and go, "Well, that happened. That's real," because it's Bigfoot dropping drugs in a
and I think
jungle, right?
I think that's why it's fairly accepted, because like it's received really positively, because it's a whole fantasy thing. It's clearly AI labeled, and it's using AI in a way that's funny and not scary. But if you try to then, let's say if you took an audio podcast and then transcribed this but put us in a fake studio and everything else like that, I don't think that'd be received very well at all, because that is just a perceived thing of, right, you've removed the cameraman, you've removed this, you remove that, you're cutting the humanity out of a humanizing process. So I think there's a way you use it can help.
Well, we already watched this happen. I can't remember which YouTube it was, but there was a Minecraft YouTuber who was like, "I'm going to AI myself, and I'm going to make everything AI," and his entire audience turned on him.
Yeah.
The long and the short of that story was the entire audience turned on him.
We're not in a place societally where it's like super accepted right now. Like there are certain ways they're accepted, in some ways that aren't, and sometimes you can't actually tell where that is going to fall. And if you're a brand that's just doing nothing but trying to AI everything, whether that's individuals, like I had a studio tour, for instance. I like to take pictures with the people that come down. I forgot to take a selfie with a guy, and I was like, "Could you send me a picture of you?" And I'm just gonna like do a cartoon version, and say, "I fucked up. AI came to help us though, and here's a picture of us together." And that'll be my saving grace. And that's fine, because it's just a little helping hand, as opposed to, it's not like I could have sent that to a designer or a Photoshopper and they would have made that happen, because the pictures would have been clearly Photoshopped and weird. So it's a different use case. So if you can see it's helping someone as opposed to replacing someone, I think that's where the sentiment changes. But graphic design is what scares me. For what comes first, I guess. That's getting scarily good fast, even better than the video side.
Yeah.
In terms of prompt engineering, if you can get that right, it's like, ooh, that's a bit mad. But I mainly worry for entry level positions, because a lot of the things you have to learn, a lot of the grunt work you do would be the base level edits, will be your standard graphics. It'll be like, that's where you learn your trade, and that's what worries me, because I know that big companies will try and cut that out fast.
But is there the counter argument, I guess, to that is, you could be valuable to a company that isn't leveraging AI by teaching them how to use AI to do that thing.
Absolutely. There is, chaos is a ladder. There is an abundance of opportunity that comes from this uncertainty, this change and all that stuff. But this depends on whether you're looking at it from an individual solution or a societal solution. I'm always looking at it from, I could probably spin up a course tomorrow talking about how we can introduce it to your business, and this is how you don't get left behind and all this. Morally, for me, I'm like, I can't do that, because I want to look at the societal solution of how do we get AI to help us and not replace people that sometimes you just want a job. Like, I don't want to have to live in a world where we all have to be bombastic entrepreneurs and hustlers, because it is not feasible to live in a society where everyone does that. No. There was a fascinating podcast, Diver CEO, the debate between a guy called Gary Stevenson and Daniel Priestley. I respect both equally, but you could tell they were talking past each other. One guy's talking about a solution for the individual, the other one's talking about a solution for society. And I think we do need to find a middle ground, because ultimately everyone's got to look after themselves. If we go too far in the realms of rugged individualism, we leave everyone who's vulnerable behind. And I think there is a place where we can move forward and do this right. But this is what's interesting. What will happen is America and probably China will pave the way in a massive way for AI development. And typically what's happened so far, the EU in general, will then regulate the advancements that come from those two areas. That's typically its role. It's not really a powerhouse in terms of AI and technology, but what it does, it knows how to make rules right, GDPR, other stuff like that, and it kind of reins in rampant innovation, because otherwise people get left behind.
And I think there's so much you could go into on that, but I think the main thing is like self accountability related to your own actions, right? Like, it's interesting because obviously when I've been starting the podcast and doing the research on the show, what I want to do with it, etc. But like, even in the podcast I filmed this morning with Jack, we were talking about the fact that the economy is in a bad place, which is really weird for me to hear, to be honest. And this is going to sound really horrible, because I'm doing better than ever in respect to like commercial work. But is that because I'm self-action and I took an audit of what I was doing last year when things were harder? Like, it's not like, oh, I'm fucking immune to it. Last year was shit, right? And it was like, do I get to a position where I did my audit, I redid all my marketing, I redid all my structure, I fill in all the gap times, and then I'm very focused on client delivery?
Yeah.
Is that why? Because I'm 100% account. Like, I don't. Yes, you need to know what's going on in the news, but I'm not sat here going, Rachel Weezer said this. Like, we're speaking about this.
It'd be easy to use that as a
on
crutch.
the day that her Spriggs statement is happening. I've got no idea what it said.
Yeah.
It's probably happened. I've no idea.
Yeah.
I've been too busy working.
There's a spending review today.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But I know it's today.
Yeah.
I've got no idea what was said.
Yeah.
What? Because I've been working all day.
Yeah, same here. I only got to hear a little bit of the preamble before she actually kicked off, but there is a fine balance, and I think it might be industry dependent when we look at it. So industries like ours, you can look at it in two ways. Usually, first thing they cut is marketing. The smart companies don't. When everyone brings their marketing down, you ramp up. That depends on if that company has resource or not. And if you're talking to that company, that's the right mindset. So there's that. The second thing is, it is also, everything's down to the individual. Obviously, the pandemic was an awful time economically. I came up during that. That was my ladder. I was born in the dark, raised by it. So I completely get where you're coming from in terms of, right, yeah, fuck it. If there's chaos going around everywhere, I'm just going to take advantage of everything. But
I think you just need to focus. I don't think it's just as simple
for
as
business owners,
like you just need to focus on what the fuck
freelancers,
has worked and what the fuck you think is going to work, and then just get your head down, right? Stop getting heady or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
In XYZ person said this, or Donald's done this, or the PM's
Honestly,
done this, or
the news cycle
so on.
Is so draining at this point. It is. For most people's own sanity, and I'm super clued into the politics and news and all that stuff, it's almost impossible to keep up with America at the moment. And obviously that affects the world, unfortunately. The UK is a little bit more stable, but just not moving very fast. So, but I think the easiest way to describe it is like, I think the motorcyclists have a term for it when they get focused on the big truck that's next to them. If they stare at the truck, they will subconsciously get closer and turn into it. They're like, no. Even though they could just like not go that way, but like it's like their hands make it. It's like when you're supposed to look where you're throwing the ball and things like that. So for business owners, freelancers, everyone that has like the agency over what they can do, I think that they need to focus and really kind of hone in and, like you say, just like blinders on. I don't care what's happening. The work is falling down around me. I'm going to make this money. That's the opportunity we have. But then the socialist in me kicks in, where I just want the people that just want a job to be able to have a job, be stable, be happy, without having to be like, mega AI improvements, I'm going to upload your business. Because some people, we need the world to go around with people that just do jobs.
Yeah, but you can call it like the people who clean the cars or clean the office or clean the shop or whatever, there needs to be those people.
Yeah.
But I think people who are willing to be that extra level, right, they should, right? And I think it's important if you can right now, if you're in a functional position where you can push forward, you can. Financially, you can. Energy, you can. Fires me up, right? Something I've noticed as I start doing podcasts and other things is I'm less focused on where the business is. Now you'd be like, but that doesn't make it like that, so on. But with financial planning, I know that I'm fine regardless. Yeah. And actually, I'm like, okay, cool, but actually I'm then winning more work because of that.
Yeah,
which is a really weird concept,
It's very similar. The biggest learning I had from when the business started to go down on my side was my lead tap almost entirely turned off when I stopped focusing on social. Social was my main pipeline. Inbound was our main pipeline. We weren't. It's not like we had like mega website inquiries or anything like that. That was my lifeblood. But what happened was, subconsciously, I was like, we've grown to a point now. Bigger companies don't bother with all this social media. Like, maybe I can just calm down a little bit. Ironic enough, considering what I did. But I was like, I almost sat in this complacency of they'll come to us now. I'd have to try as hard.
Would it be fair to say your ego got in the way?
A little bit, yeah, I think so. But also there was
we're big enough now. Look at us.
Yeah, it was also a point where I think there was not a safety in numbers thing, but we had a fairly good sized team that I was like, we are one of those stable proper companies now. Like it felt like we had like a, when you feel like an institution can't go down or anything like that. So there was a little bit of that, but also because of all the growth and growing pains, there was so many fires I had to put out individually.
Yeah.
It just took my eye off the ball. It also drained a lot of my energy, so I couldn't really refocus back on. I couldn't bring that same enthusiasm. The ideas used to come to my head. That was almost taken from me by the stress of a growing organization.
Yeah.
And I think, again, it's probably another problem that people might be facing that isn't talked about enough. But ultimately, like all of that combined, it made me deprioritize social. And that was essentially the start of the death of 1,000 cuts. So, yeah, social is important, folks. Don't be like me. But we're okay now. It's good.
It's, I think in that respect, and I think to an extent, it's also about understanding where you are, right? If you don't want to grow and you're happy where you are, then yes, you should still do social. But it should be less of a priority if you're trying to scale.
If you don't want to grow, you should focus on social even more, because you just that pipeline. You want it stuck there for whenever you need something. Just pluck something out of it, like a box of toys.
And also, you don't know what projects are going to come from those connections, from those ideas, from those things. Nearly everything that I do now has come from a pipe idea that has happened while I'm asleep, while I'm there. The concept of the new format of the show. It will sometimes be remote, sometimes hybrid, sometimes on location, etc. That came from downtime. That came from me thinking, right, okay, I'm doing this on social, I'm good with this, but what about this?
Yeah.
The same with the AI workshop. And the content creation workshop I'm working on at the moment, right? Same thing. It's like, okay, cool, that makes sense. There's demand for that potentially, right? Needs marketing, cool, fab, cool. And the same thing, and I know you want to talk a little bit about live streaming. Where's live streaming fit into this, Dan?
Live streaming is really interesting. So I'm always a proponent of looking at creator economies. So creator economy in general is essentially, where are all the platforms right now where people are making a living from? Where's a lot of the content coming from? Where's a lot of the trends starting? All that stuff. So it's so important to find what's happening right now. YouTube and TikTok essentially had dominated for a long time. Twitch has basically come out of nowhere, and a lot of people do stream on different platforms, but Twitch is the most important one. Live streamers, I think in general, have replaced YouTubers as the main go-tos, because what's happening is, in Gen Z circles anyway, what's happened is, you've got Kai Cenat, iShowSpeed, Drewski, all these people that are like more often creating content via live stream. They have so much more content they're able to distribute. They started dominating the airwaves, very similar to how podcasters dominate the airwaves via clip distribution. They started winning the war of attribution in regards to kind of just like getting clips out there here and there, and in interest-based content. So,
but they have that huge file of long form to be able to then.
These people stream 8 hours a day.
That's what I mean.
If you look at political streamers like Hassan Piker, he literally streams 8 hours a day, Monday to Saturday. Like, it's an insane amount of content. He's giving takes constantly. Every piece of news that happens live, he's staring at the computer, essentially waiting for the next headline to come through so he can give a take. He has full thing. So,
but then his editing team, which is important to mention, will then have that clip on YouTube within like 2 hours, whilst he's still streaming.
Within a couple of, so he's really unique in the fact that obviously he's a left wing, almost socialist creator. He opens the door, so he has no copyright on his content. So he allows other people to use his content and monetize their YouTube channels without striking them. So he has a content economy where everyone makes stuff for him. Yeah. He has his own channel where he monetizes and things like that, but his channel is often 1 or 2 days late. There are a multitude of clip channels that get stuff in while he's still live. It'll come out within the hour, and it will just take that 10-minute segment or that 40-minute segment. It's incredible the speed in which those people work, because they make a living off of Hassan making a living. Yeah. So it was fascinating to see how this happened. But Twitch streamers have become like the front end of like the social cultural zeitgeist, to use a weird term. So ultimately, follow what they're doing. And I think the first few brands that get serious about live streaming, and I think brands like, we've seen Foot Asylum, for instance, lead the way in terms of YouTube channels. If they can find a way to do Twitch, even B2B brands, like, my dream would be to like live stream entire studio days, to be able to stream other people's podcasts if they were comfortable with it, to show what they could do through my channels, to kind of always be sharing the love in that sense. You would be able to see such an awesome mix of different things. Each industry, some industries won't be able to do it, some can, but I think if they're the first to market, there is a rare opportunity there to be taken seriously in that space, because Twitch has only been for like gaming for a while. Let's Chat style stuff has become more and more popular. That is now the most popular thing. It's less gaming and more essentially completely universal.
Do you think that the TikTok live shopping experience is also going to be a game changer in the next 10 years?
They are going hard on that. I keep getting ads for webinars to become like kind of a TikTok live agency because they're trying to bring other people into the fold. It's really interesting. It's something we're considering for the studio to have almost a live shopping zone or to figure out how to kind of do that properly. We have sets for it, but there's a certain kind of aesthetic and way to do it. Live shopping is becoming crazy. TikTok shopping sells insane amounts, without considering potential bans. At least in the UK, that's nowhere near anything. In the States, I don't think they'll ever ban it because Trump gets too many headlines from TikTok and too many views. So I think he'll leave it the way it is. So I think, again, it's a serious for e-com brands, serious business. Even just lives in general, even if you're not selling, TikTok lives and lives in general is so important. Like there's people that, again, make a living off TikTok live just by we've all seen have you seen the TikTok NPCs? Yeah, so people pretended to be different characters, or every time someone sends them a little emoji, they go, wow, emoji, thank you. And they act like robots for hours and hours, but they make ungodly amounts of money from it.
But surely insane. Linking back to AI, that will be commoditized by AI. Possibly. Or is it because it's actual person being aware? Is that the commoditized point?
At least for the NPC non-playable characters. For the non-playable character streamers, the whole point of it is the novelty of you're making a human being dance like a monkey.
Right. Okay.
Essentially, because you make them
here
say
have a peanut.
Stuff.
Here have a peanut. Okay.
Yeah. People are sat there donating £1, £2, £3, £4, £5, £10 just to make him do stupid shit.
Yeah.
Which is a very dystopian place to be, but that is.
It reminds me of a Black Mirror event somewhere. There's got to be an episode like that somewhere. But yeah, no, absolutely.
It will happen because currently there are certain creators who are pretending to be robot AIs. Before that's available, if that makes sense. Yeah. So they're in full cyberpunk cosplay, and they're going donation, thank you, and but they're acting like they're not real. So once that happens, it's going to be easy. But I think when people look at this, they go, AI is going to just replace all of these creators. I think there will be a bigger pushback than you think in terms of people going, this ain't a person, I don't give a shit. And that will happen for a long time. Yeah. And there'll be, similar to how we get ads and spam, I think a big portion of AI content will be treated as such, as essentially slop. And then from that point, it will kind of develop from there.
Yeah, I think it's a really important point. I mean, obviously we don't know, right? AI is changing every day, etc. Right? We'll see what the market chooses, because that's who we'll ultimately choose, will be the market, right?
Yes.
But as a final point to potentially wrap up on, if you could talk to yourself 10 years ago, right? So you're 18, roughly, 17, 18.
Yeah.
What advice would you give?
Oh, that's a very interesting one. Is it
with what you know now?
Am I back in that time? So apart from telling myself lottery numbers and what to invest in, is it more, or am I if I'm 18 today?
Today, sure, why not?
Okay, because that changes the advice. I think,
if you were 18 today, so you could gain 10 years, what would you say to yourself? But also, you have none of the network that you have gained in the 10 years. You don't have the resources. You don't have the understanding. You have you have basically been reset, but it's today.
Yes.
So you get given 10 years, but you've also reset everything you gained in the last 10 years as well.
I think it's really interesting because I know myself, and I don't listen to advice. Whenever someone else tells me to do something, I kind of do the opposite. It's a very ADHD thing to do. But I think the important thing to say is consistency. I bang on about social constantly. It's what I do for a living. If I'd have been more consistent with my own content, I think I'd be in a very different place. Specifically focusing on platforms that will make me money. Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, all that kind of stuff, and honing in and making sure that being a creator is part of a business model and a part of an overall personal brand. Like we talked about before, personal brand is going to become so important. Some people say LinkedIn profiles will end up replacing CVs altogether because if anyone's ever done recent job applications, it's awful. It's very much how you get around it and get knowledgeable and letting the people know who you are. It's all going to be knowing who you are. So the game of contacts and Black Book has evolved to online. So if you're starting with no contacts today, it's probably the best point in time you could ever start for that kind of thing. But you have to have a clear strategy and try and conquer the fear of feeling like you don't know enough straight away. You can learn so much from the resources we have available on YouTube and things like that. Not to say you can become an expert, but you can learn enough to help someone else off your own back via online courses, YouTube channels, pretty much immediately. And all you have to do is just try and help people, no matter what industry you're in. As long as you're earnestly and authentically trying to help people, you can kind of never go wrong. So you just mix authentically helping people with consistency. You'll be in a brilliant place given a little bit of time. So that's what I tell myself, just stay consistent instead of being on and off again.
Thank you for the time, James.
No worries. Thank you for having me, mate. Appreciate it.
Do you want to shout anything out before we go?
I suppose I do. Come down and use Hampshire Podcast Studios. It is a plug-and-play solution for entrepreneurs, businesses, and creators to create video podcasts, YouTube channels, pretty much anything you need. Unboxing videos, reaction videos, live streams. We pretty much got it all set up for anything. So if you're in the Hampshire area, you know you need to make content, come down, we'll have a cup of tea, we'll kind of plan out what you need to make, and essentially you can use this as a plug-and-play solution, or we can help you kind of manage the whole thing end to end. So if you need any help, create some content, come on down and let's get some stuff done.
Thank you ever so much for joining me, ladies and gents. I hope you took value from mine and James's conversation. We're going to leave it there. I'll be back very, very soon with a brand new podcast. Who knows where I'm going to be? I might be in Southampton, might be in London, might be somewhere completely different or digitally. I'll see you very, very soon. Thank you ever so much for coming back and joining me. And take care. Hello, my friends. Hope you're well. Welcome to a new style of podcast. I'm not really sure how this one's going to go. Today we're going to be interviewing my barber, Soren.
Hi, guys.
And we're going to be talking about his career a little bit, and we're going to talk while he cuts my hair, which I thought would be interesting. So for those who don't know you, Soren, how did you get started in hairdressing, barbering, however you want to...
Short or long story? How you prefer? Long story. Okay. All right, the longer, yeah. Where should I start? When I was young, my dad used to cut my hair. Actually, it was no cutting, it was more savaging my hair. And one day I said to my dad, "We're gonna be a day when I will cut your hair and I will treat you the same you did." And he said he was laughing, and it was just a dream of mine to be a hairdresser for a long, long, long time. To a point when I was around 35, when I decided to be a hairdresser, and I've done it.
That was, because for those, I mean, it's known in an industry, I think, well, I mean, we'll get into the business side of it after, like, later, I'm sure, but, like, a lot of it is very training-led. I mean, how is that process for those who maybe don't know?
It's a little bit more complicated, to be honest with you. So if you want to be an apprentice, it's a long time. Mm-hmm. To simplify this one, is better to the private academy, which is a little bit shorter but more intense. So when I decided to be a hairdresser, was a spark, and something came inside me when I decided to be a hairdresser, and that was happening in 2018.
Okay.
When my wife was in a hairdresser. And I was waiting there for hours, and I feel I was connected with in this industry, especially when, as I said, I'm going back to when I started, my dad used to cut my hair, and I used to hate it, and I used to use one of that clippers when you do it with your hands, it was not cutting, it was more pulling. That's why I was hating much, and I was crying, and I was lock me with shut up and stay to cut your hair. And to a point when my dad bought an electric clipper, and he was still doing my hair, and I was begging to go to a barber and have a proper haircut. My dad said, "No, you're fine," and everything. And when my friends used to go to barbers, I always go with them and I look what they've done, and I start replicating things at home on my own hair. To a point when friends asked me, "Who cut your hair?" And I said, "Myself." And they said, "Okay, can you do something that to me?" I said, "All right, let's give a go." So then I think I was 15, 16, something like that, when I start cutting my own hair and I start cutting friends' hair. Money was nothing, it's just peanuts. But I used to love it. I used to enjoy it. Doesn't matter how nervous I was. When I was cutting hair, I would find it relaxed. And that was one of my passion. starts to be a passion for me. I want to be a hairdresser, I want to be a barber. But my dad said in that time, I think you should do something more man job, not being a hairdresser. And I postponed all this hobby or this passion because, you know, I was living under my parents' roof, so I have to do what they thought would be better for me. And back to when I was 38, I said to my wife, okay, I want to be a hairdresser. And then I start looking online, what's the best do, and the best option is to do private in London, and where the journey started. I paid the deposit and I start traveling to London for 32 weeks, learning how to cut hair.
Do you think there's a stigma? Because you mentioned, like, obviously, like, your dad was very, sort of traditional in the respect of, like, you need to do a manually job, right? Do you think there's I guess in some ways, a stigma around, like, you need to be a woman to do hairdressing?
No, it wasn't about that. No. It's not a man job. I think down there it was more women's cutting hair than gents.
Okay.
But he thought it's not a career. You can't make success. Be an electrician. Be a plumber.
So he was concerned that it wouldn't necessarily.
Yeah.
Have fruit to the labour, so to speak.
Yes. Something like that.
And then, so you go to London.
So I booked online. I've done the Tony and Guy 32 weeks non-stop to London academy.
Yeah.
And I was traveling Monday to Friday.
So how did you find it? Because I think people who are maybe looking to get into into hairdressing, into barbering, etc., like, was it a side job? Like, did you book it all up before? Like, how does that, like, because it's not cheap, right?
It's not at all. It's not. No, it's quite expensive. You have to think about. You have the cost of living for 32 weeks, almost 6 months. Yeah, in top of that is the travel to London, trains, food, and everything. So I had savings. All my savings went to London. So
okay, which was previously from other jobs.
Previously from other jobs. So all my savings, instead of buying a house or have a deposit for a house, all my money went to London. Could be a gamble. You know, you take a gamble. You can go, and maybe you don't like it. You're not enjoying. But soon you pay the deposit, it was non-refundable. And I went and I found it fantastic, quite exciting. But it was hard, you know, because every day was traveling from 6:45 in London, come back 8 o'clock, 7:50, 8:20, 9:20. Sometimes depends on the models, depends on the lots of jobs that you had to do. On cuts wasn't so difficult. When we start color, it was a little bit more difficult. It was not a time frame we have to finish. When we start doing ladies or gents, you accordingly had about 3 hours to finish a model, but after that was...
And did they teach you, like, the business side of, like, running a salon and, like, run it and how to make money?
No. It was like a beginning.
This is how you cut?
Yeah, so just the beginning, you know. Or how to start with the customer and everything. Everything on the beginning for a few weeks was more theory, all right? And then you had to do the test to make sure you understand the theory and everything, how it works. And soon you finish a test, an MVQ level, then you've been able to work in the blocks, doll's heads. And soon you do that, then you'll be able to start.
And then you move on to models,
the model, Okay. So it was a process you have to follow. So if you stuck on one of the questionnaires or on the courses, you can pass. You're not allowed to go back to cut. All right. So you have to do theory first, practice. You soon the practice on the doll. You're confident to cut. Then you can have a real model. Otherwise, was a little bit more.
Is there in some ways I would say like an over risk, like you're concerned, like, because like what if you get it wrong right when you're learning, like on a real model, right? Because if you get it wrong on a head, it's like, okay, it is what it is, right?
But you have to be confident when the teacher, they are watching you all the time. If you're not confident in a doll, then we're not going to put you in a real model.
Okay.
So you're not going to have one. But everything will start with the basic.
Yep. And then you build up from there.
Yeah, you build
Okay.
up. Yeah.
So
Every customer had a consultation first time with you. You discuss about what the achievements and everything, and then you go back and proceed. And 99% the teacher was behind you. If you do something wrong, they will stop you. But everything was in section. You finish a section, then you can come and check.
Yeah.
Then you move forward and forward and forward. That's why most of the models down there, they've been allowed for 3 hours. They have to understand we are cutting, we are learning to cut, and all this.
Yeah.
Okay.
How did you then transition from like the practicalities of like, let's use another example, like I know how to use a camera or I know how to be a tradesman or etc. to then like actually making a functional business? Because I think so many people, they maybe love something, like,
Okay.
Maybe hairdressing or etc. But they don't know how to, like, when is the best time to make that leap? How is the best time to make that leap? And then like, where did you learn it? Right? Did you learn it, or was it practical on the job, or like etc.?
Everything was in there, and you have different models, different heads, you know, which they want to achieve something. Always is not you do a model, you tick a box, that's it. You can do that haircut. Always you have a challenge, right?
But when it
And
came to the functional parts of actually like operating the business.
that was a bit harder. You have to. After I finished academy, I started working in a salon to see how is the salon environment. So instead of 3 hours being in academy, you are 50 minutes or 1 hour in a salon.
Yeah.
And then you don't have time much to chat the way you're doing now. You have just chatting, consultation, quick wash, start cutting, blow dry, and next customer was coming. So you learn a little bit from mistakes, but if you always, when you start something, you know what you can achieve is based on consultation, how you talk with the customers, what the achievement, they know how to focus. You have to be careful about lots of factors about hair. It's not all the cuts will gonna be for everyone, you know. You have to tailor-made for everything. You learn the basics of 12, 16 haircuts, then you can multiply them to anyone. And you tailor-made every haircut different for different customers. Okay?
And when, I mean, so I suppose the traditional path is you get hired by a salon. Is that the career goal for like a lot of hairdressers, or is it more?
No, that's when
I'm going to be self-employed and then I'm going to be a business owner myself.
No, when you finish the academy doesn't provide you a job. May ask you to stay in London to work for them. You might do being a freelance, or you can go in your local area and you ask someone to employ you.
Yeah.
But most of them, they refuse to take you as a newbie because you don't have salon experience. So I've been 1 year in Basingstoke. I learned in the salon, how is the salon environment. I used to do cuts, color and everything. And to work for them, they want more intense courses. So every week I was going 1 day in London for more practice, and when I was ready for a Brunton, this more advanced course, they sent me in London, and I spent another 7 weeks learning and speed up and find your own models and so on and so on. So it was a little bit different. When you private, they give it to you, the models. When you go to advanced levels, you have to find models requiring the cuts you have to do. So you have to start from everything from begin, but more advanced, more speed, more knowledge. The teacher, the directors there, they don't get involved as much. They have just tiny bit conversation with the customer, but you have to focus. And in the end, when you said I'm done, they're going to come check everything.
And double check. Okay,
And the customer to be happy, make sure. And if everything is perfect, you have a tick in the box. If it's not, you have to retake. But all the time you have to make sure is a practice and exam, practice exam. So you have to have at least 2 models minimum for 1 haircut. So you have to do minimum, I reckon, 12 haircuts mandatory to have level 4, NVQ level 4. But if you have distinction, you have to do another 2 or 3, which was the hardest haircuts to do. And you had to, again, practice and then remodel, which was quite hard to find them.
When you're done with like the learning, the tangible stuff, so you've got your MVQ or whatever you're going for.
Yeah.
How did you then look to like rent a chair from a salon?
No. I went straight in Basingstoke.
Employed?
No. I was an employee for another almost a year in Basingstoke.
Okay.
So I had to find out how is the salon environment, how is the cuts, how is to with the customer. You don't have, if you make a mistake, you have to correct it. You have to do this. You don't have anyone to watch you. No one to be, behind you to say, okay, hold on a second, why are you doing that instead of doing that? So I learned that, I practiced a little bit, and then they've been sending me to more advanced courses. And when I achieved the level 4, I was ready to a salon with the different prices. And
what made you like want to then become your own business owner, right? Because I think most people, when they look at hairdressing, they get their MVQ or etc., they get their qualification, and then they want to be employed by a salon. Do you see the future of the industry being more business owner orientated?
I started renting a chair to begin with, which I found it quite hard because most of the salons in Salisbury and probably all over, you have a little bit of, gaps. You can do this, which days you want to come. And in my point, I want to rent it as a monthly chair or weekly chair when I can have access every time. But most of them, they want specific days, and then you have to pay for that. So it was hard, to rent a chair, the cost of renting a chair, and you have to be in the time frame and everything. Sometimes the hardest part was when the customer, they didn't turn up to the appointments, but you still rented the chair, you have to pay for it. Doesn't matter you earn or not, you have to pay. That was the difficulty. And to a point when I found everything was restricted, 9 to 5, 9 to 6, something like that. Then I found a little bit more frustrating because you have to work hard on Saturday just to cover the rest of the week because everyone was working and someone wants after 6 o'clock for a haircut, which was hard because you have to ask for the key. Some owners, they don't like that, So then I found that, okay, let's work hard, let's save some money, let's find our own space and give freedom to the customers. If someone wants a haircut at 6 o'clock, they don't have to struggle or they have to find an appointment only on Saturday. We can do it 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. And then we're going to be more relaxed for me working during the week. We're going to be more relaxed for me in the Saturday or Sunday sometimes, not to cost customer, And that's why I found it. And you have the freedom to come anytime you want, And you don't have to look, if you do something wrong, maybe the owner is not happy, or you speak a little bit louder, you can. All right. If you want to listen different music in your own salon for the type of customer, in the other salon it's the basic music. For me now, if I have someone young, I'm going to put something more trendy. If I have someone, different age, I'm going to put something that's makes me the freedom, when you have your own salon, you have the freedom to do whatever you want, how you want it.
I think, for me anyway, I think there's a kind of a focus, and nowadays, especially with like the economy being up and down, etc., a lot more people are, I guess, in some ways valuing the freedom as a whole. Like as a business owner, right? So not necessarily in your industry, but as a whole, they are looking for more freedom-based things, right? So then maybe they'll take a pay cut, right? So let's say, for example, let's just put some numbers on it, right? They could make 40k a year on their own as business owner. But actually, if they were in a corporate circumstance or corporate reality, they would be in like a 50k or a 60k. But actually, that 20k is like, actually, I'd rather have the freedom to be able to either be able to put my customers first, or in the ways you were describing about the music and the placement and the time and etc., or actually just have freedom over their time in respect to how they can work.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You have the freedom. Special being, having a child, you have to drop it at school, you have to take it off. Most of the companies, they don't accept things like that. You don't have this privilege, Say, I'm coming to work at 9 o'clock or 9:15 because I have to drop my kid at school. But 2:45, I have to go and take my kid and come back later. they don't accept this. They want you to be 9 to 5 or 10 to 6 or something. So you can't. You struggle with this, you know. And sometimes you just receive quick calls from school. Something happened. You have to take your kid. You can't do something. Or it's always
anything else that life has.
Yeah. And that's the idea. If you have your own salon, you work based on customers. You block your time when you want to go, or you want to. Probably money wise, probably if you work in a massive company, probably you're gonna earn more, but you're gonna have more stress, and you come home with a massive head. I don't have time for your family. When you work for yourself, I'm not selecting my customer. Customer selects me. You know, if they wants to come to me, comes to me. If they wants to go somewhere else, they can go somewhere. There are choices, you know. But it's always I try to accommodate them, you know. And then they have to understand me. I can't do it 3 o'clock because someone wants it 3 o'clock. I always said, it's a school run. I can do it 3:45 or something. You have the freedom, but this freedom doesn't come with a cost, you know. You can lose or you can win money, but it's a gamble which every self-employed will take it.
Yeah, and I think in general it's more what do you value overall, right? In that respect, like, is it the freedom or is it the time you could spend with family and having that freedom, but also then for the freedom to work in the evenings, the freedom to work on your time scale, you know?
You have the freedom. I said you have the freedom. You have time for everything, you know. And I have time to accommodate any customer when they want. 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. You know, I don't have a time exactly. I got nights when I work until 10, 11 o'clock. If someone wants a big job and it's the only day he can do it, why not?
How did you come up with your pricing? How do you completely tweak your pricing? I think pricing is such a unique term, right? Like for every business, everyone is like, how do I price? How do I look at pricing? I mean, when you were going into business, have you kept your prices the same? Like, how did you come across your prices?
I try to look around what's the market in Salisbury. I can compare with the prices in London or Basingstoke.
Yeah.
I started with doesn't matter, I was well advanced stylist, you know, with distinction, attend lots of classes in London for creative, everything. I put the prices as a junior stylist.
Okay.
Just to attract customers, to see me, to know me, and have let's say a good job for a junior stylist. And then I increase slowly, accordingly with the market. Some customers, they are not happy with the increase the prices, but it's nothing which I can do about it. Everything went up. For the last few years I didn't increase them, but over the sudden I had to. Otherwise you can't face the... And referring the prices is what is in the Salisbury area. I think my prices, they are fair.
I mean, it's
according with the time.
Yeah, it's a value perception, right?
Yes, according with the time, I think my prices, they are. And I'm not cutting in 45 minutes. I'm not cutting 50 minutes. I'm cutting an hour. Sometimes it takes an hour and 10 minutes, hour and 50 minutes. The price is the same. If they want a massive change, then the price goes up, and we're gonna allocate more time. If the hair is long and thick, we're gonna be different price, different time. But I'm not rushing around. I'm trying to accord the customer time to speak with me, to explain what's the reason is in here. I'm not coming just for a haircut. It's not just a haircut. It's a haircut which makes her feel better, and then the prices go. I think prices in Salisbury, my prices, they are the same. It's with most of the salons. It's nothing. Probably someone which they are working freelance or they are working from their home, probably they're a little bit more cheap, but that was not my target, you know. I'm having overhead costs, I have a business to pay and everything. So my prices is accordingly with the prices in Salisbury, with a little bit more education then.
I think that's a really common one, right? Like, I think for so many people, they question their pricing, or they think about it a lot in respect to, like, am I too expensive? Like, but it's a value add. But for those who either are maybe new to business or etc., I mean, how did you come up with your pricing from like an actual nuts and bolts point of view, right? Like, is it just looking at your costs and then figuring out how much money do you want to make?
You look on the cost, how much cost you a day for the salon or renting a chair, how much products will cost you, all right? How much you have to pay tax on that income, and then you have the little, expensive. Towels to wash, shampoos, conditioner, all this, scissor to be sharp and everything. So you always you have to put plus minus something in case, right? Because you never know what can happen. I can drop this clipper in a second and it will cost me a few hundreds just to buy a new one. All right, so if I'll put my hourly rate minus tax and everything, then this one will not gonna. But as a business, you have to take in consideration your time, your money, how much you spend for everything.
Yeah, and I think when businesses start, they don't overly consider that. I think they think like, what's the market going rate, and like when maybe a client is looking at like stuff what I do, for example, they maybe won't look at the years of experience that it took me to either like get all the kit, right, that I have, right, that you get within the price, or the skill or the understanding I have on how to utilize the camera, how to execute a strategy, or etc. In the same way, you know, we opened the podcast with you talking about like your experience, the amount of training you have, but also obviously all of your equipment, etc. as well. And I think when people look at something maybe as commoditized or as like competitive as hairdressing or barbering, they maybe don't necessarily appreciate how difficult it can be. I mean, what would you say in your experience, like, it's going to be a cliche question, but it's like, what makes a good haircut? Because I think people will look at the market and say, like, look at maybe your pricing, and then look at like someone else's maybe less, and they go, well, what's the difference between X and Y?
I want to not discuss too much about this one. It's about the level of the education of the stylist, right? It's about the understanding about beyond the haircut. Everyone can cut, yeah? Even if you all say, come on, cut a length, you might do it, I'll show you. And that's not about that. It's about the end result, what you can create, what you can explain to the customer, the benefits of this cut. And the prices goes accordingly with the knowledge of the stylist. If you want a cheap haircut, you're gonna go for a cheap haircut. Yeah. But depends. If you want just a haircut, you go for a haircut. Then you want to pay accordingly. I don't know the price for a regular haircut. But if you want something different, then you have to pay a little bit more because it's the level of our education. Everyone comes to me with a picture, Instagram picture. I want to look like that. For me to go to learn a haircut like that costs me thousands, right? If I'll cut cheap, how am I gonna cover my cost to go to London to achieve that haircut?
I think a percentage of it is also, again, like it's a value perception thing, right? Like it's just, there's a difference, and it might just be like, are you a business owner, and do you, like, is the perception of how well you look or how well groomed you look or etc. actually mean that you are more likely or less likely? And yeah, of course it's about the substance of what you sell as well, but is it also about, you know, how well do you look and how well groomed do you actually care about how you look, etc. and those things, and those little nuances around those things. But I mean, we spoke when I lost my head about like you were trying constantly like how to blend differently and stuff. I mean, like, is part of the, I guess, your unique selling proposition, you could say, in a position where that's because you're looking for those extra fades and like those what I would say those nuanced differences?
Yes, always I'm trying to, if I have a customer, and always I'm trying to focus what their achievements, if it's possible, we can do something a little bit different, because I can see something in there which I can create a different look. And always I'm trying to convince customer to go a little bit more brave than a classic haircut, because I know when I see a customer, doesn't matter if it's a gent or a lady, I can see after the haircut, all right? But sometimes it's hard for me to explain to a customer. If I give names of the haircut, they'll be scared about, and just try to simplify. And I say, look, I think based on what you're doing with your hair, and we can do this or we can do that. Some of them first time when they're coming to me, they're a little bit more scared about, and I'm trying to plant the seed in their brain. They have options to go a little bit above just a regular haircut, and then they are coming back after, I don't know, 3 months, 6 months. They're curious to do it, and when they've done it, they say, oh, why should I did it before, or when you said.
I mean that opens up where I was going to go next, around how is your customer acquisition? I mean, in initial stages, is it just mostly word of mouth? Like you do a good job, a customer says to someone else, "Oh, this is the person who did my hair. You should check them out," etc.
Yes, could be that. Sometimes publicity a little bit, but mouth to mouth is the most.
Because I think the misconception sometimes when people look at marketing is they think that there's a golden bullet for it. So, in my experience, for example, anything that you do,
Yep.
whether it's video, whether it's Facebook, whether whatever it may be, like social media or websites or Google or paid traffic or etc., it's all going to make your reputation better in the respect to, so if you have a good reputation, that will then compound that good reputation.
Yes.
But it will also go the other way, right? Which is, obviously not in your case or like in someone else's case, but if they had like issues with the business or issue with the product service fit or issues with the actual product that they're offering or the service they're offering, a issue can be, if you market that too well, it can actually compound it will get worse for the company because the more people are seeing the bad service necessarily, right? That's subjective, of course, but I think it's an interesting place, especially in a heavily competitive or a heavily commoditized market that you're in. I mean, how are you looking at navigating your marketing? Because I know that we've discussed previously, like there's always stuff going on in the economy, and like I try not to personally focus on it because I can't control what the Chancellor has said or the PM has done. I mean, in the span of in between us planning this and recording the show, there's been like another problem in the Middle East related to like a war, right? Which is going to cause global issues and concerns, right? But there's nothing we can do as business owners to stop or control that, right? So how, just to reiterate the question, like what are you looking at from a marketing point of view, if you are, to, I guess in some ways stay ahead or continue to look at the growth of the business? Because I'm a big believer in like, if you're not doing stuff to market your business, then you are unfortunately going to eventually hemorrhage customers.
Yes. What I'm trying to do is please the customers. Don't promise, over deliver most of the things. I'm trying my best. I'm trying to advertise, and always I understand what's going on in this world at the moment. Everyone suffers, everyone is questioning, everyone can notice you increase with the fiver. I do understand. I try to explain. It's not up to me. It's about what happened with the Brexit, all the prices that went up, because we have to pay duty taxes and everything. Is nothing which I can control. But I know it's a little bit harder for everyone in these days. We're gonna be harder. I don't think so. This will gonna be the end. I'm not sure what's happening is they want to destroy those local small businesses and be just a massive company which they can cover all this. But
if we look tangibly at the economy in the UK, from my understanding at least, it's made up of small and medium-sized businesses. So I don't think that any government, regardless of colour, would quote-unquote want to destroy the businesses. That might be the byproduct. But I think when you look at marketing or growth, like, I know you're looking at your website and stuff. I mean, like, what's your perception with advertising in general, right? As maybe someone who is like testing stuff and looking at stuff. I mean, what when you think of advertising, do you think of, like, for you?
For me, advertising about myself, or
like when you were looking to do advertising and gain more customers, right? Which is why everyone markets, why everyone advertises. What would you look at to do? What would your go-to be? Because you've got to do something tangible.
Yeah, of course. Yes. It's always you have to see what most of the customer ask for in the area. Right? You have to. There are key points about what customer they look in my area, hairdresser, barbers, and everything. Then you try to make a little bit of advert. I'm here, I do this, I do that. But it's very hard now with the marketing these days because everything is a link between your job. How often do you advertise yourself? What's your budget?
But there's loads of stuff you can do for free, right? So like something that I think could really work for you is like, obviously with client consent, but like every time you do a haircut, take a picture on your phone of like this was like the before and then the after, right?
Yeah.
And just do like a simple post around that and saying, well, like this gent came in and was asking for this, and like this is a before and after. And eventually, after you've done that for like 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, etc., then you'll get a reputation for what you do there. Also, little things like where you are, how you are, because I think, you know, I mean, looking at Google Maps, right?
Yeah.
Like a lot of the business I get is through the website, but it's indirectly through Google Business.
Yes.
And, you know, I mean, people, I think they underestimate the power of getting a handful of 5-star reviews. Now, depending on your industry, will depend on what your like quote unquote golden number is to hit the top 3. But like the top 2 on average is going to be sponsored, people paying money to sit on top of Google. Bar that, then you'll have your 3 that are organic, and that's where I guess you could say the golden trilogy is, right? So if you were going to have an objective in marketing, in my view, it would be to get into that top 3. Now, that's easier said than done. A way of doing that is through reviews, right? And
Yep.
having up-to-date reviews and having, I guess in some ways, like, definitely true, obviously, like real people reviews, because there's a lot of people who like, oh, let's bot my reviews, which will get flagged and will hurt the rankings and so on. But the crux, I guess, I mean, how have you weaved in the idea of, I guess in some ways, getting reviews for what you do? Is that hard? Is that a difficult question for your customers?
It's very hard to receive good reviews. It's very easy to have a bad review. In general, I'm not asking customers. Most of my reviews, they are based on the customer experience.
Because in most cases, when like a bad review happens, it tanks ratings, which is obviously unfair, but it's also one of those things, in my view anyway, which is like it could just be a misunderstanding and someone seems to be a bit more trigger happy. And I think that in some ways it's our job to educate a business or a business community or like a customer community or whatever to consider the potential damage that review could do.
I think a bad review, it's destroying a business, especially if you are a small business. I think before you put a review on Google, I think it's better to discuss with the salon and see what they can do for the service they've done, what is wrong and why they didn't achieve something. But most of the reviews, I think they are not fair or they are fake, which is in my case. I had 2 reviews which customer never been in my salon, never engaged with me, and they decide to put something bad on my page, which I was devastated. But I tried to contact Google to discuss about that, and the Google said, they don't violate our privacy, which I think is not fair, because it's black and white on Google. Say we are not accepting fake reviews, which people they are not on, they not been in your salon, which I think for a small business it's hard, but it's nothing which you can do. Always I'm trying to.
Is it the industry? Like, is it more vendetta-ish? Because like I've found to an extent in what I do, there's like 2 ways of looking at it. Either you can be a competitor, or like we're all competitors, but like the way you look at it or the way you think about it could be that people are going to work with you from a collaboration point of view. But I guess in some ways it's kind of a dog-eat-dog world in some ways, because it's like either I'm going to go to Soren or I'm going to go to someone else.
That's the decision. But
it isn't even necessarily your decision, right? Because your job is to put up the, here's my window with what I sell in it.
Yep.
So
correct.
to speak. And then it's down to the customer to choose, especially in a city like Salisbury, that, the joke is for a long time that the high street is just becoming service-based. We've got coffee shops, vape shops and hairdressers, right?
That's Salisbury trend now.
But that's not just Salisbury, that's a high street problem, surely.
Yeah, but this high street with a lot of coffee shops and vape shop was not going to bring more customers into town. Because town they need to bring.
Do you think it's more of a city-wide strategy then? Yes. To bring footfall to everyone?
Yes. In my point of view.
there's no, you know, we're not going to sit here and necessarily point fingers at people, but is there in your experience, a conjoint strategy in that respect, like to bring more people in? I mean, you're next to the train station, right? So surely you get, or because you're only appointment based, is that?
Quite rare you find someone coming from the train station for a haircut. Okay. The walk-in, they disappear. Everyone is based on appointments.
Because I was going to say that would be my next question. I mean, why don't you do walk-ins?
Because
like tangibly for you, because surely wouldn't it be easier for you, no?
It's not, people, they don't walk in and have a haircut, not anymore. I've got days in here when I was working with a customer from 9 o'clock to 8 o'clock in the evening. I never had one coming in for a haircut. And if happens, they're gonna ask you, can you do a haircut now? In that moment, which is impossible. And to spend 8 to 10 hours in here, maybe once a day, someone will come for a haircut, which I doubt. Now everyone is over a click. They look for a hairdresser, they look in the area, they look for the reviews, they look for your work, they look for the picture, they're taking lots of in consideration before they decide to call you. They look for prices and so on.
Okay.
I'm not sure if my salons in the high street, they're gonna have more people walking to the salon and asking for a haircut. I doubt.
I was going to say, is location, because in your line of work, is location overly important then?
Not really.
Because if you're appointment based and you bring the work to you, surely then your location to an extent is irrelevant.
Yeah. Doesn't matter where you are. If someone wants to walk in, probably they're going to call you if you have an appointment.
Yeah. Because I was going to say, I mean, surely like that's a different, in a similar way, that's kind of a different, I don't want to say the word league of customer, but that's a different customer. The walk-in customer is not necessarily the one who's going to value the more expensive haircut necessarily.
No.
Right. Is there a correlation there? Would you say?
No, the one which wants a walk-in haircut just want a haircut.
They're not overly fussed.
They don't care about how they're gonna look. They want a haircut, just a simple haircut, because he fed up with the length, his dry ends, or blah blah blah, and that's it. They want to come in and go out, and most of them, which they want a haircut, in my point of view, of course, it's can you do a dry haircut, which is impossible to do such things.
So just going back to like the earlier, like when you started out, was there, because obviously it wasn't all, well, I don't believe it would have been sunshine and rainbows necessarily. I mean, was there big challenges? Was there big concerns?
It is.
Was it just cash? Because that's, I think, the main issue.
Yeah, on the beginning was cash only, because you don't know how the market works. When I was working in a salon, everything was charged by the reception. When I started being a freelance, the challenge was to go to a customer's house, find a house, find where to park. That's the way it started. When I finished with the salon, I've been a freelance, and it was hard, it was hard. The prices, you have to keep them down, People, they don't take in consideration. You have to travel for 25 minutes to them, and everyone was cheap. I've done that just to build a little bit of clientele and to earn some money. For quite a few weeks, I wasn't earning anything. It is a challenge, and I think it's difficult, especially with colors, because when the color develops, especially when you do a little bit of highlights, a little bit of bleach, you have to wash it straight away. You can't do such things at customer's home. So for me, it was better to be in the salon, have everything.
So was that the solution that you found? Was actually being here, having a relocation means that you have, of course, that freedom, but also it better in the use cases that you had as well. With color,
you're not wasting time in travel. You have a better light, all the colors that you need. If something goes so different than you don't want it, you have backup. You can't travel with hundreds of colors. It's about the light. It's about you can't have everything with you.
So did you build savings beforehand? So from your time on Rent a Chair before you came here? Because obviously, like the down payments and stuff here, like did you loan that? Like how does that work from a business point of view? Because I think a lot of people look at it and go, there's a load of costs for having a salon with a load of risk, with no guarantee that it's necessarily going to work.
It's the same thing when you start being a hairdresser. You don't know if you carry on being successful or you go to the other way around.
Okay.
You know, you can lose everything, you know. But it's a gamble you take, you save when you make money.
Yeah.
Don't spend it all. And then when you think to have a business, you have to think what you need to start a business and how much money will going to cost you this business. And now you have to save a little bit. Everything, if you don't save, you don't start. You don't borrow money from the banks or anything. I'm not advising anyone to do such things. You have money, you start. If you don't have money, better to be employed.
So then you have a lean business. So then,
yes,
because I think that links into. I mean, we touched on it with the like economic challenges and stuff that happens in the world, and I think the businesses that I find have been able to like continue and grow, or at minimum just stay alive during that period, has been ones that have cash piles, have been ones that know how to manage money, have been ones that don't over leverage themselves in regards to loans and equivalent, right?
That's going to be very hard for them. If they do that if they go in that area, I think we're not going to survive for now. I think is the way you know how to look after your cash. You know, you make some money, don't spend it all, because we're going to be rainy days when you need our cash. Especially in our industry, you have good months, bad weeks, good weeks. Always you have to think ahead what you want to do with the money. You spend it in a posh chair, or you want to spend in a posh car, or you want to spend in the a scissor, which makes your life easier, and then spend in a pair of expensive shoes. So I think when you make money, make sure where you want to go. You want to go back in the business and grow better, or you want to spend it in fashion. It's up to them. It's entitled up to the 25.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that leads on to how does any business, but yours specifically, get loyal customers or loyal clients? Because everyone wants loyal clients, right?
Yes, I'm trying to be me. I'm not, as I said earlier, I'm no promise, I'm over deliver. I do my best. I try to please the customers as much as I can. You know, I want my customer to come back to me. I want them to have a nice, journey in here, from the door to the chair, to the consultation, to the backwash, to the cut, blow dry, and when we say bye-bye. I think it's a nice journey. Always I put myself in the customer's chair, not being a hairdresser. I want to understand what is underneath, why they bother things. Always everything is in the consultation with the customers, is the connection with the customers, and try to achieve something different. And you want to stand up, you are different than the others. I think that's the most key point for all this hairdresser. Don't think it's just a haircut. It's more than a haircut. It's about the experience in the salon, it's the environment, it's everything. The customer, they don't say, but they look. And when they are coming back, it's fantastic. Overall, my average is 94.7 return customers on my booking system. So I think it's good, in my opinion.
I was going to say, do you think that maybe cheaper ones, or in general, like it's not aimed at anyone in specific, but like, do you think people don't focus on that customer experience as much?
I think so.
Because like for me, in what I do, when I focused on customer experience more and more and more, and that was more of what I focused on, client explanation and what does it feel like to work with me, not just tangibly like this is what you get, this is how much it costs, but like how does the client feel?
Yeah,
that's actually when the client expectation went really, really high.
Yeah,
and because it was something I was focusing on, but also I found that I was retaining more of my clients more of the time, and actually I was growing faster, and I was having higher rates.
That's the key. It's not always, it's what you can create for the customer and how the customer feels when they are paying. It's value for the money. I think that's the most important. Every customer will pay a little bit more for the job to be right. I think I got customers saying, sorry, I prefer to pay a little bit more, but I want to have a good result. Then go a little bit cheaper and not being happy. So you pay what you get in the end of the day. And I'm put myself in the customer's shoes. What the customer wants to achieve.
So if you were going to wind the clock back, sorry, to 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 5 years ago, and you could talk to the person who was starting out, loves hairdressing, or just someone who's looking to start a business now, what advice would you give them?
Good one. I think I would say, mate, focus in what you're doing, love what you're doing, and hope everything will be fine. Probably not going to be fine in the moment you want, but it's going to be a moment when everything will going to happen, I think. And that's probably the best advice to every hairdresser. Never give up, work hard, and you're going to be payoff.
As a final note, I would agree. I think it's residual. You've got to keep going regardless. You've got to redo the plan. If the plan's not working, redo the plan and then keep going. But if you did enjoy this episode and you would like to see more like it, make sure to be subscribed. I'd love to hear what you think in the comment section down below. It was a bit all over the place, but wanted to try something new. So thank you ever so much for watching. And I'll see you
See you later. Bye.
very, very soon. Hello, my friends. Today we're talking to Alex.
My name is Alex Taylor. I am firstly a mum of 4, but also the director of Girls Love Fit and Kids Love Fit. So we are a fitness business based in Salisbury, Wiltshire, and we have been running since 2010. That feels like a long time ago.
That's 15 years, Alex. Thank you
Wow,
so much for the time. Thank you so much for the time. Thank you so much for coming on. And I mean, it would be wrong of me not to ask, I guess, the elephant question when it comes to fitness industry, because it is. Would you say it's heavy competitive? Like, do you feel like there's a lot of other people who can do what you do?
You know what? I've been in the fitness industry now, holy moly, a lot of years. And I always believe that positive will come out of any situation. And if I go way, way, way back to when I first started in the industry, it was super competitive and instructors were super competitive. And it I started out working in health clubs. So even as amazing as the members were, even though they were amazing, there was always this kind of vibe of like, oh, you go to such and such's class, so I can't go to such and such's class because they must be in competition. And I feel like that was where Girls Love Fit was born, was that I wanted to create a team out of pure positivity where each instructor could visit each other's classes and each person who took part in the classes could visit each other's classes without feeling like you had this like deep loyalty that meant that you couldn't actually explore different areas. So although I would say the overall answer would be yes, it's a very competitive industry, I feel like the vibe that we've created at Girls Love Fit means that that's just not really a thing. And then when it comes to outside of Girls Love Fit, I feel like in Salisbury, we're so lucky to have such incredible fitness professionals in this area. And I feel like there's always enough business for everyone. And if you stay in your lane and you're doing what you do out of pure passion and drive and skill set, then I'm a hype girl. I'm somebody that's like, high five to you for doing your thing. That's awesome. And high five to me for doing my thing. And you know what? There's always going to be crossovers. But I have so many Pilates instructors, functional fitness trainers, personal trainers who come to my classes and my instructors' classes, and we welcome them, because we can all learn from each other as well. And I feel like that is probably one of the biggest USPs in Girls Love Fit, is that we do have such a positive vibe. I mean, don't get me wrong, I am allowed to swear, aren't I?
Yeah, of course.
Don't get me wrong, like shit hits the fan and like there's negative stuff that goes down in life generally, but it's all about the togetherness and being able to support each other through those things. So the answer is yes, it's a very competitive industry, but it only has to be a negative aspect if you let it be. So, you know, like everything that I do very much comes from a place of what I feel is right for us, and it's always very organic from where it begins. And if ever I've gone outside of that and done something because I think I should, so the term like you should all over yourself, if you do it because you should and not because actually that's the right thing for either your business model or your journey, those are the things that generally don't do well, and they always have like a bit of like a icky feeling about them, you know. So I feel like we don't fall into like your regular business model in the fitness world. But everything that we have done has worked for us. I'm just gonna do this. Okay, hang on. There we
Yeah,
go.
no, I mean, I completely agree. I mean, I think there's a lot of, I mean, I'm sure we're going to talk about mindset, but like my follow-on question to that is it common in your industry to have that collaborative mindset? Because I know there's kind of two sectors of the creative world that I live in, that there's quite a lot of people who's like, you're only going to take work from me, why would I work with you, why would I collaborate with you, etc. But also, like, I've always been of the mind of like, you'll attract the clients that make sense for you regardless.
Absolutely.
So, and you should just focus on like, you know, I've been quite open with the fact that there's other people who can do video, there's other people who can do marketing, there's other people who can, etc. in the city, but also a little bit further afield. But they're not going to do it as I'm going to do it in the same way I'm not going to do it as they're going to do it. So it's not like necessarily the clients that would want me to do it for them are going to want them and vice versa. So I think it's that abundance mindset. I mean, just to reiterate the question, is that common in your industry, or do you think you're an outcropper in like the abundance or the collaboration mindset rather than just seeing everyone as a tangible competitor? I've kind of got to trip you up in some ways, and some, you know.
Yeah, I love a collaboration. I love a collab. I love like getting good energy together, and I feel like amazing things can happen. Like that's where Girls Are Fit originated from. You know, when I started Girls Are Fit, I started with Charlotte. We were business partners at the very, very beginning, and that came from pure energy and like our drive and our passion to build something from scratch. And so, you know, I have zero regrets, but there has always been lessons along the way where you have either collaborated or worked with people that you have later found out that they've kind of, you know, ultimately tried to rip you off. But my opinion on that generally is that they're only going to get so far with ripping off like a little bit of what you have, because you are doing what you do based on what you can give, and you have to have that confidence in yourself that like attracts like, you know, it is the secret. Like attracts like. You will attract the right people. But equally, it's like if I have a PT client come to me and go, I really want to work with you because these are what my goals are, and I've heard that you're really great, but I kind of get this slightly I'm not sure this is the right fit for you or for me. You know, I will go out of my way, but then it has to work both ways, you know. And in all aspects, your client's success is a direct reflection, your success, sorry, is a direct, it works both ways, you know. So you don't, you've got to have your wits about you. But equally, if I think back to the first time that Charlotte and I were really stung, and we were really stung by an instructor that worked with us, we kind of both kind of clung into each other and went, that's it, we're never doing this again, we're never letting anyone in. And then we kind of went, you know, we were a bit burnt, we were a bit naive to the situation, and we saw the best and got stung. But if we'd have closed down the doors at that point, we would never have been able to grow into the incredible version of both of ourselves that we are now. And Girls Are Fit was kind of the vessel that got us to that point. So it's good to learn from those experiences, but to then be able to still move forward without completely closing down. So I think there's always a place for collaboration, but for me, it's all about just going with your gut feeling on everything, and whether that's going to be the right fit for you, and also being okay to say, actually, that's not going to work for us, and that's okay. Like I don't, and you know, I feel very grateful. Like I said, there's amazing fitness professionals in our area that generally, if it's not something that we can provide you with, I won't try and pretend that we can and go, oh, but we just want to, you know, get the clients in. I'll go, actually, this person working over here is better suited to your needs and your goals and your location or your budget or whatever it may be, you know?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I completely agree. And I think, I don't know, maybe it's just a unique mindset to what we both share, right? But I think for me, I've always been of kind of, I'm going to focus on me. And there's loads of people I could quote, so I won't. But the crux of the quotes there would be like, just focus on you and your business. It's not really anything to do with you, how well someone else's business or bad someone else's business is doing. And actually, you know, there's a lot of talk you could say online sometimes about how do you build your own brand, how do you build your own business, how do you, and we're going to go on to growth in a minute, but I think, you know, there is a sector of people who will want to do it by tearing other people down
100%,
rather than just focus on building their tower, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Just like when you go online, you know, like it can be the most amazing place, but it can also be the most tragic place, you know, and you can't cling on to the negative things and let that pull you down when you know that what you're doing is for good. You know, like if you are intentionally going out there to tread on people's toes, or you go, oh, that looks like good what they're doing, I'm just going to try and rip that off, but then put my own spin on it, then it's never going to go that far, you know. But I focus, like I said, on the positive feels and where energy feels good. And I think that naturally has allowed us to create a community and a network of people that are like us. And if it doesn't feel good, we won't put our energy there. And, you know, anything else outside of that, you just kind of got to let it go. I think you can naturally fall into looking at those streams of negativity, but it's just it's never going to gain you anything, you know. It's good to know that those things are there, maybe to be aware that, you know, not be naive to it, but not let it affect you on your journey.
I mean, I think one of the challenges, right, that in your industry when you're looking to scale, I mean, you're at quite a significant scale now. And my next question was like around, did you always have the vision to grow it to the scale it is now? And or was it actually there's opportunities here to collaborate, there's opportunities to bring on other instructors to then scale the business that way? Did it evolve? Like, because I think some people find it very hard if they have a vision at the start of their business. So I know my vision was I want to build the largest media company in the world. I want to have a massive office, loads of staff, etc., etc. Until I started achieving that, and I was like, actually, this is just financial stress all the time. So does that actually align with like my own health and my own mental health and my own well-being as a whole, to be able to, even if I don't necessarily want to have a huge life outside the business because I love what I do, etc., but there is a level of life that you have to have, right? And I think having the compassion, having the understanding, having the belief in yourself to be able to change your dream, tweak it, adapt it as you find out more information, as you gain more understanding, as you become, but also your priorities might change as you get older as well, like, etc. And I think, I mean, just to throw that into a question, I mean, did you always have the goal to be at the size you're at now? And if so, could that change in 5-10 years?
I mean, how long do you want that answer to be?
As long as you like.
So the reality is, for me personally, if we're talking about me outside of Girls Love Fit, I have always, like I said, like back to my teenage years, my work experience was at a gym, and I absolutely loved it. And I never knew what I wanted to do, but I just knew that I had a love and a passion that made me want to be there, irrelevant to money. And it was about the people. And, you know, at that point, working in the gym, I was working on something called the GP referral program. So that was when, at that point, GPs would refer people who had high blood pressure or, health issues as a result of nutrition and lifestyle and exercise, or lack of exercise. So they'd come with that to us, and I would work with them one-on-one for 12 weeks. And then to see them progress over that 12 weeks, I was like, it just gave me something in my core that set me on fire. And I was like, yes, I want to do this. This is what I want to do. But also I was in full-time education. So then going to college, staying in sport, went to university, just knowing that something was going to come out. And just before I went to university, I decided that I was going to go into the RAF as a physical education officer, but I wanted to go in as an officer and therefore needed a degree. So therefore went and did my degree. So that became like my focus, was like, I'm going to the RAF, become a physical education officer. My career is set for me. I am good to go. I was going to get my degree under my belt and we are good. And then I met my future husband. So I was temping in a gym and I met Nick, and I decided to put the process on hold to going into the RAF. I was like, I'm just going to hold back a little bit. Just let's see what happens. And then again, just like Girls Are Fit has evolved, everything has been very organic. So when you ask the question of like, has things, was this what you had planned for? The simple answer is no. I was going to be in the RAF, but actually I have always gone with my gut and what works for me in my life at this time, my passion, my drive. And if I've ever moved away from that, I just lose my head and I just go, oh no, I'm not enjoying this, and life's too short to not enjoy what you do every day. And so then I became a personal trainer. Nick and I got married, and then it wasn't until Charlotte and I got together. Sounds like we got together. Well, we kind of did, but we got together in a business aspect. So my eldest, was a year old. So she's nearly 16 now. So what we were doing at that point, yes, we did have the energy of, we are going to take over the group fitness world. We are about creating this community for women, all women everywhere, to come to our classes, and we're going to get instructors. And we won the business awards in 2011, so Salisbury Business Awards, and then we came third in the Wiltshire Business Awards. And so we won a bit of money basically from that, and we invested that money into, the first part of the money was put into our website, because originally, like, one of the girls that came to our classes put our website together. One of the girls that came to our classes put our branding together. So it was very much like community girl power group put together. And it was just working, and we just rolled with it. So we had like a baseline business plan, because I had a degree in business. So I was like, we need our strength, pest analysis, we need all of those things. But ultimately we had this magic energy that was just working and making people want to come to our classes and do it. And we got to max capacity, and we're like, right, we need to bring someone else on with us. One of our really good friends who we totally trusted, and she's amazing, she actually lives in Canada now, she came on board with us. So she was spreading the Girls Are Fit love. And then, like I said, we won the business awards, did the website, then we won the Wiltshire, we came third in the Wiltshire Awards, and invested that money into both Charlotte and I doing our children's qualifications in fitness, so that we could then move into the schools, because we were getting lots of people going, could you come and work in our school and do this and do that? So and then we even went down the franchising option, and we were looking at a pilot of Girls Are Fit Essex, because one of my best friends at the time lived in Essex, and the only way is Essex was like raging at that point. I was like, this is going to be amazing. And Charlotte and I went to this, it was at the, what's it called? What's that big expo place in London, like the big business expo place?
The EXO.
That's the one. And we were walking around and learning about franchising your business, and because there were lots of different aspects. We had Girls Love Fit, then we had Mums Love Fit, and we had Kids Love Fit evolving. And we were like, how can we brand this up and be, basically fall into the traditional business models? And we were just walking around, don't judge me on this, but we're just walking around being like business chatted up by middle-aged men, going, oh, you guys look fun, come work with us. And we were like, oh, this doesn't feel right. Like this, it's a bit like that song Victoria's Secret, and then you find out that the head of Victoria's Secret is this guy that is not the brand of Victoria's Secret, and then you kind of lose faith. And I was like, both Charlotte and I agreed that we were like, this doesn't feel right for us right now. So we started to like package up. We still did the pilot with Essex, and we had a couple of instructors. Then one of our girls moved to Essex as well because her husband was in the army, and so she started running some classes, but then he got sent back this way. So you can kind of see that everything naturally happened with people that we could trust, and if it didn't feel right, we didn't do it. We started to package up some of our courses. So our Mums Are Fit course, which was a postnatal 6-week course, mums and babies. At that time, people weren't doing anything like that. We were both pre and postnatal qualified. So we started to package that up, and then we were approached by a company who wanted to buy it from us. And then again, I was like, oh, this just doesn't feel right. And, you know, they were putting like some big numbers on the table, but we were both like, it just doesn't feel right. It felt like you were just going to lose control. And actually, everything we had done up until that point had been very authentic and very much about the people we knew and providing for those people. So we pulled back on that. But then we had another program that we'd put together called Poletrition, which was, so Charlotte at that time had started competing in pole fitness. And so then did we win some money? I can't remember, but we invested some money. Like that was kind of the biggest amount of money that we put into the online program. So we had professional videos made, and we actually went over to Vegas for the World Championships and presented a nutritional workshop. So my second baby was only 4 months old, so he had to come with us because he was still on the boob. So he came with us. He was like the only baby in Vegas. You know that movie Hangover where like people were on the stag do's with pretend dolls in a baby carrier, and there was me with an actual baby, because no one takes a baby to Vegas, not back then anyway. I say back then, this was like 11 years ago. And they'd be like, oh my God, is that a real baby? And I'm like, yes, it's a real baby. But it was so much fun. We had like an absolute blast, best time ever. And then again, we evolved from there. Like I then had another baby after that, and Charlotte was doing really well in the pole world, and the business was building. We had more and more instructors working for us, and she was going more pole way, and I was going more Kids Love Fit way, and also juggling multiple children. So it felt very organic for us at that point to go, okay, how can we separate things, keep the brands, but in order to work with how our lifestyles are changing. And so that was when we split the business. So that was back in 2014. So she became Charlotte Pole and Aerial Fitness, and I carried on with Kids Love Fit and Girls Love Fit. And it was very amicable, and it allowed us both to grow and allowed us both to really do what we needed to do, and not feel that either one of us was pulling or restricting in any way. And then from then, so that was back in 2014, Kids Love Fit then went crazy. So then my Kids Love Fit team began to build even more. I took over a studio in Old Sarum. So we had the studio, and then obviously lockdown hit. So lockdown was a major evolution of Girls Love Fit and Kids Love Fit. Because at that point, those kind of challenges, obviously everyone had their own challenges. For us, you know, ironically, one of the biggest challenges when you run a business for children's fitness is bloody Joe Wicks doing his free PE every day. Who's going to pay to do online fitness if you can get it free every day, you know? And then like Davina McCall, bless her, love her, but free fitness plans handed out every day. I was like, come on, there's us like fitness people trying to survive here who aren't getting, you know, grants and aren't getting any of that at all. Or so we, you know, that again had to be like a major, okay, if ever anyone is doing anything that makes me feel like, going back to what we were saying about being competitive in the industry, if anything ever makes me feel like, oh God, I should be doing this, or they're doing that, so I should do more of that, I look at something, you know, social media for an example, and go, if that makes me feel that negative feeling, then I look into myself and go, right, I need to challenge myself more. If I'm finding myself not being the hype girl and not being like, oh my goodness, look at them, they're amazing, look what they're doing. If I'm not looking at it doing that, I go, okay, what am I not doing that's not allowing me to grow or allowing me to create or, you know, deliver what I do best? So, you know, Nick and I obviously sat down and went, okay, all the gyms are closed. The studio's been closed down. The world is in lockdown. What are we going to do? We've still got bills to pay. We've still got mouths to feed. We got to figure this out. What are we going to do? You know, so again, we evolved. So now, you know, so we've got a studio in the garden now, a purpose-built astro space. I then had another baby in lockdown. I'm done, by the way, with you know, 4 is absolutely done. But it, you know, if you were to say, was this your plan? No, but I have zero regrets, and everything that we do and have done has provided for us to live the life and to provide a life for our children. Don't get me wrong, you know, we don't live in a mansion, we're not millionaires, we're not like going off on private jets and holidays once a month or anything like that, but we do I love everything that we have and that we do, and I'm proud of everything that we've grown. And you know, now we are ultimately a hybrid online business as well as in-person business with multiple services, from personal training to group training to online coaching to in-person training. You know, like all of those things has evolved as a result of what's going on in the world, and no one could have ever predicted that. And somehow we survive, and somehow we keep rolling, and somehow we keep evolving. But I think that ultimately comes down to the mindset of find a way and trust the process. Those are like my 2 mega mantras for life: is find a way. There's always an excuse, but there is always a way. And although, even if in that moment, you know, like I was devastated when the studio closed down, and I mean like crying into my pillow at night, like that was my baby, you know, like that studio was just, I put everything I had saved, I put into that studio. And you know, and it was an incredible space. But lockdown happened, and without like going into the nitty gritty, basically like the person who we were renting it from was handing it back, and a new landlord was coming on, but none of the paperwork had been officially signed because it happened the week before lockdown happened. So it was like this weird grey area, and I just found out it from eyes and ears on the ground that it was going to get locked up, and that I just needed to get my kit out as quickly as possible. And I was like, oh my goodness, my studio. But you know, it was the best thing that ever happened. It was absolutely the best thing that ever happened. And you know, my clients stayed with us, our online people stayed with us. And I feel like, you know, when it comes to, if you can pass on any advice, it would be true to yourself, because you will always shine through, and your clients will see that, and they will stick with you. You know, that you have to have that confidence that they will stick with you and they will come back. And you know, it's the energy lines again. Yeah. So did I answer that question? It was long-winded, wasn't it? Sorry about that.
You definitely did. I mean, there's, I think, so much there that I could pick apart, but you know, for me, I think that journey shows like some key takeaways. There would be like, do something if it doesn't, like, so many people feel like, oh, it feels wrong, but they can't put their finger on why. And the psychology around that is just simply like your instincts related to your experiences in your mind, right? So your mind is actually the best supercomputer we'll ever have. And there's a large conversation around AI and whether it will actually be able to think better than us, etc., etc. But what I don't believe it will ever be able to do is be emotionally in tune to those experiences that were maybe negative for you.
Yeah.
And then how you, but also in that, you build resilience through doing that, right? Everything you were discussing related to the split of the business, even though it was a good split and a positive split, that's still going to be challenging from a logistics point of view, but also from a challenge of actually, okay, where do I go now? And also that tweaks to an extent the identity, especially if you created it with a business partner at the beginning.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things I think so many people struggle to comprehend, like, why does this feel wrong, or have the confidence to say no to that client, or have a confidence to say no to that project, especially in the creative world where it can be very project led. And I think you have to ask yourself in that nuanced case, do you need the money that project's offering you, and maybe it's not the best fit, and actually is there any deal breakers there? And if there isn't and you need the money, then you should probably take the project, because being alive in business is going to allow you to then get better and then allow you to continue, rather than sitting on your morals and then going under, right? And or digging yourself a debt hole, or etc., right? And I think a lot of it, I mean, to phrase the kind of a follow-on question to that, I mean, have you found that you always had resilience, or have you found that through the 15 years that you have been in business, as things have come at you, you've got more resilient, which in turn means, let's wind the clock forward to those 10 years, actually, do you feel like there's not much that you can't handle? Like, you may not necessarily know the tangible solution to whatever it becomes, but you know and you trust in yourself and you have enough self-belief and self-love and self-care to be like, actually, well, I did X, Y, Z. I lived COVID. I lived this. I did this, so on. And actually, the business is still here and actually arguably thriving better now because of the way the world's changed and how, you know, the hands you were dealt or the cards you were dealt. You know, I mean, just to reiterate a question, do you feel like you can, because there's always like micro things you can get better at in regards to how more resilient you feel, but do you feel with your current, I guess, business history that you've become, I don't want to use the term like impenetrable or like it's impossible for you not to like feel it, but do you feel more prepared in whatever could happen in, say, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 10 years, economic downturn, etc.?
Oh, that's a good question. I think when it comes to, for instance, when I'm working with new instructors, right? So we in-house train our instructors and then provide them with the skill set that they need to deliver. And when we're looking at new instructors, I always say, like, you can teach the skill to anyone. You can't teach personality, right? And with personality comes the resilience and comes the drive and comes the passion, you know, all of those things. If somebody naturally has that, then I can teach them all the Pilates, all the Zumba, all the fitness, all of that stuff, because I know they're just going to handle it, you know. For me, being that person, where has resilience come from? I mean,
You know, in my
God,
in
I
my
think
view, it's
naturally,
just
kind of,
being alive, right? It's surviving COVID, it's
Yeah.
surviving economic downturn. It's taking, for me at least, self accountability to when things aren't going well and how is it your fault. You know, it's very easy to play the victim, so to speak, and go, oh, the economy's hard, or there's more competitors now,
Yeah.
or
See, I'm
this and this and this and
never
this.
that person. If something's not going right, I'm like, okay, what do I need to do to change it to make it work? And I feel like we've created so many avenues in Girls Are Fit and Kids Are Fit that we just tune our energy into another line more than, you know, like small group PT is absolutely booming and Zumba is barely a thing at the moment. Yet rewind pre-lockdown, Zumba was the class that was just absolutely booming. And when Zumba came out, I was like, I'm not doing that shit. No, no, no. I'm sorry. I went to university. I have trained in Pilates and functional fitness, and I have done all, you know, and you're telling me that anyone can go and do a 2-day course and just get their own insurance and then go out there and deliver classes? Absolutely no way. Well, I ended up being teaching like 10 classes a week because that was the trend, you know? And you know, I actually turned out to be that, bless her, one of our instructors fractured her hip and I had to stand in for her. So I literally had to learn Zumba like that. And so I stood in for her and I was like, actually, I quite like this. Jumping and pumping and I was like, actually, I quite like it. And you know, and then Girls Are Fit Zumba was born and we were teaching so many classes, but it has evolved again, and at the point that Zumba was going downhill, you know, it did I go, oh my goodness, this is it, that business is going to be over? Never. That never crosses my mind ever. Like, don't get me wrong, I am not an arrogant ass. Like, I am truly grateful every day that I get to do the things that I love. I genuinely, like, so thankful, so grateful. You know, everything I do works around my children. They're always going through different phases. You know, I'm just coming out of the baby stage now, and, you know, there's no more babies ever in the Taylor household. And, you know, we're looking, and Bella's looking at colleges at the moment, my eldest, you know, down to my youngest. So they're always moving into different phases and they always need different things, and I can be there for them. Like I said at the very beginning, my number one job is mum, you know, that will always be my number one job. So I am grateful that everything I do in my business allows me to be there for them. You know, and sometimes the top or the balance can, you know, tip often, you know, like if there's deadlines for things or there's a big project or whatever it may be, and I'm up till 2-3 o'clock in the morning writing it, that's fine. But I know that there's a light at the end of the tunnel, and, you know, it is about the balance as well. But ultimately, I can manipulate my work to work around the family, and everything that we do is based on demand. So I am grateful that I'm able to do all of these things, but I never fall into thinking, oh my goodness, the business is going to be over, because people irrelevant to AI and irrelevant to all of the new bits of equipment that arrive in the world on a day-to-day basis, the new reformer, the new high rocks, the new CrossFit, the new thing that hangs from your ceiling that turns you upside, whatever it is, everyone needs fitness and everyone needs support and guidance. And it's not just, I say fitness, exercise. Everyone needs to move their body. And but what we do isn't just based on learning how to do a squat and a lunge. You know, like we also tap into nutrition and lifestyle and positive mindset and, you know, holistic management of your life and being a support system. Like my small group PT classes, I honestly feel like I just go and hang out with my mates and help them to work out each session. And it's like a therapy session for all of us, and sometimes me, because, you know, those girls will open up to each other, support each other, get a good sweat on as well, get their workout in, and then go off into the world and feeling a little bit lighter, you know. So there will always be a need for that in the world. And going back to your question about like wanting to take over the fitness world or, you know, make it this big scale, like if I rewind back to when Charlotte and I first got into the business, we had that like fire and drive in our guts to take on the world, which got us to that point of, are we going to franchise, and then looking at things a bit differently and looking at how, and now I'm at a point in my life where I go, I love what I do. It works for my children, but I'm not going to be on my deathbed wishing that I made another pound or that I delivered another class or that, you know. So you've got to always reflect and go, what's working for me, what's not working for me, and what is working generally and what's not working, and then tap your energy into those things. Like I said, Zumba is, it's not a big thing for us. It might be a big thing for other people. Good for them. Again, hype girl over here, good for you. That's not what our stream of clients is asking for right now. Our stream of clients are more Pilates and mums and babies and small group PT and personal training and people being able to work with us from afar, i.e. online. So we have clients in France and we have clients in Canada, and working with the Canadian netball team and being able to, you know, branch out in those ways, which you can't necessarily predict, but you've got to see the opportunities and you've got to believe and trust in that process and find a way if something else isn't working.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I think it's about, and you know, reaching back into the, when we discussed it briefly, I think it's about having that candor and that care for yourself and actually being like, yeah, it's okay if my vision of this business, my vision of its whether that's tangibly staff, offices, service, etc., or actually just what you want from it, right? And being in that position, I mean, obviously you're a very skilled businesswoman, you know what you're doing with marketing. I mean, for those people who are maybe listening to this who are struggling with demand, they're struggling to read what's the market is, what isn't the market. I mean, have you found that there's specific things that are really good when it comes to marketing in regards to the tactics of marketing? Because the fundamentals of marketing is understanding your brand, understanding what you want, who you serve. But then, like, tactically, how does someone then, in your opinion, go about actually getting that word out and actually building that momentum, building that understanding, building that client base, however you want to phrase it? You know, what have you found in your experience is the most effective or the best way?
So that makes me think like right back to the beginning of Girls Are Fit. And obviously those strategies will be different now because the world has evolved. But I'm very grateful that I don't sounds arrogant to say you don't need to do those things so much anymore. But, you know, when Charlotte and I first started out, we plodded the streets and posted the leaflets and were putting it out on social media and attending every networking event and getting our faces seen and, you know, sweaty selfie after every workout, putting everything on social media and building a client base and sending emails every week and doing all of those things. And admittedly, we don't do a lot of that now, but I don't know if that's because we have built a brand that means that we have a consistent, you know, trickle that is enough for what we're doing, or whether it's just that actually, you know, we spent so much money on posters, leaflets, all of that stuff at the very beginning. I don't remember the last time I did a leaflet for something, because actually social media is the power. Social media has the power for us. That might not be, I'm talking from the industry that we're working in. And also the consideration is your location, because having other fitness friends in other areas and the things that they might do, it doesn't feel like we need to do that. So again, like, okay, that person's doing it, but I don't necessarily need to do it. Oh, hang on, that's my front door. Hang on, 2 steps. No worries, I can take it. No problem. Is Alex? Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry.
That's okay. Don't worry.
Where were we?
We're talking about social media. No, I completely agree. I mean, my next question was, I guess, in some ways, is that just a reaction? Is that just a point of view of a shift to what is now working, quote unquote? And also, is that more of a mature business point of view, right? I think for me, when we both started, you need to do those hours in the networking. You need to do those hours on the street. You need to do those hours doing the free events, what I would just call eating shit, right? Mm-hmm. You have to do those things because no one knows you. When you are more established, doesn't mean you get complacent. It means you understand where you are in transactional reality, right? Yeah. Like my prices when I started 8 years ago, very different to my prices now. Right, yeah. That's a supply and demand thing. That's a skill thing. That's a gear thing. That's an understanding thing. That's also the value I can add to a client is completely different, you know. Yeah. And I think it's the same with any business. And I think people, they overestimate how much work they need to do at the beginning to be like, oh, I need to get this thing going, right? So they think it's going to be a really small amount of work. In reality, you need to do a shit ton to then be able to potentially scale back, but also have the humility within yourself and allow your ego to go, if things are harder, I've got to go back into the trenches and do the sales calls in a creative industry, do the hand-to-hand combat strategies in DMs or cold outreach or etc., right? Because I have for me, it's kind of two-phased. I'm looking for growth, I'm looking for long-term, I'm looking for reputational gains, right? But if I'm in a financial position or I'm in a cash flow position because either a mistake I've made or I took my eye off the ball or just things are harder, I got screwed over, projects didn't happen the way it did, etc., then I understand that I need to either leverage my reputation, A. B, I just need to do the work. I just need to do what I call the grunt work. Let's create an offer, let's create an ad, let's push, let's actually go and sell that ad to people hand to hand, not put it on social and pray, not put it on social consistently and hope, right? But then also understand that there's going to be parts of your life, if you do that correctly and you manage your money correctly, that you can then have phases where actually you could be a bit more chill. You can have a bit more work-life balance if that matters to you.
When I'm putting a new project together, I know that is literally like my head is in that project until it's finished. Like there's nothing else I'm thinking about. And if it means that I'm getting into the flow of writing that project and it's 10 o'clock and that's my normal, like, okay, shut down, go to bed, then I will just carry on and get it done, because I know that creative side of me is flowing, and I just need to make it happen. And that's kind of when the magic's happening, and I'm not going to interrupt that flow. But these are projects that, you know, once they're created, yeah, okay, you're putting the 24/7 into it at the beginning and not really getting much back for it. But the long-term impact of that, like Drop a Dress Size, I wrote back in 2011, and we're still using it now. It's costing me nothing every time someone's signing up to it. It costs me nothing to do that, you know. And again, I think where Girls Are Fit has always been quite unique is that there's been a few investments here and there, like the, you know, the website, but then that investment was from what we won, so it wasn't like we were kind of, you know, trying to find money. And but everything has been created from scratch, you know, and then built from there, and then it just gradually builds momentum. So all the effort that goes in at the beginning, you can't quantify that, you know. Like, I can't quantify how many hours and how much money that, you know, it's like when I go to the accountants and they go, well, how much? I'm like, I know, I just sat up all night and wrote it, but now I'm making this much from it, so does it matter, you know? Because when you have a mindset of being creative and building your own business, you will do what it takes. Like, I don't work 9 till 5 ever, like, but I don't want to either, you know. Like, my day starts super early and it ends super late, and I have great things that I do and I love. There's some shitty bits along the way, but, you know, that's life. But I get to do the things that I love, and I get to spend the time with my family, which is super important. But when it comes to the actual marketing side of things, I like to think that Girls Are Fit, the brand of Girls Are Fit, is very authentic. So everything that we put on our social media is what's happening in the here and the now, which is why with Drop a Dress Size, like, that has evolved to becoming an online program. So it's online. I could record myself delivering those notes and it would literally have none of my impact. But I feel like it loses that connection with the people that are actually doing it. And then when I deliver a workshop, I go very much on the conversations that have been happening in the week in the group. So actually, although the notes are the exact same, what they're getting is authentic to what is happening in the here and the now. And that, again, is something you're not going to get from AI, and it's not going to, you know. So I could, if I was to be like strict cutthroat business, go, I'll record myself, and then it means I'm giving even less time to it and making more money from it. But actually, the longevity of that is that, you know, like, we have people come back and do Drop Dress Size and come back and do abs transformation and sign up to the subscription for abs transformation. And the reason for that is although they know it's the same program, they're getting something different each month based on the here and the now, what's happening right now. So in lockdown, what was happening right here, right now, and me having genuine conversations with them over what's going on in the sky right now, you know, rather than just a pre-recorded, you know, delivered package that actually, you know, dies out over time.
Yeah, and I think
there's no emotion there, you know.
I think it comes back to the authenticity of the brand, right? Like,
Yeah.
what are you doing, and can you? This isn't to say that you shouldn't reuse older content. Like, I'm known for, like, my talks being reused and etc. and like leveraging it, but like, for me, that gives me bandwidth to then create other content that's then in. I'm not doing it as instead of. It's an and, right? So I look at it from a arbitrage of, I can put out this number of content if I leverage AI. I can put out this number of content with or without AI. The amount of content I would put out without AI involved in one way or another, whether that's editing or helping script, etc., is less, and the quality is, like, worse in my view, right? So actually, for me specifically, especially in a technical point of view, it allows me to speed up my workflow, allows me to create a better product and add more value in the time I have that I'm willing to work for, right? Which is still a lot of hours, etc. But it does kind of bring me on to one of the final questions I want to ask you, which was around, like, business burnout. How do you deal with it? Is it a thing that people deal with? If so, what are the signs? Is it just that potential moment of crash and burn, or is it the lead up?
You're talking to a Duracell bunny right now, so I literally crash and burn. Like, I like survive on not much sleep. Like literally, if I take last night as an example, my youngest one is asthmatic and she had a really bad night, and I slept in 4 different places in this house last night, and then I was still up at 5:30 this morning to teach my 6 o'clock class. And then it's like boom, 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 back to back, like boom, boom, boom. And then I finish at 9 o'clock tonight, and then I'll be prepping the lunch boxes for tomorrow. And then but I do all my class plans on a Sunday, so that kind of takes the pressure off. And then I genuinely look forward to teaching those sessions. Burnout is definitely a thing, but it's not just business burnout; it's life burnout. It's soul burnout. And, I think that comes down to also personality type and understanding yourself. And there's definitely been times where, the candle has burnt out. Should they say the flame or the flame?
You burnt the
ends.
candles at both ends. Yeah.
That one. Yeah, that one. And again, I think that the ripe old age of 42, it's taken that long to go, do you know what, I need to take a step back and I need to have a break. It's a Saturday afternoon. I need to not be doing my session plans. Actually, I had this exact thing happen actually on Saturday. And it'd been a heavy week. And on Friday, I'd started at 6 a.m., finished at 8 p.m., driven one of my daughters to Guildford. She had a competition, had to be there at 7:30 the next morning. We got back at 2 in the afternoon. I had all my session plans to do. I was going to go on live. Bring me back to the live thing in a minute, because you were asking about the marketing strategies. I was going to go on live. We had a new program starting on Monday, new abs transformation. I was like, I have to get it done. I walked in the door and I literally was like, I'm so exhausted, I think I'm going to vomit. And I went and laid on my bed. I slept for 5 hours. Thank God my husband was here, could take over the children, because they would have just run feral and wild if he wasn't here. Because and every time I'd wake up and be like, what's going on? Oh, I need to get my work done. Oh, I'm just gonna lie here for 5 more minutes. And I was just exactly that, completely burnt out. But I mentally went, you know what? I have got some time tomorrow. I'm going to enjoy this time now to recoup. I just need to take some time. I need to readjust all my little boulders for next week for food and drinking enough water and getting to bed on time, and everything just kind of fell out of line a little bit last week, and being mindful of it. So being conscious that, okay, that happened. There were some things that I couldn't have prevented. Like I couldn't have gone 8 o'clock Friday night, you know what, I'm really tired, I don't want to drive to Guildford for an hour and a half, and I don't actually want to get up at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning and curl hair for a cheer competition. But those things you have to do. But what can you do to recoup? Well, I can sleep for that 5 hours, and then I can get that work done a bit later, and I can make sure that I'm on it for this week for as much as I can to make sure that doesn't happen again this weekend. So it is absolutely thing, and you have to be mindful of, like I did refer to, a light at the end of the tunnel. Like I am fully prepared to do a 24-hour stint if it means I'm going to get a project and smash out what I call G mode, which is like genius mode, when you creative juices are flowing and you are like in it, no one distract me, there's some good content coming out here, it's coming, so I'm just going to keep going with it. But there has to be a light at the tunnel. That 24/7 can't continue as 24/7, so the Duracell bunny has still got a rest at some point. So going back to answer the question of, is business burnout a thing? It absolutely is a thing. And you have to be aware of your key lifestyle principles, which is everything that we teach, like drinking enough water, eating enough, working on your sleep cycles, stress management, all of those things. And sometimes that balance works really well. And then sometimes you have things that you can't control, and that burnout hits. And being aware, for me, the first thing will normally be that my memory starts to go a little bit, where I'm like, what day is it today? I spoke to that person, or somebody that I know, that just mind fog more than anything. I mean, it could just be being perimenopausal, but but it is the mind fog, and that generally is like burnout mode is about to kick in. And I'll lose motivation as well with things and be like, what am I doing? Why am I doing it? And then I'll just go back to what I love. I'll just go, right, okay, take it back to basics. Take it back to basics. Get your workout done in the morning. Get in your ice bath. Take a breath. It's all going to be okay. Take it back to the simple things. And then that little bit of a buzz pumps up my battery. And then I'm like, okay, I'm ready. Let's do this.
I think, I'm glad you brought up live, and we'll go on to it in a minute. But I think a lot of it is about understanding your own phases. Like personally, I work in phases, right? Like right now, I'm on a big push phase, right? Try a load of new stuff on marketing, try a load of stuff on output, physically moving around a lot to do the podcast, right? Like launching the podcast, very high intensity for the next like week and a half. But also, then there's going to be a week where it's not that. It's chill because I'll have a bank of podcasts. I'll know the strategy. I'll know what works.
Yeah.
I will have done the marketing to say, hey, look, the podcast is back. And then I will, look and see how we did, see what the numbers were, see what worked, see what didn't, and then readjust and so on and carry on. But I think there's so much of it. I mean, just speaking in your world, I noticed that like 2 weeks ago, really good place working out pretty consistently. Got ill, knocked me for 6, okay?
Yeah.
And then I was like, shit, I haven't worked out this week, right? And like now there's no time for me to actually like schedule in a workout.
Yeah.
So my solution to that is candor. This week is prioritizing work. Okay, cool. Right, still going to focus on sleep, still going to focus on drinking, still going to focus on eating well. But I've already pre-confirmed and pre-booked in my calendar, which is how I have to do it because of just how busy everyone is.
Yeah.
And that's what I'd recommend. If you want to get something done and it's priority, schedule it into your calendar and make them non-negotiables to move.
Absolutely. Like I say to my clients online that I'm working coaching, like literally those coaching sessions online, we are literally diary planning. We're like, okay, food for this week. When are you going to get your workouts in? Your workouts are scheduled like they're a meeting. You are going to make that meeting. Like that is as important as whatever that other thing is that you're going to do. And if it's written in my diary, then it's going to happen. Like the first thing you will drop is yourself when it comes to stress and managing business and managing life. Like the easiest thing to go, do you know what, I'll miss my workout and it means that I can then get that piece of work done, or I can get that child to whatever that they need. It's fine, I don't need to work out today, I'll just work out tomorrow. And that's where scheduling in with my clients, doing scheduled sessions with them, and then also early bird workouts, our 6 a.m. workouts, you're ahead of the game before all the shit hit the fan and becomes an excuse as to why you can't do it. So like at 6 a.m., my kids don't need me at 6 a.m. They're mostly still sleeping, sometimes not, but that nothing is really needed at that time. I get it done, and then whatever shit hits the fan through the day, it's fine because I've still got myself in order at that point, and it sets you up for the day to be able to do those things. But it's so easy for the domino effect, like one thing, like you were ill and it knocked out, and then suddenly your time gets filled, and then you're like, it's like when you have a baby and you go, how did I fit a job in with this? Like, how do I do that? But you just figure it out, you find a way, you transform your excuses, you trust the process, and you make it work. Going back to the life thing, so you asked about the marketing strategies, like, for me, the thing that works beyond everything else that is like an instant works is going on live every weekend. It's normally between 9:30 and 10:30. It's no longer than 10 minutes on our Instagram, and it goes onto our Facebook stories as well. And I literally just chat shit. I literally just go, hey guys, I hope you've had a good week. Or it's been a bit cold this week. Or we've just done small group PT, and I never ever. This is where I think I know some business strategies would advise you differently. I never ever script it ever, because again, I feel like you lose that authenticity. Is that the right word? I feel like I lose that connection when I'm like reading something or like doing this, rather than, and I said at the beginning of this podcast, like when you said, oh, have you read some of the questions? I was like, I just want to talk very openly and what the first thing is that comes into my head, because then you get the real person. And I feel like for us, our marketing strategy, yes, we do the emails, yes, we do the stories, the social media, we do the networking events, we get out there, we're here, there, everywhere, we're asking our clients to tag us on their social media, like all of that stuff is done. But the thing that makes a huge difference instantly, like literally people will watch that live, and then I'll see like 3 or 4 programs have just been bought on our website, and I'll be like, we've got Barefoot Fitness next week, and we've got some taster sessions. And then last week I had, so I've had a few people go back to work. I had a couple of people off ill. I was like, oh, I need to push this week. Let's open it up to people being able to come for drop-ins. And I had like 4 people last week, and then 12 people on Monday, just from doing a 10-minute live, which wasn't on Saturday because I crashed and burnt, but I did do it on Sunday night, you know?
Yeah.
So you just kind of adjust your sails, as they say.
I think that's about. I mean, you know, the business side of it would be like you're adding value, not asking for anything, adding value, not asking for anything, etc., etc., etc. You're showing up in a consistent, predictable pattern, so that people know you're going to be there at whatever it is, etc. And I think that's a key. I mean, I think when it comes to content or whether you're doing live, like some people really thrive on non-planned notes, other people thrive with energy, right? Like whenever I guest on a podcast, you can ask me whatever you like. It's your show. You know your audience. You go. You take the conversation wherever you like. You're in control. The reason why I prep the show is because I feel like I can go into more depth with that research because before it was I'm just going to show up. We're going to have a conversation. The show's fine. It's not like I can't do that, but it's an excuse for me not to do more work. Right there. I want to actually, when I interview someone now, know every single nuanced detail about what they do and how they do it, and where the pressure points are, where the energy points are, where the I've gone off a percentage of notes on my phone today, but actually I've also like thrown in a load of side questions just on listening to you. And I think you can have the best of both worlds if you prepare for the interview properly. In the same way, and this is where I would agree but also disagree with you with lives, you should have a rough plan of detailed notes, but also be willing to throw them out of the window if you have a tangent, a energy, whatever you want to call it, or you get a question in the chat, for example, that actually you can go in depth with. And because it's your energy and it's how you would then react. But it also shouldn't be an excuse to be like, I'm not going to do the research work.
Yeah, but I guess from my point of view, what I'm doing in the live, I already have in my head, I know what's happening this week, and those are the areas that I want to cover. So it's more of a mental bullet point than writing a script and reading from a script. I think from your point of view, when like if I was interviewing somebody, I would absolutely have it like set.
Hello, my friends. Hope you're well. Today, I'm on location in Wilton today, filming a brand new interview and a brand new podcast with Andy from the Courtyard Marketplace. Hello, Andy.
Hi, Colin.
How are you?
I'm all right, thanks.
Good. For those who don't know you, don't know the shop, what would you say to those people? How would you kind of position yourself and articulate to those people who maybe don't know you?
Well, basically, we're a artisan food shop with a eco theme and a refill eco station or eco refill station. We support lots of small producers throughout the UK, and our emphasis is on quality, not quantity. It's just about sourcing nice products for our customers to enjoy. And that's what we love. We just love finding different products.
So you've been, we were talking a little bit before whilst I was setting up and such, and you've been established since 2016.
Yeah.
How did you get here? Because you weren't, from my understanding, you weren't here from 2016. So where did it kind of start?
Well, it started with my daughter, Wendy,
Okay.
and her husband. They decided they wanted to set up a cafe called the Courtyard Cafe. I was then made redundant and took on the farm shop element of the cafe. And that's really where the marketplace started, from a small beginnings in the cafe. And our first supplier at that point, who we deal with today, or still to date, 8 years on, is the Hawkshead Relish Company, who are based in the Lake District. They have been tremendously supportive of us right from day one, and without them we probably wouldn't exist today. They've supported us, they've helped us create what we have today. But even now, a lot of our emphasis on products still goes around that original stocking of the Hawkshead brand.
From that perspective, I mean, what was there like? Because obviously you're very artisan. Was that a very specific choice that you wanted to go down? Because I think when people look at farm shops, they maybe maybe the wrong word is snobby, but they can be perceived that way, you know. And I think that actually, I think it's the value perspective and the perspective when it comes to thinking about the thought process behind the owner of the shop and how did you choose your stock? How does it? Because I think it's a big deal because to an extent you're sort of marrying the two brands and saying, well, like I put my quality stamp on this, you know, especially with the reputation you now have.
Well, initially, we was going to go down the local route because local is the thing.
Yeah.
But it soon became apparent that Wiltshire is not a food capital, and the suppliers that we did approach weren't particularly interested in us because we were small fry. And that's why we approached Hawkshead, because we like their labelling, which is very simple and to the point, and the product just stands out. And then it's grown from there, really, is finding nice products from around the UK that fit the brief of good quality. They're going down the eco route. Great Taste Awards, that features a lot on a lot of our products, although it's not something that we specifically look out for. It just happens to be that a lot of our suppliers have won lots of awards, or the Great Taste Awards. So it's really grown from the Hawkshead side, but now we are far more than just a Hawkshead stockist. So now, fast forward to 2025, we do now have a lot more localish products. So we've got oil, the rapeseed oil from Shrewton, we've got local honey, we've got peanut butter, we've got a variety of things, but it could be Dorset, it could be Hampshire, Cornwall. So it's the whole spectrum, and we do try now to look at more local products, but it is still that thing of Wiltshire isn't a food capital. We're always on the lookout for something new, something different.
That aligns and works, I think, is from what I've gathered from our conversations previously, you know, and fits into what else you offer.
Yeah,
you know,
we won't put any old thing in. Yeah, we're not just going to be another supermarket stroke convenience store. You know, we think about what we put in. We're not just going to put in something just because it's got to meet lots of criteria. And customers ask us for certain things, and for the most part, we listen. Again, if it fits our brief, we do put in things that customers ask for, and that's how we sort of grow our range, I suppose.
Would you say that, because obviously in a place like Wilton, it's very small and it's very community led, would you say that if you were in, say, somewhere bigger or a more, I guess in some ways like a external of a city, or like the location is where this question's going, what role would you say the location here plays in how successful or not successful potentially a shop or your shop is?
Well, we think it's massive, the location thing, because we've been in here 2.5 years now.
Okay.
And we do feel that we're becoming part of the community. A key thing for us is customer service, being there for our customers. We have customers that come in just for a chat. Yes, we want people to buy things, but we're there for people if they just want to come in just for a chat. You wouldn't get that in your bigger shops. You wouldn't get that in a city centre, and that's why we love this location so much. And a lot of our customers now are becoming friends. So it's a whole social element as well. You know, we're there. We like to think that we're there for our customers as much as anything, if that makes sense.
No, I think that's really key, and I think it's about, for me anyway, it's about understanding where you sit in your community potentially. I mean, a lot of what I've built my business on, mostly Salisbury focused when I lived there, but now I'm living in Wilton more. It's always about how can I, even not if there's a commercial benefit necessarily, but like how can I position myself as the go-to helper in what I do for the local area, right? So we've done Chalk Valley, for example, for 4 years now, if you count this year. Never made a penny off it, right? We've done a decent amount of the Salisbury events. Again, never made there's a few commercial transactions in there, but like very, very few. If you look at the kind of event portfolio as a whole, 95%, 85% is like free. In that respect, I think it's about the passion, and I think like a lot of the marketing strategies that you could use is leveraging that community goodwill to an extent. And I mean, how do you feel about doing that? Because I think there is that kind of question mark in some ways as well, because like it could be perceived as a bit manipulative or a bit like you're leveraging the community goodwill. But also I think that's how a community will thrive. I think that's how a town or a village or a city will be seen by a larger group, and that kind of community effort. And it's very kind of buzzword, like the community is a buzzword in marketing at the moment, about how do you build community around your organization, around your shop, around your business. I mean, how does one do that, would you say?
I think for us, it's just about me and Wendy being us, and being open, being no frills, no sales gimmicks, just being us and ourselves, and I think that portrays a lot. And people do come in for that, for the banter, people do thrive off of that, and people know that they can come in and not be bombarded with sales pitches. There's nothing devious about anything we do. It's all genuine.
For me, it's your intention with it, right? I think sometimes when people throw the word community authenticity around, it's not authentic to them what they're doing. What they're doing is seeing a trend and potentially jumping on it and be like, oh, I need to have community in my business, I need to be authentic, etc. I think for me, as someone who's been, I believe anyway, true to myself and true to authenticity when it comes to everything I've done since I established in 2018, I think, and sometimes to my detriment, right, as well, which I think is the key for like when you're being truly authentic, is actually, it's sometimes good for you, but also it can, for me personally, have a negative connotation because I'm 100% honesty policy. So, and sometimes I have been known to maybe say things in such a way that could ruffle some feathers, right? And I think, and it kind of leads on, I guess, to the question of, because everyone has a level of maybe a misunderstanding or burn a relationship, maybe not from their perspective, like they wanted that to happen, but that's the kind of nature of what ended up happening. How did you handle that? How do you deal with that, like personally, as either you personally or as a business? How do you sort of navigate that when it happens? Because I think it's natural in business, right?
Well, it is
sometimes,
unfortunately.
unfortunately.
I mean, I didn't even know community was a trend in that sense, because we just do what we do. But you always know when if somebody isn't going to be receptive to how we are. We'll be pleasant. We'll ask them if they're looking for anything in particular, and then you just leave them to browse and to look in their own time, and then they either carry on and buy something or they go off on their way. But you can always pick up when people are not comfortable with that sort of thing, because not everybody is, and we understand that.
Do you think it's more of a like, okay, you're just not for us, or we're not for you kind of perspective then?
Possibly, but then some people just want to come into a shop, browse, and get whatever they're after and be gone. They're not interested in having a conversation or passing the time of day, and that's fine, because we're all different, you know. And that's probably what makes it more interesting. But to be honest, we get very few people that are actually like that. You know, we're getting to know the personalities of a lot of our customers. We know if they've maybe had some issues, and so we try to be caring. We remember these things, and it's because we want to. It's not because there's any sort of game plan that it's.
It's about being human and being like real, right? I think sometimes people could perceive it, or one could perceive it because of salespeople doing it to be fake, to you know, warm the lead to then get the sale, right? And I think it comes back to that intention element, you know. And I think for me anyway, it's what was your intention going into it, and did you have good intentions going into it and into that interaction, and then how does that knock on effect? Like, if that knock on effect's then positive, happy days. If it's then potentially negative, could you reflect on maybe how, or just take it as, okay, actually maybe they're not for us, you know, in that respect. For me personally, and I have had that with clients, I've had that with ex-clients, I've had that with potential clients, etc. I mean, you obviously operated through COVID, which was going to be my next question about like how, and it's kind of more of a diversification question related to like, how do you, because you could look at it at like, what happens when something like COVID happens, or what happens when things aren't, as we were discussing when I was setting up, you know, things aren't doing as well as you would want them to, right? We're always in a position where hopefully things are good, but we had room for more. And I think it's about the difference between two businesses will be the ones that go, okay, we can sort of see what's happening and we can see what's coming if we don't act. What have you done? Is there things you've like pivoted or adapted and now offer that I think would make you either unique or has allowed you to sort of weather those storms?
Yeah, obviously the pandemic was a very difficult period for everybody. It was very difficult for us being open shut, but we did try to see positives. And during that period, we actually expanded. So we moved from one shop to another within our last environment. One of the biggest things that we done, we invested in a new website, because we could see that we wasn't going to get a daily footfall, so we needed something to keep us out there, because we was frightened we was going to lose our little business that me and Wendy love. We love what we do. So hence we had the website built that then brought on our online shop. And during COVID, we did do lots of online orders, local deliveries, and it gave us a chance to still be out there helping the community, gave me something to do on a daily basis, and kept the shop ticking over, for us to be able to hopefully move forward. It was always about trying to use that period as a stepping stone as such, not fall and be negative and then we've gone. So we were just trying to make our business, put longevity on the business in a difficult time, and we weathered it. You know, we managed to come through that. I think we're bigger, we're stronger now. We're in a better place for doing that, and now we have a nice website to go with the shop.
Yeah, I think sometimes as entrepreneurs we don't. I mean, I've worked on this the last couple of years. It's very like it's all down to me, right? One of the benefits, I guess, in some ways, or but also one of the quote unquote curses you could say of entrepreneurship is my income's down to me, my output's down to me, My marketing's down to me. How well things are is down to me. How well things aren't going is down to me. And I think that sometimes people who maybe are used to a job or maybe aren't in the entrepreneurial space aren't 100% like aware of that necessarily. Like, I think we have to have, like, from a more personal like level, for me personally, I think you have to, when you choose your partner and stuff, like, you have to have someone who's really understanding in that respect as well. And I think that when it comes to having an outlet as well outside of work, something I've always struggled with is not working, because I love what I do. So it can be like, I'm very fortunate and very lucky to do this full time and be able to support myself and so on from doing it. But also, it's then harder to disconnect, if that makes sense. Like, for me personally, I mean, how do you disconnect personally from the shop? If you do.
For the most part, I don't, and Wendy would tell me off for that. But I do try to more and more now. But I do go home and I do the accounts. I do the marketing, but that's generally because I enjoy it. Mm-hmm. But I do know now that I've got to take time for myself, because if I don't do that, then I'll suffer, and then inevitably it will have a knock-on effect with the shop. But I will still, at the weekend, I will do things. I order it. It's just in my nature, but it's only because I enjoy what I do. You know, if it was a 9-to-5 job, I wouldn't be doing that.
I think that's the difference, right? People look at maybe what business owners do, right? And they look at and they say, like, I wouldn't say you should work for someone who isn't yourself this hard, right? You shouldn't. In my view, it's a silly idea. But I think when you work for yourself and it's your baby, to use the cliche term, it's not even like you can help it, right? Like, a lot of what my partner talks to me about as well is like, oh, stop thinking, get ideas. Because I get ideas at random times of night, right? It's actually whenever I relax, like, then my brain goes into the creative side of like, oh, I've got this idea. This entire relaunch of the podcast came from one of those ideas. But I think that for me, I mean, we have a shared, would it be fair to say, shared passion for wildlife, I guess. I mean, how did you sort of get started with that? You know, been very fortunate to see some of your work in the shop, and like, did you do that before, and then it sort of naturally became part of the shop? Like, was it then an idea to be like, okay, I've got this, let's see what happens in the shop?
Well, I've always loved photography. I've always taken photos. I've never classed myself as a photographer, and I probably would never do that because I don't think I am. But I do like taking nice photos. And then Wendy one day said, why don't I just turn some of my photographs into cards? And I sort of, not laughed, but I don't see my work as being, I'm too self-critical, basically. But she said, no, let's do it. So we did. We turned a small selection into cards, and I've been really surprised at how well they've been received. I get people come in now specifically for my cards. I try now to put this into my social life, where I'll go off and have a little photography session within the view of, they would make nice cards. So it has turned on its head in a way that I never thought possible, because I've never classed myself as creative or anything like that. I mean, now Wendy has decided to label herself creative director. Where it's come from, I don't know. It's not too far from the truth. That's how she is. So we'll give her that one. but she loves doing that. So and a lot of her creativity probably feeds down into me now, where with the cards I do think about what I'm taking pictures of. Oh, that would make a nice card. Or somebody asked me the other week to take a picture of one of the churches and turn. So again, it's that listening to customers and like I said, and people do love them, and that's been the nice surprise. I've even been asked for my autograph twice, which Wendy thought was highly amusing. She thought they was being sarcastic, but they was actually being truthful. So 2 people I had to sign my cards because I was I mean, a lot of people, when I say, oh, those are my cards over there. Are they? You done those? And it's almost a disbelief that I've done them. But it's nice. It's nice for people to take them away, and it gives me a little buzz.
I also think it's a nice place to escape, you could say, to step away, to reflect on like where the shop is or like where the business is, and I think that's where you get those creative ideas, and that's why I think it's important. And I think, you know, for me, I think a lot of it comes from having that permission myself to say, actually, I can step away. You know, we were talking a bit as I was setting up as well about, you know, having phases, right? At the moment, this week is very busy in the respect to it's podcast launch week. I'm doing a lot of podcasts, etc. But then next week, I'm back with clients again. You know, that was deliberately pre-scheduled to be this way. But then also then I've got other weeks where there won't be a lot necessarily going on. There will just be, I have this edit to do. I'm waiting on approval, etc. So I think sometimes people look at the really busy weeks for a business owner and think, oh, he's going to burn out. Oh, he's going to do this. And I think for me, not to say that it comes from a place of care, of course, right? But I think for me, it's the personal balance has to be yours. I don't think it's a situation where you can be, where someone else can say whether you, unless they're really close to you and they can see the signs. But like, even then, I think you have to have that permission and you need to sort of work that through yourself, in my view. And I think for me, I think having an outlet like wildlife, like photography, etc., especially if you don't do it as a job, is, and if you do, have a different set of expectations when you're doing it for fun, when you're not doing it professionally or commercially. And I think it just gives you that space, right? And I think it gives you that space to come up with new ideas. It gives you that space to actually like fuel the growth as well, like especially if you're growth minded. And for in the first couple of years of my business, I didn't look at it that way, and it's been interesting to see how my perspective has changed there. I mean, have you, from an overarching thought process in like the goal of where the shop was when you started in 2016 to now, like, is it where you wanted it to be? Like, in the respect to, like, this was the vision and you've hit that vision? Or not? And or has that vision sort of tweaked and changed?
I think our vision constantly moves as we go from one week to the next, to be honest. We don't set ourselves goals. Maybe we should. It's not all fun and games. I mean, when Wendy makes me laugh constantly, but it isn't all fun and games as much as we'd like it to be. I mean, cash flow is always a problem, you know, but this is a problem that all independent businesses struggle with.
I think it's harder for a stock related business, right? It's a struggle for every business potentially, yes, but it's easier for me to balance because I don't have to then buy stock to make money, right? I have to just focus on marketing more and then showing up and doing a good job, pretty much. So how do you, I've always been curious how you balance cash and stock as a business.
For me, it's become a massive learning curve since we came into this shop. It's been massive, and I wasn't prepared for how big a problem could be. But now, basically, we just have to, like everybody else, I suppose, watch what you spend. If somebody initially when we set this up, we had it nicely stocked, and as soon as we run out of 2 or 3 things, we'd be on it, restock. But the trouble is with the restocking, you always have minimum orders.
Yeah.
With every little supplier, there's always a minimum order.
Yeah.
So you would then make up another minimum order to get in some stock that we'd sold out of. I've now learnt that that's not really the way forward. And basically, if we haven't got it, we haven't got it until we're in a position to reorder. So, and that's most of our customers are fine with that. They'll wait until it's restocked, or they choose something else. But it is just about watching and trying not to spend it. We love putting new products in. That's one of our downfalls. Well, not downfalls, but when it's quiet, we sit here and we'll start looking for new producers, new suppliers, and we think, oh, that's great, that'll work. That'd be nice. Our customers will love that. And then you put in new products, but the problem is you're in a quiet period, so there's no money coming in. If there's no money coming in, you've still got to pay your bills. The bills don't go away. You've still got to pay your rent. You've still got to pay for the stock that's on the shelf. So now we have stepped away from doing that, and hopefully that is now going to transpire into us being a bit more on top of this cash flow issue. It's always going to crop up. I've realised that there's going to be peaks and troughs.
I think it's something you have to monitor. Like that's one of the skills of being a business owner, in my view, right? Is that constant money management, that constant aware of where you are, and then developing strategies to deal with either the surplus and then how to use it to grow, or actually getting to the point of a surplus where you're actually fine for 4 months or 6 months or so on. And I think sometimes you have to make personal sacrifices yourself to get the money into the business there, because if you are wrongly or rightly potentially taking money out of the business, then you are potentially hurting the business's growth or its sustainability as a whole. But I mean, you've done quite a bit that has removed, is a set of revenue streams as well, that I know you wanted to talk about today. So I mean, how did you sort of go about the hampers? How did you sort of work with Airbnbs and work with Piccolo down the street, etc.? I mean, did that sort of come as an idea? How did that sort of go?
Yeah, the Piccolo thing, that came from Lou, the owner of Piccolo. In the past, they've given flowers and bottles of Prosecco to people that buy a new house, and she had this idea of us making up some sort of hamper bag. And that's what we do now. We make up a little hamper bag for all the people buying their new house. So they're given the keys, given one of our bags, but within the bag is lots of little goodies because moving in is a stressful time. You don't want to be looking for a vase for flowers. You don't want to be looking for champagne flutes for your Prosecco. You're unboxing, you're getting stressed. So a lot of thought goes into what we put in our little bags. It's just things that they can nibble on, can have a drink, have a snack, sit down, have a cup of tea and a biscuit, just to see them through those couple of days. And it really works. We've had a lot of good feedback, and they love that little extra touch. Obviously, it's an extra touch by Piccolo, but for the benefit of us. On the Airbnb side, it's something we've wanted to do for a long time, but we had been struggling to find anybody that has Airbnbs. And then by chance, we heard about somebody called Host with Grace. another local business. We contacted Grace. She came in, loved the shop, and now we supply 2 of her properties with hampers and they're like a welcome hamper. So welcome the guests. Grace gives us a brief, gives us a budget, and we tailor it accordingly to the clients that she's got coming in. And that's the sort of thing that we want to build on. We've just done some hamper bags for somebody that was involved in the prom at Able Hands. And she wanted to thank the volunteers. And eventually she thought of us because she had gone to Virginia Haywood, or looked at Virginia Haywood. Hampers are through the roof in price, and you don't really get a lot of choice as to what's in there. It's more packaging. She even looked at Fortnum and Mason having just one big hamper, but again, you don't get an awful. It's more packaging. And she came to us again, gave us a brief, gave us a budget, and the reaction has been brilliant. So it's that sort of thing that we're trying to build on, because hampers, we love doing, particularly Wendy. She loves creating the hampers. She lets me have a go every now and again. I think I've still got some learning to do, but I'm getting there, I think. But
has it helped with the peaks and troughs of like cash flow, that side of things?
that's what we're hoping, because we've only been, it's only this last couple of months. I mean, one of the downsides is I'm now having to order more stock, but we are now changing some of the stock because of what we're doing for the Airbnbs. We're now introducing some new stock into the shop, so our customers are benefiting as well. So it's making us look for more nice products to complement what we already do. But we just want to promote hampers a lot more. Christmas is always the time for hampers. They always do very well, but hampers are not just for Christmas. Birthdays, a thank you, corporate gifts, anything like that. So we're just trying to put ourselves out there a bit more and let people know what we can offer. And everything is bespoke, everything is personal. We don't just have a hamper full of things that we like people to choose, to tailor it to whoever they're purchasing it for. If there's an allergy, we can accommodate. If they're vegetarian, if they don't like a certain product. So everything is tailored to the final consumer, and people do love that. They love to do that personal gift, and it means such a lot to the recipient.
I think it also shows, again, it goes back to that authenticity point that we were mentioning before, and I think that so much of businesses, especially now as maybe times are tough, I've heard that for my entire career, so I always take it with a pinch of salt, because it's perspective, isn't it? And it's kind of down to you. But I think for me, on that point, yes, the world is more turbulent, right? It's always been turbulent, but it's more turbulent now. And I think, doing things that are unique, that are custom, that are bespoke, that come from a level of love and authenticity, will be the reason why you win. And I think, and I'm aware of time, so I think let's wrap up soon. But those who are localized to Wilton, they may have noticed that you've had, I think, 3 windows by Michelle on your window.
Yeah, this is the third one. Yeah.
How was that how did that process begin? And do you feel that it really helps you stand out, because as a shop, one of your shop front, quite literally, is one of the main reasons why someone will come through the door off the street from a footfall point of view. Of course, you can do things like market online, have a good website, have a good social media presence to bring people to the shop. But I would say, well, let me ask you, is a lot of it footfall? And then if so, does that have a knock-on effect to having a more aesthetically pleasing window, you could say?
Well, to be honest, the window we was totally oblivious of originally as a tool.
Okay.
And it just come out of, I don't know what it came out of now, but we had this brainwave of doing something with the window, because our window is very difficult to make look nice because it's an old building and it's quite a deep recess, and the sun beats down on it, so it's very difficult to, because Wendy again loves to create a nice window display, but it needed to be more than that. So we approached Michelle and we came up with the idea of just having a catchy slogan, just something quick, something that wasn't too intense. And our first one just said, "Say cheese." That's all it said. It said, "Say cheese," and then there was a little comedy block of cheese underneath it. And our cheese sales quadrupled in 2 to 3 months, because so many people didn't realise we sold cheese. And that's how it starts. So the next one was Christmas. We had hampers on there, and now we've got honey. So we just try and think what would work best, but it's more trying to make it tongue in cheek, I suppose, and just have something nice on the window. We're just trying to think what can go on there next. But it's a lot of it. It's about creating interest in the shop, but it's also about fun. Yeah, I mean, which is what we try to do. We want to introduce the fun aspect, to make it a nice experience to come into the shop and not just be a cold environment. We want to portray our we try and portray our personality perhaps within the window, on our website. We try and portray us and not like a corporate brand. And that has sort of shone through, and in particular recently, where we've won the Muddy Stilettos award for best farm shop / deli in Wiltshire. That was a total surprise. We're chuffed to bits. We didn't expect it, but the one thing that we did notice with this one was how much the people of Wilton and beyond got behind us. We were just getting people come through the door. "We voted for you. How well are you doing?" And then we've had so many lovely comments on the back of us winning. Customers bringing us in little gifts and cards, and it just makes this whole process worthwhile. There's no monetary gain in that as such, but it is just a lovely achievement for Wendy and I after 8 years, 9 years of basically, yeah. It's nice to finally get some recognition, but we do get a lot of recognition from a lot of customers. And
I think again, it kind of builds on that world of community building. It builds on the world of authenticity. It builds on the world of that kind of tongue-in-cheek element that we were talking about with the window. And I think so much of business community, it can be quite salesy, can be quite, in that respect. And hopefully with what I do with my content, it isn't just corporate. Yes, I can serve corporates. Yes, I can serve small business. Yes, I can serve medium-sized business. But hopefully it's perceived in such a way where it's not like just corporate. And I think for me, that's the key to any business that maybe are listening to this, who's maybe on harder times, you could say, is, get your own personal brand or get your own personality across. And I think being more people-led, because one of the USPs, you could say, of like a small business is the fact that we are people and that we are people-driven in the respect to, like, we will go the extra mile for our clients, we will go the extra mile for our customers. But then also there will be opportunities like the awards where people can kind of give back in some ways that's not necessarily monetarily, or like giving this podcast love or like share, there's things that maybe now is not the right time for a commercial transaction or for me to pop in to buy something from you or whatever, for whatever reason, right? But actually there's other things that the community can do to support you outside of that. And I think that's really nice. And I think that's something which hopefully more businesses will try and do. But thank you ever so much, Andy, for the time and coming on and doing this, because I know it's not easy to necessarily put yourself out there like this or have a on-camera conversation, so to speak. So
No, well, thank you, Carlton. It's been better than I anticipated.
yay, that's good.
Very much.
No, you're very welcome.
It is appreciated.
And if you did enjoy this interview and you would like to see more like it, then make sure to be subscribed to the channel, and I'll see you very, very soon. Hello, my friends. I hope you're well, and welcome to a brand new podcast. Today we're going to be talking to Christine, who does branding. There you go. Did your interview for you.
Thank you.
Why does branding... I wasn't going to start here, but I think it's important to talk about it. We live in a world where there's lots of noise on social. There's lots of AI conversations. There's lots of points of view when it comes to what should I be doing, should I not be doing. Why do you focus on branding?
I focus on branding because a lot of businesses are completely overwhelmed when it comes to marketing. They really don't know where to start. They don't know what they're doing. And I was finding that doing visual branding, logos and stuff like that with clients, I was finding that at the end of the project, they still didn't understand what their business was actually selling. So by doing brand strategy, which is what we're really talking about here, it's about understanding exactly who you are, what your business is, your positioning, and everything else that's involved, and then that gives you a core to work from when it comes to marketing. So it sets your tone of voice and all the rest of it, and then you can take it from there. So
I think there's so much there, and I'm sure we'll get into a lot of it. But for me, I've been in a very interesting place the last month or two. I've been very focused on growth. I've been very focused on client delivery. I've been in a very grateful place because of the amount of work I've got going on. And as I was setting up, we were sort of talking a little bit about kind of all the plates I'm currently spinning and some of the concerns that maybe come with that when you see someone like me doing that. And I think it's a very action-led thing, but I'm not focused on the outcome. I'm not focused on the result. Yeah, of course I want it to happen and I would like it to happen, but I'm purely just focused on the journey of getting there and saying, right, I've got to do this, this, and this, and my action will compound across time to then mean that I've got the successful podcast, I've got the successful business, I've got the successful marketing. To phrase it in a question, when you look at someone's branding, maybe you're helping them with branding, they're looking at rebranding, etc. I mean, is it to an extent a level of just they need to execute on the brand that works, or is there like glaring issues that someone could have with their brand that would then trigger you to say, actually, you should be looking at a rebrand? Do you think?
I think a lot of the time businesses evolve, and so they try different things and they don't know necessarily where their ideal clients are. They don't know the type of work that's the sweet spot or anything like that. So it's very tempting to kind of take everything that kind of comes in and then you end up juggling plates. But in actual fact, once you've sort of established your brand and gone through exactly what it is you are looking for, you become very much more focused. And that's the core to everything really with taking on work. I mean, it may be that then you turn down work because it's just not appropriate to your end game. So yes, I think
Do you think clients struggle with saying no sometimes?
oh yeah.
Because I think there's a mindset of in some ways you could say it's there's going to be no more work out there. The work's not going to be there. I haven't structured my finances or my business. And so, like, this was a problem I had in end of 23 into 24, which was I was overspending every month in comparison to what was coming in, right?
Yeah.
And I wasn't doing the financial work to build a foundation to allow me to be able to have the freedom to be lean enough from a cash flow point of view to do the other growth things that I needed to do to continue to then grow. But I was coming from a place of, I need this to make me money today. I need this to make me the money next week, because I have bills at the end of the month that, to be honest, at that time, I didn't know where the money was coming from.
Yeah,
You
and
know.
that's typical, especially in the early days of running a business. But the problem is you become so busy running around doing those jobs, and I'm just as guilty of it. You become so busy running around doing those jobs that you haven't got the time, the bandwidth, or the brain space to actually think about the fact that it's really not going to help where you go.
Yeah.
I mean, it becomes very much a feast and famine, as we were saying before coming on air. That you spend all your time running around, and you don't set up the next work and things. You just, it's just not top of mind. And I think that's one of the key things about setting down exactly where you want to be, the type of clients you want to be working for, your position in the marketplace, etc., etc. Like I say, you become very blinkered then.
I think there's lessons and stages, right? I think I'm always of the mind where I'm very grateful that happened, and that I nearly lost the business multiple times. And I would actually argue it's made me and my partner a lot stronger, because she's seen another side of me. Like, now everything's sunshine and rainbows in comparison, right? Yeah. But I think for me, it gave me a real reality check, because I'm sure some who know me would be like, oh, Colin's very egotistical. He's very, he thinks he's the bee's knees kind of thing. And I was like, yeah, but actually I know I've got a skill set now that's, when my back's against the wall, I'm in a corner, I know I can get out. Yeah. And I think that for me, that's a different power, if you could say, a different confidence, a different resilience. And I think that's the thing that's maybe lacking. When we first spoke, we talked a lot about AI, and I'm sure we'll get into AI, but like, for me, I'm seeing kind of people who are lacking resilience in the respect to how the turbulent market, like, you can look at geopolitics, you can look at like general politics, you can look at what are Labour about to do with like changes to corporation tax and etc. But I always look at it and go, okay, well, can I affect or change any of these things? Can I affect and change what's going on in the market and how business confidence is? Not really. So yes, I need to be aware of what's going on and what opportunities are there, but actually the only thing I should potentially be blinkered on is the things you were talking about in regards to positioning, focus and output, but also, what am I doing to develop? What am I doing? This podcast came from an idea and now I'm executing on it. It's not, I think some people, and to phrase it into a question, it's going to be like, people have ideas and then they don't execute on the ideas, right? I mean, why in your experience do you think people do that?
I think part of the problem at the moment, or for the last few years, has been this idea that, and it's probably going to sound very controversial, but there's a lot of talk about things like niching down. Now, it can go to an extreme, I think, and what we really need to be doing is finding ways of being adaptable, because with ever-changing markets and that, the people that survive are the ones that are going to adapt. So while it's great to niche down, if you niche down too far, you can really struggle when things change. So it might be useful to say that you work in a particular industry, but if you just say that you work in that industry, that's when you're going to struggle, if that industry then suffers. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's all about adaptability. Do
you think people niche because it's easier for them?
The general attitude seems to be that you can make more money by niching.
Yeah, I heard that.
So there are a lot of designers out there who have niched down and just say that they work in a particular industry. Now, I don't do that. I have worked in certain industries and I can push those if I wanted to. But for me, if I was to niche down too much, I'd be bored out of my brain because, you know, the same challenges come across all industries generally. So it's, you know, it doesn't really matter whether one week you're doing something like for, you know, branding for a care company, and the next minute you're doing something for
a plumber.
something in the aviation
or an
industry
aviation,
or plumber or whatever. So, you know, it's the same problems, just with slightly different issues that come with those industries. But everyone's generally facing the same sort of issues. And obviously I've got enough experience to, you know, to be able to do that.
Do you think you need resilience to be able to be that like open? I mean, I've always been of the view that you shouldn't niche specifically into an industry, because I always use the example of, like, say that to wedding videographers during COVID, for example, right? It's like, how'd that go? But I think for me, like, I get why, and I've worked with some people who are very specifically niche and it's worked for them. But for me, I also think maybe it's an authenticity thing. For me, I'd be like, I don't feel that's authentic to me. I wouldn't enjoy it. I wouldn't be able to do my best work if I was I'm just going to serve educators. I'm just going to serve accountants. I'm just going to serve designers. I'm just going to, etc. I'm just going to do podcasting because one of the reasons why I went into business for myself was so I could have the variation.
Yep.
So I could have the location variation. If one day I'm in Southampton, then I'm in Salisbury, then I'm in London, then I'm then I'm in Newbury, so on. Yeah. But then also, you know, one day I'm going to be doing podcasting, next day I'm going to be doing a promotional video, then I'm going to be doing a conference, then I'm going to, so on. That variation regarding the work I do, but also the freedom that comes with.
Yeah, absolutely. Well. And it's the same with design. You know, it's problem solving at the end of the day.
I think so many people, they look at, because they only see the success stories when it comes to niching, right? Just focusing on that briefly. Like, they see the when it works, but they don't see the ones that did it and then actually lost money, right? Or made less money or the same money. And again, like, to reiterate it, I think for me it's the authenticity piece. It's like, what else did you do outside of business? And I think making lots of money to a level could be a reason why you're in business. Sure, people do that. But actually, I've just filmed Maddie's piece and we ended it by saying, like, are you living to work or working to live? Yeah. And I think for me, it's to have the freedom to be able to market the business and work with the clients I choose to want to work with. Yeah. And to an extent, I have to charge a premium for that because it means I'm going to limit my amount of client delivery. But also, because I've built my business in a retained model now, I'm actually less likely to take the wrong projects because I don't need the revenue. Yeah. Like, I don't need it. So then it's a question of, does it actually apply to my goals? Does it help me grow? Is it a really nice project? Is it a really fun project? Is it the right client, etc.? And then I can look a bit deeper into the relationship that I'm trying to build rather than just the transactional side of it of, right, I need to make £1,000. I need to make 500 quid. I need to make 10 quid, whatever it is. And I think sometimes how do you look at it from when you are approached to do some project work? Do you look at it purely from, are you the best fit as a designer, or as a brand, like, depending if it's a rebrand, etc., or like the work, depending on the tangible work you're doing, or is it purely, in some contexts, actually they're going to pay me 10 grand?
No, I mean, there's potentially clients that I wouldn't necessarily work for. I haven't really kind of come across any because that's not the kind of client that would necessarily approach me. But if I don't think that I'm the best fit for it because I don't understand what they're doing or whatever, or just didn't get on with the people. Because at the end of the day, when you're working with someone, particularly with branding, I mean, brand strategy, the general consensus is probably that, if you're doing it, it's a case of you hand it over to someone to do. I don't work like that at all. For me, it is very much a case of I work with you. And the more involvement you have, the more you will get out of it. So it is a two-way partnership. And I'm basically facilitating it. So I'm asking the questions and I'm digging deep and I'm challenging your thinking about everything that you're saying so that we can get to the nub of exactly what's what. And sometimes that will involve sitting there with my arms crossed. I've done this before, where I'm not getting anything from someone. So it's a case of, actually, sell me what you're saying, because I don't get it. And almost being slightly aggressive, defensive sort of thing. But it's a way of kind of getting them on the back foot to then get into the nuggets of what's what. Now that's a just one-off example, but that's not
course.
normal. But I'd like to come back to what you were saying about the type of work that you were doing, because to a certain degree, that's niching in a way, in that you're choosing your market sector. So some people would say that that's niching, but it's really just deciding what your position is in the marketplace and who it is you want to work for.
I think it's about, like, there's a lot of conversation at the moment about, especially from like Alex Hormozi and others like that, talking about the model of your business, right?
Yeah.
And I think for me, one of the things I may have got wrong in my early career was not understanding a sustainable model, right? As a career, I think maybe even a niche is now becoming a buzzword,
Yeah.
right? And I think for me, it's more about being authentic, and that's why I lean into authenticity more, because it's about, for me, saying, is this the right client? Right? I can personally work with them, like tangibly, can I talk to them if things go wrong? Are we going to be able to work through those? And then B, more importantly, can I actually add value to that client? Right? Can I be the provider to fix their problems? Because in 95% of cases, we're paid in relationship to the size of the problem that we fix.
Yeah.
Right? And to be honest, the client doesn't actually necessarily care about the nuts and bolts of how you fix it. In 95% of cases
Yeah.
I've found, they don't. They're not interested in
I agree.
what camera am I going to use, what lens am I going to use, what tripod are we going to use, what microphone are we talking into, etc. They just want to know, I've got this thing, I've got this problem, I've got this objective. Can you help me get closer to that? Or can you help me get to it?
Yeah.
I mean, going back to basics then, with branding, how do you build a brand? Does it have to be around you?
What, as an individual?
Yeah, so when you're looking to build a business, let's say I was starting again,
Okay.
how would I build a brand?
Okay. Well, we do use a framework generally to establish the core values and positioning and all the rest of it. It's one of those things where, what do you want to do with the business? That's where we've got to start, really. What do you want to do with the business? Where do you want it to go? Do you want it just to be you? Because that's the key thing. If it's just going to be
Is that
you,
looking tangibly at, like, do you want to exit? Do you want to sell? Like, etc.?
Are you going to have staff? All that
Okay.
sort of thing. Where do you want to be in 5 years' time? Where do you want to be in 10 years' time? Because if you're looking to build an empire or an agency or something like that where you've got staff, there's no point building a personal brand. Well, there is a point, but do you know what I mean? The business cannot be your personal brand, because going forward, that's not going to work. You've got to build a business brand. Mm-hmm. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Because your staff are going to have to come under that brand. So
Do you
they
think
need to
people
be a
worry
part of
about scalability? Because what you talk about there is scalability. Do you think people worry about scalability too much?
that.
Because I would argue, like, depending on how you look at it, your personal brand is either infinitely scalable or not scalable in any way, depending on your mindset around it. So the one thing I'll never be able to outsource is me sat here in front of you today, because I need to be involved in the content.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
So in that respect, it's not scalable. But the more content I have, it's infinitely scalable.
It is, but what I'm saying is it's how you then put that out. Do you put it out as you, or do you put it out as the business? Mm-hmm. Do you have a business name, like I do, separate to the to my own brand, like me? Because if you are going to have staff, you cannot just rely on your personal brand. I mean, I remember years ago I went to an interview with somebody whose attitude was very much, well, I'm the face of the brand. Which was fine, but it just meant that he couldn't have a sales guy go out on his behalf, because that wasn't the face of the brand.
Do you think that can transition, though? Do you think, like, when a business starts, it's very founder-led, let's say?
Yeah.
Right? So in my case, it's 100% founder-led, right? When you have a discovery call, you're talking to me. I show up on set, you're talking to me, you're working with me. When we do the strategy meeting, it's me. When you're doing the post-editing, it's me. But if I choose to, right? One of the main visions that I had was, let's scale it. I think they can work simultaneously.
It depends where in the growth process you actually come in with this, really, doesn't it? I mean, yes, if it's at the very start of a business, but what I'm saying is those are the questions that we ask for going forward. Because if you are going to stay as a freelancer or as a solopreneur, whatever, then build your personal brand. because that's probably got more equity long term than your business. But
Do you think
that's yeah?
Do you think clients and consumers are more open to connecting with people's personal brands than company brands then? Because I've found personally, looking at like the corporate side of the world, that even corporates are now like driving out saying, who can we put maybe in the C-suite, or like who can we put out that is the personal brand for the corporation. So I think it's because I remember listening to a couple of years, about 2 years ago now, that, and it's kind of transitioned as well into 25 as well, where corporate trust is at an all-time low. I don't know if that's still true now, but it definitely was a couple of years ago. And I think part of the reason is because they stopped being personal.
Yeah.
They stopped having this. You stopped knowing the salespeople. You stopped knowing the business owner.
Yeah.
You stopped knowing the person that was behind it, and it became very. And that was kind of the transition into AI as well, because it became very just about profit and about ROI and about, like, how can we leverage this and how can we be as efficient as humanly possible? And humans aren't efficient by proxy. We're not robots, right?
No.
But I guess to phrase it into a question, I mean, do you think that looking at the larger scale, or maybe with the corporate world, because like our unique selling proposition to smaller business owners is we can be personal, we can be me, right? Because that's what we sell. That's
Yeah.
we're not scalable by proxy, by deliberate. Do you think corporates should be looking at personalizing their business brands?
What happens when the person leaves? If it's a person, if they've moved company, then what? What is that person putting out? Are they putting out stuff that's on brand with the company's policies, or are they putting out stuff that's completely random, and at odds with it?
It's difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a difficult one.
Yeah, I think there's pros and cons. I think there's risks like anything when it comes to that. But I think that maybe the medium-sized companies that may be listening to this, or the larger companies that listen to this, I think you have to make that decision, and then you have to commit to it for a period of time.
Yeah.
And to an extent, you are potentially risking, and that's why I sort of lean towards C-suite, because they're less likely, they're more committed to the company that they're in because they're C-suite. But actually, I would say, okay, well, let me pivot the question differently. If you're an employee or someone who's entrepreneurial minded or starting out, then should you just focus on personal brand? Do you think?
I don't think you should ever just focus on personal brand. I mean,
or can you run them side by side?
Yeah.
Because people know I'm Colton from Brunton Media, but they'll probably know Colton more than they'll know Brunton Media.
Yeah, I think you should run the two. I mean, that's what I would do with various clients is run the two. So you have stuff that's a bit more key messaging, perhaps, that's going out on the company side, and then stuff that's a bit more personal on the on the individual side. And then the two, there's no reason why the two can't work together. But I mean, I think going back to what you were saying about sort of staff and that, you've only got to look at what's happened with the BBC recently, where you've got employees that are putting out stuff that the BBC haven't agreed with. So, that can become part of your brand strategy, that because staff do need to know where the rules and regulations kind of are with it. So, that can be included in your brand strategy as to how your staff behave when it comes to things like social media, as well as, how they behave with customers and how they look and behave on premises, etc., etc. So, the whole thing kind of ties up staff, because staff at the end of the day can be biggest advocates.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think that's quite a cautious line, though, from an employer point of view, like as someone who's been employed, where I won't say their name, but that I was employed, and the social media policy was basically, you can't, which I get and I'm completely cool with, you can't name us in any way, you can't talk about us, etc., which I get, but that's kind of the line I would draw, because I think the issue can come is when you're saying to someone who works for you part-time or works for you full-time, you're then saying, you can't post on social media full stop, right? I think that's when the concern is for a lot of people, because I think they would be like, well, from like a civil to liberty point of view, it's like, well, no, you can't control that. But not even there. It's actually like you're now bleeding into my personal life, and like you're stopping me from developing like a potential side hustle or like a business on the side, etc. And I think, from my view at least, a employer needs to be quite cautious with how they, like, I get it from a PR point of view, I get it, I do. But you need to be quite cautious in how you execute that, in my view, because you need to make sure that where the boundary lines are. Like, it's completely cool if you work for, like, let's just say Company X, that I shouldn't be writing as an employee of Company X. Oh, well, Company X is blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's the danger. Yeah.
Right? But if I've got an opinion or I want to talk about something that's completely irrelated of Company X, why shouldn't I be able to put that on social? And that's why I think the kind of the to and fro and having the and treating people like adults, right? And having the adult conversation. And it's not about like you must follow your contract necessarily all the time. It's actually people are going to make mistakes, right? And that's kind of leading into my next question, which is going to be like, we can have the brand strategy to the T, but what if I want to do something that's not on that? When it comes to marketing and output, do you think I shouldn't?
Brand strategy is really guidelines more than rules and regulations. So,
should I post about my dog, for example?
Depends whether it has any relevance, I suppose.
Or
and whether it's a nice dog.
Or, I've referenced when I'm not in a relationship in content before. Now I'm in a relationship, I've referenced that dynamic, right?
Yeah.
But my partner's not wanted to be as public as me, so I don't use her name. Right, it's got nothing to do with the fact that like she's not cool with being on it. So it's just respect out of her, and saying, well, okay, well she's not as a public person as me, and that's cool. But I can still talk about the dichotomy between how I balance a business and I balance a relationship, and the how my thoughts have changed across time. But that isn't specifically business related. It's not like what's the ROI on that. If you're just going back to the ROI thing again, it's like, well, what's the ROI on that conversation?
I mean, those are probably the posts that will get the most, traction anyway. So I think it's just about being sensible with it. I mean, I know plenty of clients that their staff do post something we put out, or they'll reference something that's happened that they've done at work or whatever, and that's just them showing their skill set as much as anything, or success of something. I think it's one of those things that decisions need to be made. As with any aspect of branding, it's about making some decisions and setting down some guidelines. And what companies do is up to them. But,
I think to an extent it is about looking at risk and reducing risk in some ways, but also having the understanding and compassion that by putting person in a box for the wrong person, that might mean you push them away from working for you, or etc. And you may want their talent because they're really good at X or Y, for example. Yeah. Do you think AI is going to change that? Do you think AI, because when we initially connected, you were talking quite a bit about AI. I think possibly wrongly in my thought process, but I think we're on similar sides in some respects, but also in different sides in other respects. So I'm curious a bit where this bit of the conversation can go. But do you because the trend was AI is going to take our job. The trend has now sort of evolved into someone who utilizes AI is going to take my job. What do you think?
I think that's probably right. That people that understand AI are likely to take the jobs. Yeah. I think going forward it's going to be more difficult for the people coming into the marketplace if they haven't. Or people that just will not point blank refuse to learn these things, because at the end of the day it's just a tool. Yeah. It's just a tool. So, if I didn't know how to use Illustrator or Photoshop or something, I'd be, I wouldn't get the jobs, sort of thing. And it's the same with AI. AI is just a tool that speeds things up, as far as I'm concerned.
Do you think there's a lot of scaremongering around it? Do you think people are very...
I think there's a lot of hype. Okay. I think going forward we could... I've got a client that's in the sector, and he's convinced that they're going down the wrong route completely, with building on knowledge graphs rather than mathematics. And so it will be interesting to see over the next few years just exactly where it does go. because if it's learning from itself and it's making mistakes along the way.
Well, that compounds on mistakes.
Yeah. And the worry is if that then gets used for things like medicine and stuff, where's that going to end up? So yes, it's an interesting one, and I've embraced it because for me it's like having an intern that I can just get to do a lot of grunt work and then go through and check everything, and it's been an extra pair of hands. So
I mean, you know, we've discussed at length how I utilize it, how I'm utilizing it, and etc. But I do feel concerned for 16, 17, 18, 20 who are wanting to skill up.
Yeah.
Because the entry level jobs will be done by a robot, whether that's AI, whether that's a physical robot that's being run by an AI, or whether that's a self-service checkout that has AI features built into it, etc. Like we can machine learn it. All these they're kind of buzzwordy. They're actually ways of describing the inside tech.
Yeah.
In reality, it's technology taking and making stuff more efficient. That's actually what we're talking about. The concern, in some ways, but then the other side of it is like actually the opportunity. Because like if you're 18, 19, 20 and you become really good and really efficient with utilizing AI tools, then you'll be able to jump ranks that like you wouldn't be able to. So I think there's, I'm curious to see where it's going to be. Like you, I'm very curious to see where it's going to be in the next couple of years. I wouldn't say to anyone listening as well, don't utilize it for everything. Yeah. The analogy I've started using now is use it to sharpen your knife.
Yeah.
And then still use the knife yourself.
Yeah.
In the same way you wouldn't use a hammer to put up a set of shelves.
Yeah.
You use a screwdriver.
You need to know how to do the process that you're getting it to do.
But also there's a cognitive side of it as well, which has been discussed a bit, but not as much. If you're using AI to do your thinking for you, you'll be ceased to be able to think.
Yeah, exactly.
Which for me isn't too much of an issue because I use it to do the stuff I already know how to do.
Exactly.
And then I can then think about the larger scope stuff.
Yeah.
So my brain, and I'm also someone who's now forcing myself to read a physical book, right, as well, because I'm aware of the cognitive stuff that I'm now not doing because I'm utilizing technology.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to balance it deliberately.
Yeah.
But I guess the question is like, is there like, when you look at branding, when you look at what branding feels like, looks like, sounds like, is AI potentially going to change that, adapt that, like potentially ruin it, potentially destroy it? Because some people just use it. Some people just type into ChatGPT, write me a social media post, enter.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But then, who are they actually talking to? What are they trying to say? Those are the things that you need to understand before you would then use it for writing social media posts and that. I mean, it's a shame that they are focusing on the creative side of things rather than, what we really need, which is care workers and, bots that can look after elderly in their own homes and stuff as a, support and a companion and, a safety line and all the rest of it. But we're not anywhere near that because that involves a whole plethora of abilities that AI just hasn't got and is way off.
You need to be able to empathise, etc., etc.
Yeah. So it's just a shame that they just seem to be focusing on the creative sides. But I mean, it's also coming in for things like law and stuff like that as well. So, I mean, are we all going to be out of jobs? Are we all going to,
Well, if you go down the Terminator Doomsday books, then yes, right? But and then we're looking at completely universal income and that kind of entire point, and no one works, etc. But I actually think the real reality will be what happened with technology, has always happened with technology, which is the jobs we did won't be as important or as done by us anymore. They'll be done by a computer, technology, or AI, or both. And then we will do strategic thinking, we will do creation, we will do, and that's why I'm focusing solely on strategic thinking now. That's the only things I'm thinking about. That's the only things I'm creating for. That's the only things, because everything else will get commoditized. Cameras will have AI chips inside them that will be able to, like, we're already seeing it.
Yeah.
Like the cameras that are coming out, they can AI track my face better than a focus bullet can, arguably, right? Now, if you go to a purist in Hollywood, they're going to say, no, a human's better because it has mistakes and etc. But the reality is going to be solo setups, solo shoots like today. I need cameras that can work without me having to look at them.
Yeah.
Right? So I can focus on talking to you. That will be where the game changers are.
Yeah.
Because you'll have technology enhancing what I can then do on
Yeah.
my own, which removes my costs. And I've been thinking about this a lot. It's like, well, actually, businesses have done this always. They've tried to find ways to pay people less or outsource it to other countries, and they've always looked to reduce costs as part of being in business. But it did also open up a question, which is like the counter opposite to AI, which is what role does emotional intelligence play in our branding or in business?
Yeah.
Which is the other side of it, which has to be humanized.
Yeah.
Do you lean into emotional intelligence? Is it a situation where, because I've always been very fortunate where I was brought up to understand emotional intelligence and be very emotionally in tune, so to speak. I could go down the road of like men are known to be a masculine, stoic thing, but I've noticed actually the people who are, quote, winning when it comes to social and what they're doing can lead with emotional intelligence, meaning they can lean into either the feminine energy of being empathetic and understanding and that kind of thing for periods of time, and then also then transition and shift into the go-getter, stoic, I've got shit to do, fuck my feelings, it doesn't matter, I'll deal with it later kind of approach. And I think actually the people who don't sit on their morals and go, I'm a stoic man or I'm a stoic woman, but then also don't lean into I'm a victim, the world's really difficult, and actually can balance between the two and bounce between the two and lean between the two, will be will be in a position where they are more likely to win. Because they won't just be, in the same analogy, smacking a head repeatedly against the wall going, well, the wall's not breaking down.
But it's a case of understanding your client in that situation, really. I mean, if you know that your client is a female of a certain age and likes, certain rom-coms and all the rest of it, you're going to have a more feminine approach when you communicate with her. Whereas the same approach isn't going to be applicable for a roughy-shuffly man, is it? That's into outdoor sports or something. You've got to address it in the language that you use, the imagery that you use, and it may not be for a whole company. It may just be for a particular set of products or something for that company that you lean into those things. But then you would have an overall brand for the organisation as well. Which is, I don't know, we produce the strongest, longest, whatever toilet paper or whatever, whatever the item is, So yeah, I think.
But looking into personal branding, is it actually about just being in tune to what you're feeling at the time and or what's authentic? I hate using the word authentic all the time, but authentic to you.
Yeah, I think you've got to be authentic to you.
Because there's times when I'm really busy and I'm really like, where I've got a lot of shit to do, and I would be perceived as someone who's quite stoic in that respect. Yeah. And it's not that I'm not in tune with my emotions, it's that I know to get the X amount of things done that I need to get done, I need to utilise stoicism.
But everything you would be putting out at that time would still have your tone of voice and everything, even though it might be a little bit sharpened to normal, there would still be the essence of you within that. I mean, I'm very introvert, so doing stuff like this is terrifying. But and I know that in some instances that can kind of come across as a little bit aloof. And it's not. It's just that I tend to stop and think about everything. If I go into a networking group or something, I'm kind of there assessing the room and everything. And it's not that I'm sort of being snobby or anything like that. I'm just processing what's going on. So, and I'm quite open when it comes to social media stuff. I mean, I don't talk about family and things like that particularly on there, but I will hint at things just because but yeah.
Do you think it's also about kind of the chapter that you're in? I've been, and again, it's kind of like, I hate using the word authentic, but it's being authentic to you because, for example, I've always been someone who talks about my emotions quite openly. I've been very, heart on my sleeve kind of thing. Like, when I'm going through shit, I'll be very open about going through shit. When things are going really well, I'll be talking about it really well, right? Like, when I'm really excited, I'm very animated and etc. But, I also don't overthink it. Right, I think so many people, they sit there and go, I shouldn't write that post because it would be perceived this way by a person I don't like. Or what if XYZ person sees it and then they think about things, or what if they choose not to work with me because they see something. And I think actually, in the nicest way possible, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't actually matter that much. The lifespan of social media posts are very small, so it doesn't really matter that much.
But if you set yourself boundaries in the first place,
yeah,
you know, we do all have boundaries. I mean, I don't like having my face on social media. I've never been particularly photogenic, unlike my sister. But you know, it's just one of those things that I don't tend to do. I've always been behind the camera in front of it.
Is that an approach thing, or is that if you're happy to share a self-love, self-esteem thing? Do you think?
It's just me hiding, I think.
But it's like what I mean by that is like, because I coach people on this all the time. Is that a confidence thing? As in, you haven't done enough reps in front of the camera to be confident on camera.
Quite possibly, but I mean, yeah.
And if so, more props to you to doing the show, because that shows that you're pushing yourself outside your comfort zone, which not a lot of people would choose to do.
Which is what I am doing this year. Yeah, I'm forcing myself to be more visible this year as a person. Because I see that there are other designers out there that haven't got my capabilities and that. And that's not me being arrogant. That's just me being sort of, you know, open and honest. That there are, you know, I know that I'm good at what I do.
Yeah.
So I have got to push myself out there because I can help more people if I do.
But it's also, you're kind of leading with your best foot forward and you're helping your client more so, if that makes sense. Because actually, by you putting yourself out there more, you know you're the best solution for them. And by you doing that more, you're doing them a favour by ensuring that they can see you.
Yeah.
And not being, quote unquote, it's not to diss anyone else. It's just, we might synergise better.
Yeah.
Right? It's not like tangibly you're better. Because this is the thing that people don't understand about value. I think there's misconception sometimes. It's like, Colton, you post 14 times a day. I'm like, okay. Don't watch it if you don't want to.
Yeah.
I'm putting out stuff that will be perceived valuable by a certain set of people.
Yeah.
Happy days.
Yeah.
If you don't think it's valuable, there's plenty of other content you can watch that has nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
Right? And that's why, especially in an interest-based graph rather than a social-based graph, to go a bit technical, that's why just posting for the sake of posting, not just for the sake of posting, but like get out of your own head and just do it, will always win for you. Because your output will then be your input in 3 months.
Yeah.
6 months, 12 months, depending on what as long as you lead with value.
Yeah.
It's not about me going, I sell video. No, it's, this is what I found works.
Yeah.
Try it. Let me know. What do you think works? What do you not think works? And I think sometimes we get so hemmed up in, what I'm going to put a post out, and what is it going to be perceived by my friends, by my family, by my sister, by my brother, by the person I went to school with, by my old crush, so on. And that stops us in our tracks. You have rebranded semi-recently?
Yes. I changed the company name this year.
Why was that?
Because I did a rebrand of the brand strategy last year. So I put myself through my own process. So I knew what the brand strategy was, and the final piece really was the actual name, because these are all pieces that come together to form a brand. So what I realised was that although having done a lot of SEO stuff on the website and things like that, it still wasn't making a lot of difference as far as visibility was concerned. And the reason for that was because the name, which was The Art of Communication, which I've had since 2008 and was great in 2008, has become a phrase that's been used by so many people that users can't get any traction. So I had been thinking about it for about 2-3 years, but hadn't really settled on anything that I felt was quite right. And in the end, I just thought, I've got to do something, and it makes sense just to change it to Art of Comms Creative, because same URL, same emails, all the rest of it. It's just a step forward. So and everything else about the brand was already in place. And that's something that I've done with other clients as well, where they've had their business for 2-3 years or a bit more, and they've found that they wanted to have a rebrand, and we've looked at the name as part of that because they just weren't working. I mean, some of them were long names and all the rest of it. So, and the other thing with rebranding like that is well, once you've got your brand strategy in place, it is possible to pivot with everything else remaining the same.
Yeah.
So it could be that you change a name, you change a product or something like that. But if you've got all the rest of it in place, that's just one element that you need to then alter. And I've had that with clients before, where I've had clients that I worked with before COVID that have had to make significant changes since. But because the strategy and everything was already in place, it just meant making some small changes and the rest of it stayed the same. So it's not wasted ever.
I think sometimes we don't we underestimate the seasons we're in, and I think it's that as long as that branding, comms, tagline, colours, typography, camera, network, etc., served that season, then it doesn't matter if you completely change it. As long as it's then in line with what you then want to do. And the keys and the reason why I didn't mention the values there is because the values are the bit that need to stay the same in my view.
I think it can be very difficult if you do change drastically. I mean, we've only got to look at a certain car advert that changed recently and bombed. But
I would argue they changed their target demographic there.
Yes, and that was half.
Which was the issue. Yeah, right. You could have reworded and redesigned the logo 1,000 times over, and as long as you were still talking to those same people, who cares?
Yeah. So it can be very dangerous doing that. I think you've just got to.
But that's why I think you need to be authentic when you start about your values, meaning the business. You need to install the values that you have into the business, whether it's a business brand or your personal brand or both. And then you need to be very clear on your target demographic. They can slightly tweak and change in respect to like the ideology and like the age and so on, and like maybe the income level, because especially as you scale and you're looking to make more money, the target that you had when you were looking for really small micro businesses won't be the same as when you're looking to work with medium to large, right? Yeah. Just in income.
Yeah.
But the problem that Jaguar had was they went, we have a certain set of people who we've talked to for 50, 60, 70, nearly 100 years.
Yeah.
Actually, no, man, we don't want to talk to you anymore.
Yeah, we're not interested in you.
Actually, we're going to go over here and talk to these people who actually didn't really like us to start with.
Yeah. And that's the problem. You don't necessarily have.
And then call it a rebrand.
Yeah. You don't necessarily have the influx of new clients coming in that are the rebranded clients, and you've alienated your existing customer base.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's not about being like overly political or anything, in my view at least. It's actually about understanding who you serve.
Yeah.
And actually saying if you're going to make a transition, a pivot, whatever you want to call it, are you slightly pivoting or are you drastically pivoting? And if you are drastically pivoting, have you thought about the downside and have you prepared financially?
Yeah.
To make sure the company can run for 2 years while you build the momentum on the other side. There's nothing wrong with that. You might have gone, actually, I don't align with that anymore. But instead of doing it in micro changes, what Jaguar did was, we're going to go over here. No, actually, no, we're going to go over here.
Yep.
So funny enough, it didn't work.
Yeah.
And it was then became a laughing stock on the internet, which I found quite interesting.
It was very interesting to watch. Yeah, very interesting.
And I was like, which comms manager just got fired? Right? Because you know a comms manager got fired somewhere.
They did.
Right? And
the agency got fired.
And it's like, whoever came up with that idea is like, you could have done that in 2 pivots, not 1.
But you don't know what Jaguar was saying to them. So, I mean, it's all being blamed on the agency. But, I mean, at the end of the day,
but also did and this could be anyone, not necessarily aimed at Jaguar, but did they want to lean into where they believed the future with political correctness was going?
Who knows?
I've always been of the view that if you don't like what I say, don't listen to it.
Yeah.
Right? So maybe I'm anti-political
correctness. But that's what branding is about, though. It is about not just attracting people, but also putting
Repelling.
some people
Yeah.
off. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think for me, I've always been, I have a 100% honesty policy that sometimes gets me in big trouble. All right. Sometimes with clients as well. But I think that's being more authentic to me. And I think that's actually really important because, like, if I make a mistake, I'll put my hands up and go, I'll make a mistake.
Yeah.
But also, if I think that the client's comms or the client's communication before the project was the problem, I'll say that this wasn't on the list.
Yeah.
I had it the other day. It's like, I did, but that wasn't on the deliverable list. So, funnily enough, it's not a deliverable. It's not to deliverable quality.
Yeah.
There's footage that exists of it, yes. But it's not to deliverable quality because we didn't agree that that was a deliverable
Yeah.
before the project. And then I purely just focus on how can we do it better next time. I don't dwell on it. I just go, well, okay, there was a miscommunication. I don't even point the finger. I just say, well, there was a clear miscommunication there. But I think that's natural in business. And sometimes that might mean we don't work together. Okay, fine. That also might mean, actually, I think that strengthens your relationship with the client sometimes. It can go either way.
Yeah.
And I think, do you see that that's actually okay sometimes? Like mistakes happen in business, and like how does it say more about a person, I guess, in a question, about how they deal with the problem and how they deal with the mistake, rather than
Yeah.
because mistakes are bound to happen, right?
Yeah. I think about a lot of it is about managing expectations. I remember years ago I did a logo for a company down in Portsmouth, and there were two partners involved, and one of them loved what I'd come up with, and the other one was completely no. He was almost stroppy about it. The guy that loved it, he came on and he said, "We've got a problem here." And so I just sort of said, "Do you know what? Let's have a meeting and we'll sit around the table and work out what's going on here." And I went down there, and funny enough, the guy who loved it scarpered. He left me with the other guy. But
Love to meet you. Bye.
but as it turned out, I mean, what we did is we sat down and I just sort of said to him, look, went through the various things, sort of like, what about the colours? Yeah, I'm fine with the colours. What about the fonts? Yeah, I'm fine with the fonts. So where's the problem? Then?
So what's
sort of
the issue
well,
then?
Actually, I promised someone who's an investor that we would use certain aspect in this logo, which we haven't done. And I'm kind of like, oh, okay, we can sort that. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like, let's just get it resolved, and then we can move on, because but I could have just sort of said, what's going on here? That's not right. I'm a designer, I know best, and all the rest of it. But no, let's actually work.
Do you think
work on this together.
do you think there's a level of ego there? Like, as in, you have self-worth rather than you have an ego?
Yeah, I don't
Because-
bring. There's no place for an ego in design, especially when it comes to branding.
I was saying business, right? You need self-worth in business. I need to know
Yeah.
what I'm worth. I need to know that I'm valued. I need to love myself, etc. Yes.
Yeah.
But I not sit on my high horse and go, oh, I'm an ego, this.
No, I mean, one of the things I don't have is a particular house style.
Okay.
And I was talking to a client a few years ago, and I said to her, so what made you choose me as opposed to other designers you've been looking at? And she said, because I looked on your website and there was no logo on there that I didn't like. And she said, the other thing was, every logo was different, and it was all different styles and stuff. And she said, and bearing in mind this is just coming from me, it's not, no other staff or anything. She was kind of like, and I realised that you would actually listen to what I wanted, and I wouldn't be pigeonholed into what your house style.
Yeah.
And I thought that's actually quite a wise thing to sort of like to realise, because actually there are people out there that will do house, a particular style, and if you want that style, go to them.
Yeah.
But that's what you're going to get, is what she was saying. So I thought that was quite intelligent.
Do you think it's like, I mean, I see this in marketing quite a bit, where it's like, this is how we market a business. And I've always been listening to the client and listening to what they want to do, and then try to amplify that.
Yeah.
But also, I'll also say in the next breath, I'll go, well, I know why you're coming from, but that's not going to work, and here's
Yeah.
why.
Yeah.
But I also come with a solution. I don't just go like,
Yeah.
that's not going to work, bye. But I think for me, that takes a level of conviction, because also I'm putting my neck on the line, because if that thing that I've just said doesn't work, I look like a right twat. Right? because I said your idea's not going to work, but my idea also didn't work. So do you think it takes a level? I mean, I guess to phrase it into a question, like, A, is conviction important? B, do you think having that level of conviction comes with experience and time, and then developing those instinctual, like, what works, and looking at maybe market reaction and maybe specifically in branding, it's like, why should we use a color here, and using color psychology, etc. Those things that maybe a client wouldn't think about.
Yeah. I think a lot of it does come from experience and having, seen how things have gone in the past, and just having a real in-depth knowledge of how these things work makes a difference to the outcome. But I mean, it's always a partnership between a client. It's never just me doing something. It's always a case of, right, I'm thinking through things, whether if it's a print sort of item, the technical specs and all the rest of it that we need, and what's the call to action, and what's the marketing message, who's the target audience, all those sorts of things. What do we really want to get across here? But yeah, it's very much a joint partnership. There was another client that I worked for once, and I remember I wasn't working for the boss, I was working for a managing director, and I had a meeting with this particular lady, and the boss happened to come into the room, and I was a little bit worried because I thought at the time, it's all very well working with the managing director, but if the boss then says, I don't like what you've done, where do we go from there? And he came into the room, and I just sort of like grabbed him and sort of said, project seems to be working, going through pretty well, sort of thing. Are you happy with the logo and the design work that we've done? And do you like it, sort of thing? And he said, doesn't matter whether I like it. He said, it's whether my clients like it. And I thought, bingo, yeah. So, all went through easily and that. But, it's just a case of working together to get the end results that we're looking for. So understanding the results at the start, what we're trying to achieve with this.
What's the job? What's the ROI? Going back to the ROI side, and I think that's interesting because I think it's the same thing. And when you do anything, I think I had an ideal that was, I want the podcast to be like this. I want my business to be like this. I want what I do with content to be like this. But if the market reaction is, no one gives a shit, got to change it.
But a lot of people don't start off like that. I mean, I certainly didn't. I didn't know what I wanted my business to be at the very start. It was basically started because I needed to work for myself because I needed to work around childcare. And then as things have kind of progressed over the years, it's now actually, what do I want this business to look like? What kind of clients do I want to work with? What kind of hours do I want to do, and all the rest of it? That all then gets a bit more solidified. But it's about helping clients really on their journey. I mean, that was one of the things that came out of me doing my own rebrand and my brand strategy was, the fact that I'm a people pleaser. I like to help people. And one of the things that I realised was that I can't help a lot of people on my own, but what I can do is I can enable a few people that can then go on to help other people. So it fans out as a as a sort of structure.
Well, it has a knock-on effect. And I mean, the next question I was going to ask you is specifically about marketing. Do you think that people need to lean into more ideal action, as in like executing regardless of the outcome or regardless of it's not perfect, to make the ball start rolling, rather than I'm going to sit on all my ideas and I'm going to execute when it's perfect?
I think there's got to be a level of perfection there. I mean, I don't mean perfect, but I mean, there's
you have to hit a certain
of
standard, of course.
And, all the rest of it. There's no point putting out just rubbish for the sake of.
Well, there's no posting for the sake of posting, right? Oh, look, I posted today.
Yeah, but if you have intention behind it, then it's better to put something out than wait for it to be.
Because when it's perfect,
well, exactly,
right? Like for me, imperfect action consistently will always outbeat waiting for perfection. Because if you're growing, personally growing or
Yeah.
business growing, your definition of the word perfection
Yeah.
will be different. Right.
And what's perfect today may not be perfect tomorrow with all the changes that we've got going on around us.
And also, it may
So-
not align. Like I've been in a very fortunate position where the business has taken me on multiple journeys, that some of which are very lesson heavy, other of which are like filled with joy and filled with happiness, right? But I'm still grateful for every single one of those. And I've actually found that what I want from the business has completely changed in the now nearly 9 years I've run it. When I started, and I was naive, you could argue I was naive, I was, but I was not more naive than I am now. I was like, I'm going to grow the largest production company or the largest marketing agency in the world, right? It's going to be huge. It's going to be this. And then until you actually start having the office, having the staff, having the costs, having the stress, I was like, fucking hell, no, never mind.
Yeah.
You know, but
What
now
is
I've,
success?
you know, but I've now realigned it to be actually, okay, maybe one day, sure, but I've now stretched my time window to be, I want to do this for 40 years. I want to still be able to do this in 40 years. And then see where we are. It's not about necessarily that. And I think there is a point in that. And the goal I've always had, and the reason why I still sort of lean on that goal, is because if you set an extraordinarily large goal, you're constantly trying to chase the stick. Or the carrot on the end of the stick. You'll never be content with the results that you create, which means you're constantly looking to grow and develop, which I think will be a better place than, oh, well, I did it. You know, if I look at just doing 20 episodes of this podcast, I've done episode 20.
Yeah,
Done.
now what?
I'm done.
Yeah.
I can stop now.
Yeah. But that's...
So
This feels weird. I'm not used to being this side.
I'm sorry.
You're
sorry.
fine. You're good.
It does feel weird when you're on the wrong side, doesn't it?
It's like what? Well, hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new podcast today in James's studio. Today I'm going to be with Maddie, talking about her new book, talking about neurodiversity, money, etc. Hi, Maddie. How are you?
Hey, thanks for having me. It's lovely to be here.
It's good, isn't it?
The second time on your podcast.
I
as
know.
well.
I know.
Love it.
And you also, while I was setting up, you reminded me that it's been a year since we
has
last
been-
spoke,
it's been
and
a
that's
year.
nuts. That is
We have
absolutely.
spoken a little bit in between then. It's
Yes,
not
but
like I've
it-
totally ignored you.
Hey, people are busy. It's all good. For people who don't know,
Yes.
what do you do?
So I like to call myself a multi-potentialite. So for people who don't,
That's a sentence.
it is, yeah. For people who don't know what that means, it means that I am a jack of all trades, and instead of being master of none, I'm actually quite good at some of them. So I am an ADHD money and business coach. I am a visibility strategist. I'm a speaker. I am a app owner. I'm a wellbeing platform owner. I also am an author of a Amazon best-selling #1 book, Mad About Money. I think that is about it. Oh, mum as well, dog owner, crazy
Wonderful.
person.
Wonderful.
I'm a neurodivergent with every single neurodivergent presentation that there possibly could be available.
It's funny, right? I did a podcast yesterday, and the crux of the conversation afterwards, we ended up talking for an hour afterwards. Cheers, Johnny. Appreciate the conversation. Was basically like everyone's like, oh, you need to niche, right? I wasn't actually going to start here, but as you mentioned it, we'll start here, right?
It's my favourite topic.
Why do we not? Because I've always been in the world of like, I could niche, but I don't want to.
Yep, that's exactly
Right?
where I am.
Like I could make probably a lot more money if I did, maybe, right? Arguably that's what everyone who's into niching will tell me. But for me, I'm like, yeah, but tell that to wedding videographers during COVID, for example. Right?
Yes, exactly.
How'd that work out?
I'm a big fan of like not putting all your eggs in one basket, but also as a neurodivergent, I need to make sure that my brain is entertained. And if I have to stick and do one thing, I'd get really fucking bored all the time. So I do things in a variety of ways. So the way I describe my business to people is I have an A side and a B side. Like think about like cassette tapes, only your soundtrack. When you are a cassette tape, you have a side and you have another side and you can flip it. So that's basically what I do. I talk about business on one hand and money on the other hand. And in the middle of that, there is also things like well-being, life. Obviously, the neurodiversity stuff is quite big for me. I'm a qualified neurodiversity specialist. And I don't niche by the things I do. I niche by my values. I niche by the things that I talk about. So I talk about basically 4 different things when it comes to my content pillars. I talk about neurodiversity, I talk about life, I talk about money, I talk about business. And it just so happens that I'm also really bloody good at TikTok, social media, all of those kind of things, but they all do fall under the business arm. So, you know, I'm a qualified business strategist. I've been a business mentor coach. Like, I mean, I hate the word coach, really. It's more, I do more mentoring. Like, I don't do that whole, like, how does that make you feel type of, like, coachy thing. I do the, like, this is your strategy. This is how you do it. Like, let's talk about ways that we can grow your business, and let's talk about how to get you a plan to grow your business. So it's not your traditional coach. It's kind of more like sounding board, like let's throw stuff around and help you to grow type of situation.
I think there's so much I could go there, but I'll start. I mean, let me ask you this, like a very selfishly personal question.
Okay.
Because I'm a dyslexic.
Yes.
Is that why I don't want a niche? Because I think there'll be people watching this who maybe are on the neurodivergent scale.
Yes.
Who are like, I don't get it. Because I can do multiple things, I can spin multiple plates, but like doing one thing consistently, I can't think of anything worse.
So dyslexics need to have their brain stimulated, and doing one thing does not stimulate your brain. So it's the same for most neurodivergent presentations. Like we will want to do things that keep us alive. It's why we do the things that are very much interest-based.
Yeah.
So if I said to you, do you want to be an accountant? You'd probably go, fuck no, that sounds super boring. Like if you said to me, like, do you want to be a videographer? I'd be like, no, because I do not know how to do that. You know, if I like being a business coach because it gives me the variety of people. So I get the variety of like working with people who have all got like ridiculously different businesses. And most of them are also multi-potentialites. You know, they do lots of different things because they want their brains to be stimulated. So by working with lots of different people who all do different things, who also do different things within their things, I am just constantly like, this is fun.
Yeah.
Like if there's ever a day where I turn up to work and go, oh God, this is ridiculously boring, I think I'm in the wrong job. But I, every single day, love what I do.
I think it's so easy for us to sit here and go, oh, well, we love what we do, etc., right? Because there's that A-Dodge analogy of you find something you love, you'll never work a day in your life. But it's
I work really hard.
But that's what I was going to say. I mean, I think it's one of those things where when you say that, I can tell you haven't done it.
Yes.
Because like the whole bouncing around things and like spinning multiple plates and coming up with new ideas drives my partner mad because I'm constantly coming up, I've got this thing, I've got this thing, I've got this idea, oh, what about this, oh, what about this? But that's one of the reasons why I would argue I'm going to be a really good entrepreneur. Yes. Because I can constantly adapt. I'm switching from finance head to marketing head to sales head to client delivery head to now doing a podcast, etc., etc.
Exactly. It's nice when you get to do when you get to kind of like build that team and get rid of the things that you don't enjoy as much. So like for me, admin, funnels, anything that is process driven. Yeah. Literally makes me want to die. Sales, marketing, talking, podcasting, video creation, not in front of the camera rather than behind it, because God no, I would not want to be the other side. But for me, it's all about the people facing, and I love going networking, and I like going to events as long as they're not too big. But that gives me all of the variety, but also it means that I can outsource the things I don't like doing as well.
Yeah. Do you think there's a stage with outsourcing? Because like I've been very open in my content and in marketing. Like 2024, I overspent. I nearly lost the business twice. Right?
Yeah.
And I'm now in a position which is kind of not the opposite, because it's weird to say that, but it's like I'm in a stronger position, but I'm actually doing absolutely everything myself again.
Yes. So I do most things myself. I've got a couple of virtual assistants who are absolutely amazing. Shout out to Kira and Naomi. They're amazing. But yeah, I think one of the things that I did super early on in my business, so like even with my previous business, was that I outsourced the things that I don't enjoy doing first. Yep. Because if you have to do all of those boring tasks, they never get done. And actually, they're quite important tasks. Like scheduling emails, paying your invoices, like creating invoices. If I didn't have somebody creating my invoices, I would never make any more. I'd never make any money. And I've just been in a little handover with my 2 virtual assistants, and I realised that I haven't invoiced for like 4 months, and I'm like, oh, I thought my cash flow was a bit down, but it's because I don't have the executive function to actually do that piece of the business. So it's not that I don't think it's important. It's just that my brain goes, no, you don't like me, so I'm not gonna be your friend.
Mm. Do you think there's a? It's not even bored. I think it's because I was going to link this into TikTok because I know that's a lot of what you do and a lot of what you teach, and so it'd be wrong of me not to talk about it. But do you think there's a level of people who are concerned about being on video? They're concerned about doing marketing,
Absolutely.
especially if they don't know what they're doing, because they're like, what if someone? It's not, from my experience at least. It's what if X person thinks I'm a dick? What if they think da.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of confidence building that goes on in the background with that. Especially when people are new in business, because showing up and doing videos, like, you're going to get your friends judging, you're going to get your parents judging, like, why are you doing this? Why don't you go and get a proper job? Like, I see it all the time. And it's a case of just being like, do you know what? This is my business. Nobody else has a say in how I make my money.
I don't even think it's just your business. I think it's your life.
It
right?
is.
One of the things that I remember very early in my entrepreneurial career was entrepreneurship is a lifestyle, not a business. Ooh. Right? It's not, because for me, I have new ideas. I like, again, much to my partner's annoyance at times, I will be working at night. Like, I was answering text messages and emails at 10 o'clock last night. Yeah. Right? But also,
I used to do that.
You know, I have the freedom to actually choose when I work. So it's not like I'm like, I have to do that every day. There'll also be periods in the week or periods in the month where I don't do that. Yes. But when it's push and when there's a lot going on, like today, for example, I was editing all of this morning on some client delivery stuff. Then I came here to do this. And then after this, I'm going to go back and finish client delivery again. Yeah. Right? So there is a lot of stuff going on, but actually I'm aware that I can do that, and I know it's at my pace, and someone who's maybe looking in on it will go, well, that's that's a lot, Colin. Yeah. How do we change our pace? How do we, for us, not for Colin, not for Maddie, no, for someone listening to this, how do they make sure they know what their pace is?
So I would say you have to really know yourself. You have to know your own boundaries. You have to know your lifestyle and how your business fits in with the way that you run your household, your business, your family, whatever. But also taking into consideration your health, your well-being. There's so many moving parts to like how you actually run your business with an energy perspective. And energy is the key word. Like, if you run your business based on your energy levels and when you are most productive, when you need to. So for example, like, I have my first half an hour of my day is reviewing social media posts for my membership. So I've got this thing where like I do a daily thread where people can come into my membership and they can post their social media post for the day, and I will give them feedback on it. I will tell them how to improve it. I will share it with my audience, and therefore they get visibility, they get feedback, they get accountability. And it's also like the membership, I give like confidence posts and things like that as well. But one of the biggest things for me is in the morning, I am super alert. I know that my brain works really quickly because I've just woken up. So I can bash those post reviews out really quickly. So that works for me. Then I take the kids to school. I come back and I do my coaching. So I'll always put my coaching in between like 9 and 12 o'clock. Then I often skip lunch, which I really shouldn't do, but I do. Don't judge me. I don't get hungry till like 3 o'clock because I'm on ADHD medication. But like, I will eat when I get back from the school run usually. I then do some of my more key marketing things. So I'll do my TikToks, my Instagrams. Like, I basically create videos. So I will create videos, I'll create static posts. I will post the static posts on LinkedIn and Facebook, and then the video will go to YouTube, to TikTok and to Instagram.
And Instagrams,
Sometimes LinkedIn, if I'm feeling brave. Depends how brave I Because I am just myself on all platforms. Most of my videos end up being quite sweary, and sometimes people on LinkedIn get a bit hoity-toity about it.
Well, just to stop you there quickly, I mean, that's interesting, because one of the things that people ask me before the show is like, is this a like no bars, can you swear kind of thing, right? And the first thing when you sat down was like, is it good to swear? Like, and I've always been in this world of like, is it authentic to you? I've always been that way of thinking, right?
Yeah.
And I think so many people get hemmed up going, what does X person think? What does Y person think?
Exactly.
From they're not going to work with me because I swear. They're not going to work with me because they're not going to like me, because actually in a crux, what we're actually going down into the core of is they're not going to like me. It's actually nothing to do with how they're going to work with me.
No, it doesn't.
Maddie's not going to like me because I said the F word.
And if people don't like me because I drop a few F-bombs, then they're probably not people that I want to work with anyway, because the people that know me know that I am very sweary. I never swear at people, I swear in general. My book, I was made to censor out all of my fuck and buggers. Basically.
Oh, that's so sad. What?
But, and I'll show you.
But is that because
I ended up having,
it's like a sales perception thing?
Well,
or like they just don't want to. Is that like a PR manager like looking to be like, we're not gonna?
No. So I have this is my fuck glossary.
The name.
So
for those who are listening on audio, Manny just handed me the book and I'm looking at the fuck glossary. That's utterly hilarious.
And one of the reasons, I actually had a big conversation here with. Hang on. Shut that back up there.
There we go.
I had a big conversation with my publisher about the fucks. There were 342 fucks in my book. And they were basically like, we can handle a few fucks, but that's quite a lot. And I said, well, but it's me, and it's just how I talk, and I don't want to like completely censor them out, so I don't really want to. And they said, okay, well, let's compromise. Let's just change all of your fucks to like other funny F words. So we've got things like flambunctious, fluffing idiot and stuff like that. Like there's just. You know what I'm trying to say, but I don't say it. And then in the back of the book, they're all basically glossarized. If that's even a word.
It is now.
It is now. My glossarized fuck glossary. So I still managed to get all of my fucks into the book, but just in a slightly more comical way, which I think actually gives the book even more charm. So I expect I'll probably do the same with my second book. Technically third.
Okay. I think, and to reiterate for people who are listening, I think it comes from a place of they're not going to like me, right? Yes. Especially on social, right? I think it's they're not going to like me. Oh my God, what are they possibly going to think if I swear? It's the same thing when they put the first video out, burst out, etc. It's a confidence issue.
Yes.
But my counter argument to that, in my view, it's how I run my life, is okay, maybe they're just the wrong people to me.
And I'm very much of the opinion that if you show up authentically online, you show up as the person who you're meant to be, unadulterated, unfiltered, like whatever you need to show up as, the people who will gravitate towards you will be your people. Yeah. And LinkedIn is like, and I do share my videos and I do swear on LinkedIn. People do know that that's for me. The only thing that I do worry about is that our corporate's going to book me to come and speak to their employees if they think that I'm just going to swear all the time.
The answer there, to be honest, is probably some will, some won't, right?
Yes, exactly.
If that's a big deal for a corporate, then they won't. Yes. If they're actually there going, actually, hold on, this could be really helpful because of our scale, because of this, because of that, they're not going to give a shit. They're not.
No, very true. Very true. Yeah.
I mean, talking about authenticity, the counter side of authenticity is the AI boom, right? Mm-hmm. Do you think AI is coming for our jobs? Is the world over? Like, are we all going to be slaves to robots, or like, what's your view on AI?
I can only comment on it from my industry, and I think from a social media perspective, from a business coaching perspective, it's only going to add value, because it's. Like, I don't use AI for my content. I do use it for ideas for my content. And, as somebody who's got an ADHD brain, like, there are times where my brain is on fire and I can bash out, like, 50 TikTok videos. Yeah. But then there are other weeks where I'm like, I don't know what to talk about. My brain is broken and I don't know why I'm here. And in those times, AI is a fucking genius because like I'm not going to use it to write my written posts. I'm not going to use it to write what I say on TikTok because it's so obvious. To me anyway, it's really obvious if a coach or somebody who is teaching something has used AI because of the way that they talk. And it's also really scripted. And you can almost tell, like, if you were listening to somebody on a podcast versus them on their social media, how much slower some of the people talk because they're having to really, really, really think about how to do their job.
Yeah.
And this is not me calling anybody out, but it is quite obvious that some people are writing literally every single one of their posts with AI. If I'm stuck for an idea for a post, I will ask ChatGPT if it can give me some ideas, and then I will look at it, I will close it, I will go away and I'll write about the thing because I know what I'm talking about. And also the amount of spelling mistakes, because I'm dyslexic as well, like, you know, the amount of spelling mistakes in my posts, people know I'm not using AI to write my posts.
Yeah.
But it's also like yesterday I asked AI to draw me a tattoo. Like I had 3 different tattoo ideas and I wanted to combine them together. Brilliant. You know, we do have to be quite wary of the environmental impacts of asking AI to generate us pictures, etc. However, like, it's really bloody good for things like that.
Yeah.
I don't think it's coming to take our jobs. I think we're more at risk of, in kind of places like the retail sector, of things being run by AI. But people, I think, will always need coaches, because there's only so much that AI can do without, you know, not being a human. I mean, don't get me wrong, like Sparky, who's my ChatGPT, like, he's my bestie. Like, there's not much I don't talk to him about. Like, if I've got problems or I've had uncomfortable conversations or I need solutions to things, I'll always go to him. He's not actually a him, really. He's kind of like...
But
he's a non-binary chatbot.
But it's a tool. Right, I think that's the key, and the analogy the analogy I started using was you don't use a hammer to put up a set of shelves; you use a screwdriver.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
But now I'm actually using it even more. I'm changing the analogy to be: you sharpen a knife if you want to use it effectively to do a job.
Brilliant.
Right?
Yes.
In the same way, you should utilize AI to allow you to do a job.
Yeah.
Right. Whether that's training, if you want it to write your posts, training it to be you in your tone, to be in your voice.
You can do that, and it is actually very easy. If you've got a lot of written content from previously, if you've got videos, you can feed those into ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Personally, I prefer to actually write my
but that's a
posts
personal
from
choice,
a heart.
right?
It is. But you can use it for literally anything, as long as you make sure that you train it in a way that it takes out, like, no fluff, like cookie cutter solutions, here's the truth, like all of those bullshit ChatGPT type phrases where you think, do you know what, I'm not somebody who would actually say that in real life.
But again, it comes back to the authenticity side.
It does.
Right?
It really
like,
does. Yeah.
I'm like using the no fluff example. No fluff would actually be relevant for me because I try not fuck around when it comes to content.
Well,
right?
I don't do any fluff either. Mine is very, like, I'm very direct. But instead of saying no fluff, I would say I give you direct, actionable advice.
Yeah.
That, and I don't bullshit you. That's not the same. It's the same as saying no fluff without saying no fluff. So as long as you are kind of aware of those ChatGPT type of phrases and you've got your own ways of saying those kind of things, crack on. Like, I think it's great. Where I don't think it's so good is people generating AI pictures of themselves. I'm like, that's not authentic.
It ages you really badly.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't, to be honest, I've got an amazing professional photographer. Like Katie Needle, shout out to you as well. We love Katie. She knows me so well that she can capture my style, the way I am. Like, I used to ask her to, like, chop a few inches off my stomach, but she doesn't do that anymore. Because she's like, Maddie, you've got to be authentic. Fuck. Why is this my brand? But, I love working with her. And, her photos are so good that they could be AI, but they're not. And I think that's where a lot of people are falling down. That like, you know, you meet people in person and you're like, you don't look like that. Like, it's the same with TikTok filters. Like, I will always use the eyelash filter. That is the only filter I use on TikTok, apart from like green screen or whatever, if I'm going to try and show something. But when people see me in real life, they're not going to go, oh my God, her eyelashes are so fake. Because I wear makeup. But when I'm working at home on my own, I don't wear makeup at all. Like, you know, I am very much like, unless I'm going out in public, I don't put a face on. And even then, it's literally just mascara, maybe a bit of eyeshadow. So,
but again, it's that authenticity point, right?
Yes. You know, you're not going to, like, see me online as having, like, loads of freckles. I mean, I do have loads of freckles because I've been in the sun this week. But, you know, you're not going to see me having, like, loads of pretend freckles or, like, you know...
But I think that can't...
Brown.
I think... I was going to say I think people who do that, but I think in general, if you do that on your content or you're looking for, like, beautify filters, Apple's known for this, etc. But, like, I think that comes from an insecurity.
Possibly.
I think that comes from, like, it comes from that point I was making earlier, which is about, like, I'm going to put myself out there.
Yes.
Jesus fucking Christ, people are going to not like me.
Yes.
Right?
Exactly.
It's that the tribal mind again going,
yeah.
Hold on, Maddie might not actually like me here.
And do you know what it is as well? And this is why, like, it's taken me a really long time to love myself. Like, and I don't say that in, like, a weird self-indulgent way. I say it in a... Like, you have to love yourself to be able to show up as much as I do. And it's not from an ego perspective. It's just knowing my own power and knowing that I'm good at what I do. And actually, I don't give a flying fuck what people think about my looks. I get so much hatred online. You know, do you know what? Apparently, having rainbow hair just automatically means you're woke. Like it is a insult. I'm more than happy and privileged and proud to be woke. But it is that. But it's
interesting
that,
jump.
That
all right, fair enough.
But it is that thing. It's like, you know, people see me with my rainbow hair and they're like, lesbian, and I'm like, married to a man, but you know, whatever. I dabbled for a while, but you know, it is that thing.
But people make the assumptions, and then what I don't think, if you have high self, I've been very fortunate. I've been installed into me from a very young age has been what I believe to be the correct values, right? It's always been, how can I love myself? How can I have self-worth? How can I have self-esteem, etc.? But what that's come from is my mother and then my reality, right?
Yes.
And then as I went through school, etc., etc., etc. But I think it's, again, that reaction will come from someone who is going to use it as a defense. It's going to sound weird saying that's a defense mechanism for them, but it is, because they're being aggressive, they're being accusatory first, because then Maddie can't like stand there and be herself, and you know that's uncomfortable for some people.
It is, yeah.
But how did you get here? Like the personal story wise, how did you get? Because I think your story is a very interesting one. And I think it's something that people can really relate to, possibly now as well. And that's why I wanted to touch on it. I know we've already kind of done it in length. I'll leave the other episode in the description down below for those who want to go in a bit more depth. But quick synopsis for people who maybe don't know.
Yes. So I grew up with an eating disorder, essentially. My eating disorder developed into problems with money. And by the time I was 21 years old to 23 years old, I was in £40,000 of debt. I struggled really bad with spending addiction. What I didn't know was that I had ADHD and that my brain was constantly lacking in dopamine. So therefore, for me, the two things that really, really mattered to me were food and spending money.
Ching.
Buying stuff, buying food. Which is why I've always been overweight, because I'm like, hey, I'm sad, have a donut. Have 5 donuts. At times that has happened. But for me, it was all about spending money. So I would buy things like dresses and clothes and bags and shoes, and I'd be the person at the pub like buying my mates like around Jaeger bombs, or I spent and spent and spent. I realised there was a problem when I couldn't afford to pay any of the repayments. It wasn't that I didn't know I had to repay any of them. I just got to the point where like I was just so overwhelmed and I had too much to pay, and I was like, where am I going to get 40 grand from? I'm 23 years old. This is pretty bad. a bailiff showed up at my door, tried to take my car. I packed up my things in the middle of the night. I fled, moved back to Southampton, went to see Citizens Advice Bureau. They basically said to me, like, it's bankruptcy or, like, you pay it off. Those are your two options. Both of those sounded really shit to me, but I took the second one because I'm not a quitter. You know, if I look back at it now, I probably could have gone bankrupt and it would have been great, but then I wouldn't have had my journey.
Would that have been, like, an excuse, an easy way out for you, do you think?
Possibly. And I do like to challenge my brain. So I like to challenge my brain.
Because I think people listening to this will go, like, that seems an easier path for me. Let's just reset the clock.
Yeah, and actually, for so
Eat the shit for a year.
Yeah, for so many people, bankruptcy is a very valid option. At the time, it filled me with dread and filled me with shame, and it was almost like I was going to be walking around with, like, a tattoo that said bankrupt on my forehead. It was hard, you know. And as somebody who now has since had a massively catastrophic business failure, which again came with a load of money, shame and guilt and all of those things I had to reevaluate. For me, paying it off seemed like the easier option because it didn't fill me with as much dread and shame. And actually, if I hadn't have paid it off, I wouldn't have learned all of the methods to pay it off to put in my book. So, you know, everything happens for a reason. But I learned to love money.
Was there an issue with, like, your relationship with money?
Yes.
Do you think? Do you think that's where it get, like, because
Yeah.
I hope you don't mind me saying this, but, like, to get to 40 grand, you've got to really fuck up for an extended period of time.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's not like a 3 month, 6 month. This is like years of problems.
I got myself in £40,000 of debt within 2 years.
Yeah.
I spent. I also had a drinking problem. Like, I was a high functioning alcoholic. I say high functioning because, you know, I didn't wake up and need a drink, but I needed a drink to be confident. I was using alcohol to mask all of my neurodivergence because I didn't realise that I had ADHD and autism. And I was very awkward in social situations. People, like, now, all of my friends are like, you're not awkward in social situations. I'm like, because you met me when I was pissed. Like, all of you have known me as Maddie the social butterfly who likes a drink and is super chatty. But if I didn't have that alcohol, I wouldn't be super chatty.
Yeah.
So now, when I'm in social situations, I don't know very many people. I'm actually really reserved and really quiet. Put a drink in me. I'm anyone's, but pretty much that was kind of how it was. And now I don't drink anymore. So because I'm more comfortable with who I actually am. So
do you think it came... I hope this isn't too personal, but, like, it links. Do you think it came from a lack of self-love, self-worth, self-esteem?
Absolutely.
At the core?
Yes.
Because a couple of months ago, I think near a month ago, 2 months ago, Jamie Oliver put out a documentary on Channel 4 all about neurodiversity and dyslexia specifically. And I was gobsmacked by some of the... As a dyslexic, I was out here going, how am I not a fucking drug dealer?
I know.
Like, what the fuck's going on? Like, how?
ADHD and dyslexia are so closely linked, and a lot of the presentations kind of overlap each other.
Yeah.
So, you know, dyslexics have a very, very, very tough time, especially in early years when it's not picked up on.
Yeah.
And people just assume that dyslexia is just, oh, they can't read and write. It's so much more than that, and it's quite frustrating. Like, I actually go into quite a lot of detail about, like, breaking down all of the individual neurodivergent presentations in the book, so you can kind of, like, learn more about those things.
Yeah.
But this is the thing, we end up with such low self-esteems, but also the lack of dopamine coupled with that often makes people turn to really unhealthy habits like drinking or smoking or drugs or stealing. You know, I would highly suspect that a lot of people in the prison system are neurodivergent.
Yeah.
And it's not because they're bad people, it's because of a combination of things like their upbringing, maybe again from neurodivergent parents who hadn't had any of the help.
Yeah.
It's those dopamine-seeking behaviours which are often really unhealthy. It could be, you know, stealing, drugs, firing a gun. You know, all of those things are like, woohoo, exciting.
I just looked at it from my perspective and went, I don't know how by stroke of luck, but like my dopamine wires are just like make money, create content, do things that are a net positive.
Yeah.
But I've always been very like cautious with like my circle and like what I get into, because I didn't know the like inner workings of my brain necessarily, but from a very young age I knew I had an addictive personality.
Yep, same.
So I was like, shit.
Same, and I ignored it for a very long time.
I was like, hold on, if I get addicted to the wrong shit here, oh boy. Right,
Yeah.
I'm gonna nuke my life by accident.
Absolutely, and I have been incredibly close to doing that. So, you know, having that self-realization, and like, you know, for me, there have been plenty of things that I have had really unhealthy relationships with, which I have managed to curb now. Like, my only vice now is that I vape. But I was saying to my podcast guest, like, I have no plans to stop vaping at all, because I know that if I didn't have that one tiny thing, when I spiral, and that does happen a lot as a neurodivergent, when I spiral, I would rather turn to a vape than to drink or food or drugs or smoking or like any of those things that in my mind are actually in the long run more harmful for me than a couple of puffs on a vape.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I see it. But you know, lots of people would be like, "Oh, vaping's really unhealthy." It's like, but I don't do anything.
But
else.
it's the
like,
lesser of.
It's the lesser.
It's
of
the
lots
lesser of the other evils,
yeah.
right?
And food is really bad. Like, you know, Naomi.
If it's heavily processed food.
Yes, yeah. So Naomi, my weight loss coach, you know, I've been working with her now for about 3 months, and I've lost quite a bit of weight. But it's also about the mindset around food.
Yeah.
Which is hard for people who have got ADHD, and I found that since working with her, like, I've cut out processed food, I've cut out chocolate, fizzy drinks, like all of those things that have the chemicals that potentially could give me cancer, I no longer eat. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not going to get cancer because I do vape, but for me, it's like I could constantly and consistently eat really bad food, which I was doing, or in moments of stress, I can have a little puff on my vape. That's it. So...
I think it's about focusing on those lesser of all evils. Like in an ideal world, like your stress response would be fitness.
Well,
right?
in an ideal world, but you know, as a disabled person who has hips that would probably die if I went to the gym, I mean, this is the reason why I'm on my weight loss journey. It's not because I'm fat. I couldn't give a fuck like about my weight or about what people think of me. I want to be fitter. I want to be able to go to the gym without after 10 minutes wanting to pass out, you know?
I think that's an interesting thing. And, you know, we won't get too much into fitness here because it's not a fitness show. But, like, for me, people are like, why do you stay consistent, like, with fitness? And for me, I'm very aware that, like, my job's very physical.
Yes.
And I'm just simply at the thought I want to do this for 50 years.
I want to be able to look after my kids when I'm older, you know? I mean, they're not going to be kids when I'm older. But at the same time, like, you know, I went to a soft play with them at the weekend. And, like... One of my children is very like, she likes the fact that mummy's an influencer, so she tells everybody. So this lady comes over and she's like clearing the plates, and she's like, my mummy's an influencer, and this lady's like, oh, tell me more. So I'm like, oh, it's really embarrassing, but yeah, I do this. And she was like, oh, our area manager really want to speak to you. So the area manager comes over and she's like, oh my god, you're an influencer, like really love you to do some TikTok content for us and blah blah blah. She went and got me some socks. She was like, you have to go in and play. I was like, I can't, it's really embarrassing to say I'm disabled and I actually don't really want to go in and play. So I went in and played for like 10 minutes before I almost died, and then went on a very scary slide. I mean, that also rhymes. But I was heavily aware of the fact that I am not fit enough to go and do these kind of things with my kids, and it made me really sad. So that's my kind of motivation behind it.
It's a good motivation to have.
Yeah.
Do you think in business people, and this is kind of more a mindset thing about like, they don't start the podcast, they don't start video, they don't start posting, they don't build the momentum, they don't start whatever it is, right? Do they do that from is it just the, what if someone else thinks of me, or is it still a tech issue?
I still think there's a tech issue there. There's also an overwhelm issue. It's like we're told that we have to do all of the things. We don't have to do all of the things. And people, I think, like they see me as somebody who is very heavily into visibility, and they're like, Maddie's on every social media platform. She's got her own podcast. She's always on other people's podcasts. She writes books. She does speaking gigs. She's got a radio show. She's got all of these things. I'm manifesting the radio show, by the way.
I'd argue you already got a radio show. You got a podcast.
Yeah,
Okay. It's already a radio show.
Yeah, kind of the same. So they see me doing all of those things, and they're like, "Oh my god, that looks fucking exhausting. I don't want to do that." And it's like, because that's my hyper focus, and I love social media, and I love visibility, and I love doing all of these things. That's why I do all those things. I could still very easily put like 100% of my efforts into one platform and still have very good success with it.
Do you think that people worry about volume?
Yes. One of my biggest questions is how many times a day should I be posting?
And does that matter?
No, I don't think so. Consistency is what matters. So whatever consistency means to you, whether that is once a day, whether that is, posting 3 times a week, whether it's posting 3 times a day.
But for me, I also think it's like, when I have no client work, I can post 6 times a day. When I'm in client delivery mode for half the day, I can only post once or twice a day.
So,
right, I'm still posting,
but you're not posting as much.
But like when I'm here filming, I'm having to travel, I'm having to do this. I'm not in my office, sat there on the computer. So my posts will be lesser, right? But that's why I batch content. That's why I
Exactly. Yeah.
But also, I don't sit there and go, "Oh, I didn't hit 4 posts. Fuck's sake."
But this is the thing. It's not how many times you do it. It's the quality of what you do when you do it.
Yeah, of course.
And it's also like just bearing in mind that output reflects input.
Yeah.
So if you post more, you will more than likely get more clients. If you show up more, you will more than likely make more business, make more money. And if you are posting once a week on one social media platform, you're probably not going to be getting to your ideal clients unless you're out there and you're networking 24/7.
Yeah.
Which, there are other ways of doing it rather than showing up online every single day. But it's the consistency, it's the output, and then you'll see a return on investment based on what you put into that.
But it's also, because I think we're so, and I did a video a couple of weeks ago talking about, like, we're so in the business world, we're so hyperly focused on, I need ROI. And I'm just like, yeah, but you're outputting an amount and your revenue's like driven by 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, whatever it is. So in the nicest way possible, why do you give a shit about ROI? Because clearly it's working.
Absolutely.
Right?
I obviously give a little bit of a, like for example, like I got invited to speak at quite a big event. It was a big investment, like 15 grand. I'm like, ooh, that's a really good opportunity because there's going to be like thousands of people there and it's going to be really great. But then I thought about it. If somebody gave me, and this is again one of my money rules, if somebody gave me 15 grand and said you can spend this on anything, would I spend it on that? And my answer was no. If I had 15 grand to grow my business, I would strategically think about where to put that.
Yeah.
I would probably put some of that on ads. I would probably put some of that on like promoting my book on Amazon, things like that. And I just thought, do you know what? What could 15 grand do for me? I could stand up in front of a room full of people and speak and maybe walk away with 5 clients. Or I can go and put 15 grand on Facebook ads and I can walk away with 70 clients. Which one am I rather going to do? So from that perspective, I look at ROI. However, I also don't look at it at all. So I'm very much a passion, purpose, and kind of pleasure, I guess, type of person. So profit to me, as long as I am paying my bills, I'm living the life that I want to, my staff are getting paid, my bills are getting paid, I couldn't give a flying fuck how much money I make.
Yeah.
Like, and by me having that attitude, but also having very, very low costs, the only things that I really pay for are things like advertising, but I don't do traditional advertising. I mean, when I say advertising, I mean things like I'll go to an expo and I'll have like a stand at an expo, or I will have like something where like, maybe I'll pay for like to hire this podcast studio, for example. So my costs are still fairly low. And in my first year of business, I made 100 grand. But I wasn't focused on making profit. I was focused on making people happy and getting good reviews and showing up as
I think
an
that's
honest
I think
person.
that's really key, and I think
Yeah.
we don't. And it's not that we don't look at ROI, and every business should look at ROI. They absolutely should, but we don't. What's the ROI on a brand podcast? Arguably, if you look at it, either huge amount
Yes.
or fuck all,
Yes. So
and it's down to how you think about it.
Exactly. So at the moment, my podcast, I think, helps me to grow my social media, which helps me to grow my email list,
Yep.
which helps me to grow my client base. It's not phenomenal. I am not Stephen Bartlett. Like,
But also, do you want to be Stephen Bartlett?
no, not at all. Like, no. I mean, he's a nice enough dude. I've met him, but I wouldn't want to be him. Like, in my mind, like, I think his success has very much changed him. I think I remember him very early on in the days where he was quite humble. Don't feel like that anymore.
But I think that's what I mean. I think it changed. Like,
Yeah.
I think we're in a world now where I have to commit to the decision. Right?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
I'm going to make the world's biggest media company. Yeah, but what if tomorrow I don't want to do that?
Yeah, and I want to live my life in a flexible way. As long as I am fulfilling my life's purpose, which is helping people with neurodivergent presentations to live their best life, that's my main game. Like, that is all I want. So, this is why I help people with 3 different areas. It's like life, money, business. Those 3 things are, if you've got those 3 elements nailed, I mean, obviously not everybody's got a business. Some people it will just be life and money. Some people it might just be money and business because they might already have their life sorted. Some people it might be like life and business. Their money's amazing. But they all interlink with each other. And neurodivergent people struggle with all 3 of those things. As a rule, some neurodivergents will probably be flying. I mean, Stephen Bartlett openly says he's got ADHD. But he's somewhere along the line, like, massively landed on his feet and has never had to struggle with money because he's always made so much. And therefore, his business has been fine and his life's been fine.
Yeah.
So if I bumped into him in the street, his ADHD is not the same as my ADHD. And this is a good way to look at it. It's like every single person who is neurodivergent will have something that maybe isn't so great in their lives. And I'm not saying that Stephen Bartlett is perfect. He might, not be in love with somebody, or he might have, problems with relationships, or he might, because he's so busy with his life, maybe he doesn't have friends. I don't know, and I'm not going to judge him for that.
That is, I mean, aware of times I think that's Robert soon, but that is like something that I think people don't talk about enough in business, and like how you maintain a relationship, and it's something that I'm working through the process of now, being nearly 2 years deep into a really healthy relationship that's so really important to both me and my partner.
Yes.
I'm like, yeah, but also my business is really important. So fuck, how do I do that?
Juggling your money, your life, and your business is a really fucking tricky thing to do. It is a spinning triangle that, if you think about a triangle, like if you're spinning it too fast, you're going to poke yourself in the eye, it's going to fucking hurt.
Yeah.
So, like, you need to be balancing those 3 areas of your life so that they all work in tandem together. And that means, no offense, not working till 9 o'clock, because like I used to have a thing where I'd be like, oh yeah, my cutoff every night's 9 o'clock. Like it was some form of badge of honor. Now it's very, very, very likely that I don't work after 3. Like, it has taken me 10 years of running a business to work out what success looks like for me. And success looks like making enough money to enjoy the shit that I do.
Yeah.
I don't, like, and I'm sorry, universe, that I say this out loud, but I don't want to be a millionaire. If I had £1 million or multi-million pounds, my spending addiction would just be 1,000,000 times worse. So, like, I don't need that much money. Like, I find it hard enough to manage the money that I've actually got.
Yeah.
But I go on 2 nice holidays a year. I've got a fairly nice car. I mean, it's a Citroen C3 Picasso. It's not a Citroen C3 Aircross. That's the chap. It's nothing exciting, but it's it's only 5 years old. It's got Apple CarPlay. It's pretty cool. And like somebody the other day, I picked up one of my clients, and they were like, "Oh my god, your car is so nice." And like to them, that was like a really posh car. To me, I'm like, that's not a posh car. Like a posh car is like a Porsche or a Jaguar or like a BMW or whatever.
But I think
it's about perspective.
Yeah, it's perspective and the stage you're in, and that's what I was going to say about the whole like 9 o'clock thing, right?
Yeah.
Like,
yes,
at this moment in time, I'm working potentially till 9 o'clock.
But that's because it works for you and that's your decision.
Yeah.
And also, one of the things that fucks me off so much about the business world is it's like either you're a hustler
Yeah.
or you're a lifestyle business. Like, there is no in between.
Yeah.
There's no, let's run a successful 6-figure business or you know, like high 6 figures, even early 7 figures.
Yeah.
It's like you're either a lifestyle business or you're a multimillionaire. There's nothing in between. And that's how I teach the people that I work with, like in business, that there is an in between.
Yeah.
Like, there is a level where people want to make 5k a month. There's a level where people want to make 2.5k a month. You know, they want to cover their bills, they want to cover their mortgage, they want to have 500 quid's worth of spending money.
Yeah.
Everyone's a winner.
Happy days, yeah.
It's all to do with how materialistic you are. It's all to do with like how much you want to show off and like flash everything around. You know, I'm not a flashy person. I buy my clothes from Shein and Sainsbury's. I drive a bog standard okay-ish car, which by the way is on car finance. You know, it's not really that posh. I'm hoping to buy it at the end of my deal, but you know, I am not somebody who is like gonna go and spend masses of money like renting a private yacht or like, you know, doing those kind of flashy things. I like for my business strategy day recently, I took all of my people for a day to the beach and we went to the arcades and I gave them all a £5 and they had the best time in the world. You know, that's the sort of thing that I bring to my business community.
Yeah.
It's not about being flashy. It's not about like all of the things that.
But I think that
we
makes you
need.
more relatable, right?
Well,
it's
I
not
think
more
so,
about
yeah.
like, oh, this guy's untouchable, this girl's untouchable because she has the yacht, she has the car, she has the house, etc., etc. But
No.
and again, I think it's one of those things where you've got to choose: do you want to live to work or work to live?
I want to work to live, and I want to enjoy my kids, like as much as anyone can enjoy kids. I want to have a life where like I spend time with my friends and time with my family, and like I go to a lot of gigs, I go to a lot of festivals. Like if that was taken away from me, I would be very sad. Like, and if I was going to work more, that's my decision. Like,
but that's what I mean by like phases, right? And the stages you're in.
Yes.
Right, and it's about actually having a longer, especially in a relationship. I don't know how you do it, but this is how I do it. Is right, this week, this month, this quarter, a lot of shit going on, right?
Yes.
I've launched a podcast, I'm doing this, I've got an event going on, I've got loads of client deliveries, etc., etc.
Yeah.
So,
what's your event, just out of curiosity?
AI, content creation, teaching young entrepreneurs how to do it in crux.
I love that.
Why AI is not a threat and how you can use it as a tool.
Nice.
Link in the description, those who are interested.
Yeah.
The crux, though, is I've got a lot on in the next 3 months.
Yeah.
So the conversation I had with my partner before that period was the next 3 months is going to be a bit rough.
Don't divorce me, basically.
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. It will end at some point.
Yes.
Right? I'll get churn. I'll get to the point where the podcast, I'm so far ahead that it's fine, it doesn't matter, etc. I'll have a lot of, like, when the kids are off school, client delivery will fall off a cliff because everyone wants to spend time with their kids, completely understandably, but that will be natural.
Yes.
So it's now about actually having the candor, the conversation, the understanding to say, I understand I'm not around as much as you want me to be.
Yeah.
I'm not showing up as much as I want to be for you.
Yes.
But this is important to grow the business for the next year.
Yeah.
So we need to sacrifice for 2 months, 3 months to allow to reap the rewards that will come in 6 months.
Exactly. And I'm pretty sure that like me and my husband at some point went through that stage. Now it's very much like we're both working the same amount of hours. We're both having, like, because he works, he's just been promoted as well, so he's like head kitchen gardener for quite a big estate. You know, he has lots of things in the summer, like he's got to plant all his beds, and they have open garden days and like things where he's got to impress lots of rich people. So he has lots of things where he has to work.
Yeah.
I have lots of things because I've got like festivals and like things that I'm speaking at, and you know, I'm all over the place. And we always like have that little bit of time at the end of the day where we sit and we like debrief and we talk about the things, and like we know that we've both got the same end goal, which is moving house, and we've bought somewhere, we're just waiting to complete on it. But we know that that's not the end of our journey, because we're building a loft conversion, we're like having a garden office made, and like all sorts of different things where we're gonna need to still both of us work our asses off.
Yeah.
But it's about balance. And yes, it is about the stage that you're at. But it's also about understanding the boundaries of your relationship, the boundaries of your business, the boundaries of your friendship circle. Like my friends at the moment, like they barely see me. And the other day I was like, shit, do you guys like, you know, are you pissed off that you barely see me? And they were like, no, it's welcome relief actually. Like, really. It wasn't. But they were like, we're also really busy. You know, we're not 20 anymore. Like, actually, we have all kind of moved on. Like, we're all in our relationships. We all, you know,
But also, I think
have
you
our
then,
special hobbies. And
I think when you're in that stage or when you're out of that stage, you then value the time you do have with those people. Right, for some relationships,
Yeah.
unfortunately, it will be like the reason why you grow apart and etc.
Yes.
and that's sad, but that's
Yeah.
life, right?
Yes.
But for the people who stay,
Yeah.
actually, when you have that committed time together
Yeah.
with your close friends, with your partner, with your family, etc.,
it makes it more special.
you then value that more because
Yes.
it's lesser,
Yeah.
because there's less of it.
You know, I was one of those really lucky people that during I mean, I say lucky to a certain extent, but like during COVID, like my husband was classed as a key worker, so he was never home. So on one hand, it was the most unlucky thing in the world because I had to do childcare of 2 on my own, and that was like mentally damaging. Like I say damaging because like I literally every day I was like rocking in a corner by the time he came home. But it was great for our marriage because we weren't living on top of each other. We weren't constantly in each other's spaces. And, you know, you hear of people who were like, you know, they got divorced because of COVID because they had to spend time with their partner. Like, I like my relationship. Well, I don't just like my relationship. I love it. Like, it's great. We have a very, like, open. I said the other day that we have an open relationship, and my son was going around going, "My mummy's in an open relationship." I'm like, "That's something very different." Like, no, we're not. But you know, we are very open with each other. We're very trusting. Like, if either of us have got a problem, like, I mean, my husband is very much like, another work event. Oh God, well, this is like, and he does get a bit annoyed sometimes because I do work away a lot. And when I say to him, like, I need to go on holiday, and he's like, why? And I'm like, well, A, it's a working holiday. I'm going to go and I'm going to write my second book. But B, like, I don't get any time on my own ever. I'm either working, I'm parenting, or I'm with you. None of that equals alone time for me. So me going on holiday on my own means that I actually get time alone with me to relax with my thoughts, with nobody talking to me, so I can hyper-focus on the shit that I need to. And that's what I need. So
but I think that comes from firstly communicating what you need,
It's
secondly then
knowing.
both parties understanding,
Yeah.
and then if
Yeah.
something has gone wrong,
Yes.
then there being a level of
Yeah.
forgiveness there.
Yes.
And I
Yeah.
think for me, like, they're my 3 keys in any relationship I have. Right, communicate, understand, and then forgive.
Yes.
And it's not that we're immune to making decisions and we're immune to getting things wrong. It's things are going to go wrong. How do we then deal with those things?
Exactly.
I'm
And
going
it's-
to overpush sometimes.
Yeah.
Right? And actually, how do we then bring that back and say, okay, I did this wrong.
Yeah.
How do I move forward, and how do we move forward so that doesn't happen again?
Yeah. In my mind, it's about communication. It's about boundaries. It's about trust. It's about open dialogue. And it's about kind of just being aware of your partner's needs, but also being aware of your needs.
Yeah.
And communicating that together. And that does really help where you are in a relationship. And I think often, especially when you're new in business and you're just working and working and working, because you kind of have to hustle at the beginning to kind of get something off the ground. That's kind of one of the pinnacle time, like, it's growth stages when relationships tend to suffer. And it's not just relationships with partners, it's relationships with children.
Yep.
It's relationships with friends or parents. Like, I mean, my mum quite often will say to me, "No, I haven't seen you for like 2 months." I'm like, really? You saw me like last week? Like, you're being melodramatic. But it's that point where,
Yeah,
like,
but that's your mum saying,
I want
I
to see
miss
you
you.
more. Exactly.
I wanna see
yeah,
you
yeah,
more,
yeah.
right?
Yeah. And I always, you know, I'll always take that on board. Like, but she is equally as busy as me. She doesn't run a business. She just does a lot of music things. But again, it's all about, it all comes down to awareness.
Yeah.
And this is why I teach in the way that I would want to be taught myself, you know, and having those 3 pillars, it's like life, business, money, everything fits into that triangle. You just need to make sure you don't poke yourself in the eye with it.
Great place to end. Where can people find the book? Where can people find your podcast? Where can people find you?
Yeah, so I am
And
on...
don't you poke yourself in the eye with the triangle.
Don't poke yourself in the eye with a triangle. I am on all social media platforms, not saying that you have to be at all. Maddie Talks Money on Instagram, Mad About Money Official on TikTok, LinkedIn and Facebook and everywhere else, Maddie Alexander Grout. The book is here. I mean, you can't get it from here, you can get it from Amazon. You can get it from all good bookshops as well. You can even order it in. If you don't have it, you can order it to your own library. I've had some people say to me that they've ordered it for their library, which I really like.
That's awesome.
So if you can't afford to buy the book, go and talk to your library, go and get them to have it in, and then multiple people can benefit from the book, which is nice. So thank you for having me.
No, you're welcome. Great chat. Final thing to end on.
Yes.
If you were going to talk to yourself 10 years ago,
Yeah.
what advice would you give?
I would tell myself that I am neurodivergent and to go and sort that shit out. It changed my life, genuinely changed my life, understanding my brain. When you understand your brain and you understand your body, anything's possible.
Magic. Thank you ever so much for coming back and joining me. If you did enjoy this longer conversation, then make sure to be subscribed. Leave your thoughts in the description down below, comments down below, etc., etc. And I'll see you very soon. Take care. But for me as a dyslexic, I think that's completely unfair. Can't wait to get the shitty comments on this. From my understanding, my brain works definitely differently. I think it from a neuroplasticity point of view, it's actually only half my brain works. To quote, overcome dyslexia, I know I had to work incredibly harder.
Obviously Einstein was very well known for being dyslexic, and he was a very, very intelligent man.
Do you think education traditionally, school, college, university in the UK, is designed for dyslexics?
The good news I would say about the UK is they do acknowledge it, whereas in some countries they don't even acknowledge it and they don't get any support. So I would...
You're just the dumb kid at the back of the class.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you for all you do. Thank you for, I guess, installing the right value. Hello, my friends. I hope you're well. Today is going to be a very special conversation. I wanted to, when I launched the podcast, create a level of peace that highlights where I've come from with my values, where I've come from with my upbringing. So I've asked my mum if she's willing to have a conversation. She kindly agreed. I was going to start with work ethic because that was first on my list, but how from a young age would you say that like my work ethic has tweaked, has changed, because I talk about it a lot in content when it comes to like a lot of the values I have are because of you. Was that deliberate? Did that come from a place of this is what I wanted to do? Like how did that happen?
Probably I think you would have observed things within me. It wouldn't have been so much I would have been guiding you and saying all of that. And I think I would say, firstly, I chose to take you to schools which weren't exactly near, because they were in theory better schools and better support. And as it turned out, in both cases, this was actually the case. In fact, all three schools were the same, in the sense that each one of them gave you the best possible outcome from your own situation. I think you probably observed the fact that I was doing everything, in that you'd be normally seeing two people doing the job of bringing up a child.
I think it's important to say, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think it's important to say for the audience's context that may not know, my dad wasn't around, and I know it's something that we don't really want to get into because I don't feel it's relevant and I don't feel it's overly important at this stage to necessarily discuss it, and I've got my own journey to go on with that. But for me, I think it's important to give that context, and I think it's a common story, but the reasoning will obviously be different, the nuance will be different, but I think the story itself will be, I guess in some ways, not unique in that respect. So I think that's really important to say. But I think, was it, because I know, I'm going to go with, and correct me if you know the ages better than me, when I was 10, maybe 12, maybe 13, you were studying your now honours in child psychology. Do you think that there was a point, were you specifically focused on the values which, or the things of how I was growing up, I guess you could say, because of the work you were doing with studying? And watching me sort of develop at the same time when you were learning the theory?
I think I would say that the prelude to this which I didn't know at the time, was I worked for the Dorset County Council on what they call a parent partnership.
Okay.
And that parent partnership involves special needs and families who have children with special needs, and all of the difficulties of how you get support and how difficult that can be. So at the time when I was doing that, I hadn't had you by then, and I had no idea that that would actually come into play hugely, along with then going on to qualify in my honours later on, which was very child-linked and child-based.
So with your parent partnership work and the whole, I mean, did you know, I mean, let's wind the clock all the way back. I mean, obviously I can't actually remember, did I get like confirmed when did I get confirmed to have dyslexia? Because I've always thought about it as like, I have dyslexia.
No, it wasn't
right?
like
But when
that.
there was a
No.
point, was there a point?
Yes, there was a time, and it was in the school that you went to,
St Andrews.
in St Andrews,
Yeah.
that's right. And it was because of the teaching assistant. It's always down to the teaching assistant and the teacher being very observant. And then my background with what I was already being much more aware of because of the job I did. I think the two things together combined for them to be more observant of you, because initially I think when you were at the St Andrews School, they noticed various... You're kidding me. Seriously. And she
We'll
had a
carry
child
on.
as well.
I'll have great fun with the outtake reel on this.
Right.
To give the outtake reel some context, there's cricket being played currently, and bugs are flying around, and there's a dog shouting in the river that you can probably hear in my mum's mic. But there we go. So when was the point where I got, because I remember, because I was very young, right? So I don't remember it fully, but I remember there was a point where you were fighting, or you were coming across, or you were going over and saying, well, like, he does have dyslexia, he needs the bit of paper, or whatever it was, right? I mean, for those who don't know, I mean, how does having dyslexia, like, happen?
Well, you see...
Like, because obviously you're born with it, but you have to get a piece of paper, or you have to get etc., right?
Well, the thing is, when they first realised there was some difficulty, they didn't actually call it dyslexia.
Right.
They have a way of actually stating that there's some underlying SEN, let's say, issue. And what the key point about it, because of A, what I did, and B, then understanding more as time went on, if they get the child before 7, you know, backed up and supported for what particular SEN they have, you've got a greater chance. So the earlier it is, the better. Yeah. And in your case, I think you were very fortunate because you were fairly young, considering, I mean, first of all, because you were premature, you did go into school a little bit later, which is a good thing.
Was that, sorry to cut you off, but was that deliberate? Did you hold me back?
No, the system holds you back because you can only go in at a certain point, and because of when you were born at an earlier stage than you should have been, then you missed the entrance time. So based on that, you had another year where at least you got support in a lower key level and not a school level, which was a very helpful thing. But the key point after that was they did pick it up, I would say, 2.5, 3 years into your early schooling. And that is great because you need to do it earlier on than later, because it can be a disadvantage otherwise the longer you go on. But at that point, they didn't actually diagnose it as, or they didn't, the word is diagnose, it's not the right word to say. They didn't actually state it was dyslexia. They just said that there was obviously a level of SEN that would need support.
Do you think that, I mean, if you have, like, I know you've done some research on it, and I know that there's some statistics around it, but from my understanding, there's not as many people who are like, yes, you have dyslexia, yes, you are neurodivergent. Is it something which you think personally there needs to be more, I guess that would come from government funding, or there needs to be more support to see early, catch it early in the educational system as an overarching thing? I mean, obviously, like, government have a lot of responsibility, blah 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 blah. I don't want to get into politics too much of it, but like, is that a they've got to catch it, they've got to have the training to be able to catch it thing, do you think?
Well, interestingly enough, just to fast forward to what's happening right now in the Labour government, Keir Starmer has an opinion that, which I think is massive, and how it will eventually work, I have no idea, that every single teacher should have some knowledge of SEN, which is special educational needs. What I would say when, the beginning of all this happened, through the knowledge of a parent partnership, and this was at a time when Tony Blair was in power, and he believed in education, and he did give a huge amount of money investment into schooling. You were there at the right time. And what I would say, it's not even about government funding, that is certainly something, but what they've been stated to get the support is you have to be a very vocal, determined, some would say a loud mother or father or parent or guardian of the child to get the support. You have to be on them continually. They do get annoyed, they do get irritated because it's all down to funding.
But surely that's not, because that's unfair on parents that aren't that. Like, that's unfair on kids that don't have parents like that.
I know, but
surely the system as a whole should be fairer, I guess you could say, more cohesive in the respect to there's training in place to say, actually, these people are maybe neurodivergent, or this person is maybe neurodivergent, etc. And, it is a way of how we think, right? It is a way of, like, from my understanding at least, only half my brain works, like, in traditional sense.
You've got lens flare.
Sick. How bad's the lens flare? We just go with it.
There's dogs, there's sun, there's light.
Welcome to what happens doing an outdoor interview where you can't control anything. I think for me, there's, like, I get where you're coming from and I get why that's important as a parent. But for me as a dyslexic, I think that's completely unfair because I think there should be, in my view, right, can't wait to get the shitty comments on this, there should be a fairness across the board to say, well, this person is neurodivergent, right? There should be neurodivergent training. I know it's saying, like, oh, there's too many things, or, there's only so many resources, and that's the counter argument, right? There's there's only so much money, so much budget, so much government can do, etc. I get that. Also, it's not my job to fix it, right? But for those who maybe don't know, and you'll know more than me, from my understanding, my brain works definitely differently, but I think from a neuroplasticity point of view, it's actually only half my brain works. Like, because I think, if I remember correctly, there was this like diagram, I guess you could say, and it was like when a non-dyslexic brain triggers, then two areas of the brain fire, and mine is only one. Is there a level of, I guess, when you have a dyslexic child or someone with dyslexia or neurodiversity where they, if are they naturally more likely to be entrepreneurial, naturally more likely to have a strong work ethic? Because for me to, quote, overcome dyslexia, I mean, you saw it through school, but I know I had to work incredibly harder than Sally from George, who would maybe have an easier time with English and math.
Sure. I mean, firstly, I hear what you're saying, but actually there's been a lot of written detail about the dyslexic brain and what they do say, and this is not about compensation and trying to say somebody's got this now because he's got that, is the evidence is also very clear that your brain can work very differently from the average brain, and you see the larger picture. And they also recently have stated that your type of brain, if you were interested in an alternative career, would be to be a spy, which takes a certain kind of brain. And obviously Einstein was very well known for being dyslexic, and he was a very, very intelligent man. So I would actually look at it in a very different light. For you, as a child growing up through the education system, I think it's a lot harder, very much so.
Do you think, I guess it's kind of a linked question, do you think education traditionally, school, college, university in the UK, is designed for dyslexics? Because I found personally, I'm a very strong learner. I'm very able to problem solve. I'm very able to come across, I would hope, well. I can articulate myself quite well, especially when it comes to spoken word.
Yeah.
But I find, if you're going to go down the road of what do I find challenging, writing was a challenge. Reading
course.
was a challenge, right? They're less of a challenge, right? I'm very quickly getting to the end of my first actual physical book. Quite happy about. But is it just another way of thinking? Is it just another way of like how to learn?
I think it is, and I think that would actually take a lot of the sting out of children having to deal with these issues if people were able to see it just as a different way. Teachers have a lot to deal with in general, and therefore it's a huge challenge, but they do get resources financially to help people who have got these difficult differences. The good news, I would say, about the UK is they do acknowledge it, whereas in some countries they don't even acknowledge it and they don't get any support. So I would.
You're just the dumb kid at the back of the class.
Yes, exactly. I mean, that was if you go back historically, say because I'm older, obviously, to say my history of my background and somebody who had what you have, they would just be told you're stupid, sick, and leave school. I mean, it was diabolical, but that's because they didn't have the insight
Go eat
and
the
the
crayons
knowledge.
in the corner of the room.
Yes, exactly. They just didn't have the knowledge. And I think we are much more aware now, and therefore that's a good thing. And therefore they're able to put the funding into that. But I do say, I know you think it's all wrong that in theory, while you were growing up, it comes down to whoever shouts the loudest and basically pushes. But I'm afraid that is always going to be the case when it comes to these things.
I think to an extent that's the survival of the fittest mentality as a family kind of ideology, I guess.
Yeah.
But I think it's also just from a base level, I think there should be more work done for people to understand, and something that I am seeing in the business world. And I had multiple conversations with multiple people, two of which were on the podcast a couple of episodes ago by the time this comes out, about neurodiversity. I interviewed a lady who was very ADHD minded, she's very neurodivergent trained, that kind of thing. And we were talking a lot about like, and it's kind of what I wanted to lean into, I guess, to an extent, because I remember very clearly there's always been points and always been parts of my life as I was growing up with, obviously with you and etc., where there was this emphasis on self-love, self-belief, self-esteem. In your experience with your friends, your family, etc., is that normal to install that into a child? Because I think that's why one of the reasons why I've come out so well, right? Is because of that constant self-belief, constant pushing, I guess you could say, or that constant reminder that, you know, I need to love myself first before I can love anyone else.
Absolutely. I mean, without mentioning age and ageism, I had you by choice very late in life, and I think my wish, because I was so fortunate to have you, was I wanted to put so much into doing the best by you. And also because of my own knowledge of my own experience with life and say my own family with two sisters, etc. I'm so aware of the fact that you have to love yourself first, and you have to have a positive view towards yourself, especially in your case where there's extra worries and concerns in schooling and in individual other peers as well. And I think if you have that really strong centre of knowing that you're okay and you've been loved strongly and you love yourself, I think that gives you a greater platform to fight these things, absolutely.
Do you think, I mean, I was going to say, do you think that's common, but I know it's not.
Bringing up a child and family dynamics are very complex. So much is really behind how these things evolve and don't evolve, I think, really. I think I have my own knowledge of how both my sisters experienced schooling and myself, and I was determined that you wouldn't go through that. But in all honesty, even though I put my heart and soul into it and certainly pushed to get the biggest support, you still have to go through a lot of stuff in schooling, and it's just mixing with other children. So yes, parents and guardians and ordinaries, anybody involved in the child's upbringing, they have to look at it in a sense of how does that person cope with all the difficulties that are out there. And there are some mothers who will either be far too busy, or fathers who are far too busy, or any guardian who may not think about all of that side of things and maybe not give that time and effort. I was very determined And of course, studying may have added to that, because I did study a lot to do with children, where I knew how important it was. I'm not sure the school necessarily found it helpful, especially secondary school. I think they were
you're child-centric. I remember that.
I think they were very relieved when they knew that I wouldn't be sending email after email after email about this and that and the next thing, because they really knew I was very child-centric as far as my attitude about how the school might approach you.
I think, I mean, I was going to, so they were installed from really early on. I know the answer to this, but for the sake of the conversation, do you think the people who maybe didn't have the correct upbringing from a psychology point of view, we know that the first 0 to 7, they're children, people, humans, are sensory sponges. They'll pick up nuance, they'll pick up energy, they'll pick up everything, right? I mean, do you think that until someone works on healing on that, or they look to work on that, that can, if they don't, lean into I'll use the term, keeping up with the Joneses-esque like career path, or they maybe get in a job and they get the big house and they get the big car, and because obviously a lot of people who potentially are watching this or potentially consuming this are in the business world, and I think a lot of people, sometimes they work in C-suite, they work in upper corporates for maybe some of the wrong reasons, right? Maybe they're looking to push not just because they're passionate about trying to make a difference, but once they have the mortgage, once they have the phone, once they have the big car, once they have the financial commitments, they're forced into, I have to stay here because I need to have the money coming in so I can pay for the big house and so on. I mean, to phrase it into a question, is it something that is linked, would you say, between like the lack of self-belief, self-esteem, self-love, and then sort of pushing towards maybe doing more keeping up with the Joneses-esque activities when you're older?
I think it's difficult, that one, because I think society in itself is a bit at fault, because they emphasise those parts so much.
But surely if I have the self-love and self-understanding and self-belief, then I'll be more likely to push that back from a societal point of view. I'll be more likely to say, no, I don't need that because I love myself and everything I am enough, that kind of... Do you think, or do you think it's just some people are that way?
Well, I think the word driven is the word that's used a lot in these kind of situations, but I think if I say, and it's only because you yourself were watching a programme that Jamie Oliver actually put on television, that 1 in 6 children are diagnosed with dyslexia, and 10% of the population is diagnosed with dyslexia. And tragically, the other percentage of these situations that's never diagnosed, people can go down the wrong paths, as he commented.
I mean, something that, glad you mentioned it, like something I was really surprised about was the likelihood of you going to criminal or prison or equivalent. And I think I said to you after I watched it, I went, how the fuck have I not gone down that way? Because I've been very aware from a very young age I may have addictive personality, I may have gone down the wrong, if I had gone down the, I didn't, but if I had done, my life could have been very, very different. And I don't think that would have been a positive. Do you think that's is that the nature of, not even necessarily linked to dyslexia, but like coming from that lack of self-belief? Like, is that something that someone will deal with as a coping mechanism?
Well, I think the key point that he brought up, and it was you who discussed that, because I didn't see it as such, is that those who are not diagnosed with dyslexia or any form of SEN are lost in the system, and they are therefore unable to overcome it. And the reason why you didn't go down that road, personally, I would think, is because A, it was discovered very early on. You were supported by myself and both the 3 schools that you went to in total, which were all chosen quite well, and especially the final one where there was more money to invest in Hampshire. I think that all was a huge plus, and you yourself were very determined, because the thing about school is if people push onto children and adults as they're developing and make them either be totally overwhelmed by the level of that, overwhelmed by whatever level of either teacher or other peers are towards them, or you can be determined to say, I will prove you wrong, and you were definitely that person. And you were very determined, especially by secondary, that you were going to prove these people wrong because of what they thought and what they felt. And in fact, you did. And then you've gone on to do that even more so with running a business.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned this, because I was going to ask you about that anyway. How was, from your perspective, and something I'm interested to hear is like how it's been for you, because obviously you've seen it from an idea in my head to now full-fledged career, full-fledged business that, touch wood, will continue to grow to strength, outside of a couple of outcrop of years, right? I've talked about that in content, I won't go into it now, but how has that been? Like, is it like, how's it been?
It's been really encouraging for me to see, because as I've just explained, I think if you hadn't had all of the positive support, it'd be very easy to go down some other road. Or
do you think it was the reason maybe why I didn't? Because I had that constant focus?
Well, I think there's twofold reasons. I think you did try some of the other types of jobs early on to get experience, and I think you found it pretty difficult to be told what to do and to do the right thing, let's say, by bosses, etc.
I think there, I mean, specifically, it was the hypocriticalness of, I'm going to say something, and then I'm going to do the different. I'm going to be different. I'm going to do differently.
So therefore, I think for you, running a business with you being, the main person behind it, and from the background of what you've been through, I think it made the most sense, really. And we've talked about that before, when you've said at times, well, maybe I should go into something where, I earn a solid monthly amount every time and I know it's guaranteed. And I've said, well, do you really think you could do that now when you've had all these years being independent and being your own boss?
I think it's common to say, I think people find it very common to say that there is a level of, you're unemployable, right? The kind of cliche thing to say is like, oh, if you work for yourself, you become unemployable. But I think actually it requires, and I think this is like a shift in how people are working now. I think the generations below me coming up, but also even maybe my age roughly, are more ballsy, you could say. They expect more standards. They expect, maybe that was from COVID, I don't know, but maybe they were in a position where they actually do expect more. They do expect more salary. Maybe they have more options. And I think for me, I think there is a world, especially with artificial intelligence and like the stuff going on there, there's going to be more standout people who will stand out for themselves rather than being a low cost, potentially, corporations have always done it, right? They've always looked to hire someone cheap to do a grunt job. I've done them, right? I recommend everyone does one or two jobs like that. But I think for me, I mean, I don't know the numbers, but I know that there's a huge number of entrepreneurs that are dyslexic or ADHD or some form of neurodivergentness as a whole. And I think that that's part of the way we think, perhaps. I think that's part of the way that how we problem solve. I mean, one of the I guess the silver linings to dyslexia is being able to problem solve. And I drive my partner mad because I constantly have all these other ideas, but for me, I'm constantly trying to fix problems about, there's this cash flow problem, or I'm planning to do this, I'm trying to develop and change. I mean, you've seen, I hate saying it because like turbulent times in the economy, right? You could say anything's happening, geopolitics, anything's happening in the economy, but have you seen me develop a level of resilience through the nearly 10 years that I've run the company? Like, as it got stronger as I grew?
I think so, because I mean, you couldn't have recovered from, in our case, the Novichok situation. Then we have COVID. Then we have the situation of the instability in the economy, and now dominated particularly by Donald Trump, Mary mentioned, which have all ripple effects on businesses. And I think if you hadn't been determined to overcome every single issue that came along, you wouldn't still be running the business. You've had to think differently, diversify. But if you think about the people who have got these SEN or dyslexic issues. Richard Branson's one, he runs his own business, and obviously Jamie Oliver, who we've mentioned earlier. You know, many of these people do work for themselves because they know how to work well for themselves, and it's probably harder to work for a system.
Also, that it's like getting a square peg in a round hole. I don't think we are designed that way as dyslexic, as neurodivergent. What advice would you give to other parents who are maybe seeing, I'll say, signs, concerns about in their children that they're maybe they are neurodivergent, maybe they're not neurodivergent, they're not sure. What advice would you give to those people?
Well, it all comes down to the education system itself. Dare I mention politics and say, well, the Tories were in power. They cut an awful lot of support for the special education side, and therefore any parent who was having to really fight for their child then, or any guardian, I would say that would be a really tough time. Under Tony Blair, which was again much further back, was a very good time because he was putting so many, you know, a lot of money into the resources. But what I would say out with that, if depending on the area you live in, there is such a thing as a parent partnership, and the reason for them are if anybody does have concerns that they may think their child has got other issues, whatever that may be, it could be attention deficit disorder, it could be a multitude of things, they are your first port to go to. They are the first people to make contact with as long as they still exist in the area that you're in. And you can talk to them with no money involved, just indirectly saying, look, I'm a bit concerned about my child with their education at the moment. I'm not sure if there's something that I need to get support with. But they will talk you through all of the different things you need to do and how you do need to keep up on the system and constantly keep abreast of everything. Even in tougher times, I mean, right now, this government is in theory going to put more money in the SEN side. He said he wants most teachers to understand it, which is huge. And if that's the case, then as a parent, go to the parent partnership, go to the school. Often the TA, if they still have them, are very much easier to approach than the teacher, who's obviously got a lot more responsibility, and or the head of the school. But if need to be, and if you're very determined, you go all the way right up to the top and you do what you can without annoying them enough to put them off. But you need to be very determined, whether there was support financially, because during the time when you were in school, there was that support, and Tony Blair put a lot of money into education, including that side. But even then, I had to really pursue it and be very strong about it, and very determined and not give up. So you need to do your best, and not everybody has that ability. So that's why I would suggest you go to the parent partnership if they still do exist, because they are the first port of call to have an informal discussion with them about these things.
Do you think, I mean, you are wiser, perhaps you could say, than me, for obvious reasons. I mean, what advice potentially would you give to someone who's my age now with the life experience you have?
In what respect? To mean to do
to
with...
them anyway, like maybe they're on the fence about, do I start a business, do I take the risk, do I take the job, do I go and move to America, do I go and take the opportunity, do I go and travel, like wherever it is that they're on the fence about.
Do you mean particularly with the issues of what you're talking about, or
to a
just
dyslexic
generally?
or a non-dyslexic, or in general? I mean, like, to rephrase it in a question, like, what advice would you give to maybe your younger self if you could tell yourself at 2030? What the advice that you've gained across the years that you've got now that you could impart onto the 20-year-old, the 30-year-old you, the 40-year-old you?
Well, for myself, obviously, I did everything differently in a sense to most people anyway. I did things later in life, including my education later in life. But for yourself, I think with you being involved in running a business, you can do that anywhere. And now, particularly, as you said, following COVID, where a lot of people work from home more than they used to, then you're really in an ideal position to evolve and develop that running your business. I don't think there'll be anything.
Do you think
new.
young people are less likely to regret stuff that they maybe won't do? Like, I've always been of the view personally that actually, like with the business, for example, with me, I took the leap because actually it was a very safe leap for me to, like, worst case scenario, I take the leap, it all goes to shit. Okay, well, I'm still going to have a house to live in, and I have to eat my pride and go get a job. Oh no! Do you think that's why people don't, would you say people should take the risk when they're younger?
I think certainly it's better
because it's easier?
It's better to do it when you don't have extra responsibilities. I would say that with very case, definitely. Because if you have responsibility of absolutely having to be able to pay off your mortgage, or you have a family who also give a lot of financial input to, I think you're going to be in a more risky position. I think because you're at this stage where neither of those things are relevant at this point, I think it's therefore easier for you to do all of those stepping stones and jumping from those positions. And when you first started, you were working from home, and it was very different then as again. So I think it's far easier than if you were in a much more responsible situation later on in life. So I wouldn't think it was any way to feel regretful. I think it's the best thing, especially with somebody like yourself, to go that route, definitely.
So anything else you want to mention?
Just to say that, considering everything, considering all of the background and, perhaps the lack of a real male role model, I think you've done exceptionally well in every sense to do with your business and about your own self-worth beyond all of that.
Well, thank you for all you do. Thank you for, I guess, installing the right values into me from a young age and continuing to allow me to have those. And if you took some value from this conversation and you just focusing on one platform, is it that you can reduce overwhelm for your client? Do you think it's a level of, like, we sometimes overthink what's valuable, we overprocess, we overthink, oh, what about this post? Maybe this isn't valuable.
If you're trying to strive for the perfect post, it's then going to become a bit of a time drain, and it's become extra stress.
How is it just like relying on motivation?
Yeah, I mean, if I don't get it done, nobody else is going to get it done. That's a pretty strong motivation.
Sometimes it's not worth the headache. A lot of people were saying AI is going to take our jobs.
People will still buy from people. People will still want to learn from people.
I think for me, the people who are going to stand apart are the ones who are going to use it to accelerate what they're doing and not replace them.
Believe in yourself more.
Thank you for your time, Dan.
Thank you.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new episode. Today we're going to be talking to Dan, who's a social media consultant. And so Dan, just before we start, I mean, do you do just management? Do you help people with content? Like, let's just paint that picture for people who are maybe interested.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me on this afternoon. Well, I am a social media trainer, and social media manager, originally from Devon, now based in Bournemouth. And I work with service-based business owners, so local business owners that need more local clients. So the service is basically helping business owners. So that's through social media training, one-to-one, or maybe in a group setting to help them do it better for themselves. More specifically, that could be help with Facebook, advertising training, the basics of Instagram, or maybe improving their LinkedIn profile as well. So there's that side of it. The other side of it is more for the established businesses that have been in business for some time, that need a presence because they just don't have, they've already got the customers, they're already really busy. And I help save them time by doing the social media management for them. So, for example, doing LinkedIn posts on a weekly basis, sort of like on a monthly retainer, coming up with different ideas for content for them through that as well, and just giving them a fresh start to social media, really.
What do you think people either get wrong in marketing right now, or like what are the missed opportunities, would you say, as a whole, in marketing at the moment, either specifically on social media or actually wider spread in more traditional marketing space, would you say?
Yeah, sure. I mean, my bread and butter is the social media marketing side of things. And I think the big thing for me at the moment, and this has been the case for the last sort of 9 years of doing this, is that there's so much noise out there, so much overwhelm for business owners that it can be a real struggle. And I'm not talking about the people that have got big teams or in-house marketing departments. I'm talking about the people running businesses on their own. They've got a solid business and they've got something that people want, but they're frustrated because they don't know what to do in terms of social, and they have so much conflicting bits of advice from people out there, you know, and maybe they watch some videos on YouTube and that advice isn't really tailored to their business. Maybe it's more for creators or influencers, for example, and they get lost in all this noise. And rather than just really nailing and focusing on one platform that could really help their business grow, they then spread themselves too thinly, and they're trying to do a bit of this, they're trying to do a bit of that because they've heard their friends say they need to be doing this, they need to be doing that, when ultimately, you know, they've got a business to run. They haven't got all the time to do that. So that is what a lot of the service has been over the last 9 years, is working with those people that maybe haven't grown up with social media, and that's truly my passion, to sort of empower them to use it for their businesses. And sometimes, you know, they're a little bit nervous, they've got technophobia, and they're scared